All right, then. On 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fuzzy Pickles.
Good luck, everyone.
Good luck, good luck.
Alright, looks like there's still a little bit of delay on the HTML thing, but definitely a lot less than Twitch. So first thing I'm going to explain is at the beginning of the game we're going to be using a thing called RNG manipulation. I'm going to give a brief explanation of how that works. Is basically every movement you do and every little bit of menuing you do will advance RNG. NPC movement will advance RNG, and by basically having precise movement and menuing, you can determine spawns and what happens in battles. Typically, in runs, they have RNG manipulation throughout all of ONET, which saves about 8 minutes or so. But it's very, very precise, and in this race we won't be using it because more likely than not, maybe one person will get it and it'll give them an 8-minute head start compared to everybody else, and it's just a little bit less interesting. But we will be using it through Starman Jr. in order to show off exactly how it works. Basically, at the beginning, you're going to see everyone doing pretty much the exact same thing, maybe a little bit of variance, but they'll get the crack bat and then do some basic movement. I'm trying to think of other things to explain. Anything else you want to put in for the RNG manipulation?
Well, you're going to see RNG manipulation on their screens. You're going to see the game regularly without RNG manipulation online.
So Alex, I have a little bit of problems with Starman Jr. I guess I can also explain one thing that makes EarthBound different from other RPG systems is there's a couple basic mechanics that actually play a huge part of this game that you don't see in a lot of other games. Namely, the big ones are going to be like the despawn system and the rolling HP bar. In a lot of RPGs, typically when you get in a fight, you just run away and you're forced to get into these fights because you can't see the enemies. In EarthBound, what happens is enemies will show up on the screen, and you can walk off screen and walk back on in a way to despawn the enemies to avoid them completely. Or you can use the movement of the enemies to your advantage in order to avoid them entirely. Pretty much almost all enemies in this game you want to avoid, except for a very select few which you will be fighting intentionally at the early part of the game to get certain things you need, like experience or certain item drops.
And like Alex, I screwed it up too.
Yeah,
I really messed it up.
I've always really kind of thought of EarthBound as being a very Dragon Quest style game, but the encounter system and then the rolling HP is kind of what really differentiates it in my mind.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
There's a lot of Dragon Quest style in it.
Yeah, the rolling HP meter, what's nice about it is even if you take critical damage, as long as you get off a move before you hit 0, you can potentially end the fight before you actually die. And that gets taken advantage of quite a bit in these runs. Now, it looks like everybody's talking to Pokey. Pokey is a very, very nice guy. He just a little bit misunderstood, needs help finding his brother, and I'm just kidding, nobody likes Pokey.
On the Dragon Quest style, I mean, it's with the talk and the check, the out of battles is probably more similar to Dragon Quest than the in battle. But as far as like the battles being real text driven, it's really similar to Dragon Quest stuff.
So as far as the RNG manipulation goes, it looks like Andy and Temple still have it. So you will be seeing exactly what's supposed to happen on their screens, hopefully, as long as they don't mess it up between here and Starman.
Come on, Snake.
And how far has that been routed? Is it into Tucson yet, or just up through Captain Strong?
It's as of right now, it's only routed up through Captain Strong, which is about 18 minutes of RNG manipulation. Another reason why it's really hard to pull off. Andy, I believe, is in the process of routing Tucson. Pretty much the farthest it can be routed humanly would be up to Winners. Once you get to Winners, you get this evil little creature called Bubble Monkey following you around that causes RNG to advance like an NPC following you at all times on screen. So it's really just not really humanly possible to manipulate after that point. So the farthest we will probably ever see it I would think, would be up to the abduction in Threed.
I guess as long as you're not resetting to reseed the RNG.
Yeah, that's another thing to note about the glitchless category right now is it's single segment only. Resetting to do RNG manipulation is not allowed as of right now unless someone wanted to make a new category. So in the any percent category that's used where you can reset in order to get RNG you want, but any percent is a completely different creature all its own.
Yeah, could maybe talk a bit about that more when there's some downtime later too. People that aren't familiar with the categories for EarthBound. But yeah, I believe that all of them are only going to attempt to do the RNG manipulation up through Starman Jr. in order just to make it kind of more of a race-friendly route. Because whether or not you get the RNG manipulation for the rest of ONET can pretty much decide the race on its own, can it?
Yeah, definitely, because it can easily be an 8-minute minimum difference between that, but depending on how RNG goes in Ant, you could get potentially a 30-minute ONET compared to a 18-minute. Definitely a pretty big deal. Falix, did you end up getting the RNG manipulation, or did you just get really lucky?
No, I had to wrangle some birds.
It seemed like everybody got up to the meteor around the same time, which it's kind of good. Typically, there's like 1 or 2 spots that are just a pain in the butt to despawn.
Like I didn't have to open my menus and stuff, but I had to wrangle some birds and a dog.
And as we get into the Starman Jr. fight, this is a big part of why we manipulate this. Starman has a very high chance of using a fire move, typically that takes 4 seconds. Takes a very long time compared to his guard or freeze attacks. But the other reason is because every other turn, Buzz will attack, and he can do anywhere from like 30 damage to 150. So we manipulate the fight in order to where Buzz can kill Starman Jr. in 2 hits compared to the average 3 hits or the very rare 4. So it ends up speeding up the Starman fight by quite a bit, because if you don't have the manipulation, every time you see that fire, you just cringe a little bit. As you can see on Falix's stream, how long it takes. Fire's just horrible. I'm sure he's cringing right now every time he sees it.
This is why we manipulate.
And rest in peace, Buzz. He was a hero.
Oh my god.
I guess if you don't know who the runners are, I'll give a brief explanation of each of the runners, I guess, as best as I can. Andy Perfect is the current world record holder. Falix is in a very close second place for EarthBound Glitchless. Temple also has a very solid time right behind them. He's been showing a lot of improvement within the last couple of months, got quite a few big PBs. And Aurelix actually held the any percent world record for a decent amount of time. He's also a very solid EarthBound runner in Glitchless, and somehow seems to get really good race luck. In the last couple of races, he got some pretty good sized PBs.
Is it still Nebel that has the any percent record?
Nimi 23 and
yeah, Nemi's got it.
Okay.
I don't remember the exact time. It's off the top of my head.
20?
Yeah, it's 106
Came
something.
out of nowhere because he was the only one like really practicing this route. I guess he rerouted the entire game and came away with about a 10 or 15 minute improvement beyond anyone else what anyone else had ever done.
He just came out of the bushes out of nowhere with the new world record stats and everything.
Right.
Kind of caught
The sniper.
it caught me off guard for sure.
Yeah, like, I got on Ari's channel and he had the record for a while, and then I saw like, hold on, wait a minute, Nimi, and it just YouTube video and just over an hour completion time. Oh, also, I wanted to hear Buzz's story twice, so don't do that.
Okay, I'll let another explanation. On Andy's screen, you saw that he went into the treehouse to get the Mr. Baseball cap. the Mr. Baseball cap typically has only one more defense than a regular baseball cap. So what we end up doing is we pick that up specifically just to sell it, which allows us to get pretty much all the best gear you can in ONET right off the bat. A T-ball bat, a baseball cap, cheap bracelet. Which is really necessary because the punks and slugs will do a lot of damage if you don't have all that defense. Then after that, we'll be going straight to the arcade. And yeah, on Falix's screen, the reason the conversation is skipped or went over twice is because this game has a little bit of tricky conversations sometimes where it'll have you push A to continue the conversation, and every once in a while it'll be like, do you want to hear this story again? And it will be the default to hear it again. So if you're not paying attention, it's really easy to just get into the habit of mashing A and repeating in a really long conversation.
Yeah, that's one of the most evil inventions in JRPGs ever, too. It's the conversation repeat where yes is the default answer.
Yeah, luckily you can mash, like, typically you just switch from mashing A to mashing B and it'll automatically select no.
Oh, that's nice.
Which, yeah, it's very nice so you don't have to, like, push right and hit it again, so... Falix just
Someone opened the gates to the zoo in ONET.
And now, getting a couple of intentional fights, these pogo punks. The reason we fight them is to gain a little bit of extra experience before Frank and some level ups, but the other really big reason is because they have a 100% chance of dropping hamburgers. Any free hamburger you can get early on is very nice. And they'll be fighting 2 pogo punks and a Yes Man Jr. typically before they get into a fight, unless they decide to go some safe strats and gain some extra levels, but I don't think anybody's going to be doing that. The pogo punks, they can be run killers if they have, I think, 3 attacks. A regular attack that typically does 4 damage, a charge forward, which does anywhere between like 10 to 12. If they use that 3 times, you can easily just die and not be able to do anything about it. Or they can just fall over. You want them to not charge. And judging by Falix's noise he just made, his doesn't go well. Oh yeah, he's basically getting what you don't want to have happen.
Bag of fries drop.
You got the bag of fries? Very nice.
After buying one.
Ah, nice. As we get into Frank actually does quite a bit of damage. He has a 50% chance to brandish his knife, which does 24 damage, or roughly 24, I'll say. And he has 2 other attacks, a regular swing his knife and a talk nasty. You want him to talk nasty because that's basically a free turn. But the strat for Frank is anytime he hits you, you want to heal. Because even if he does a regular swing of his knife that doesn't do as much damage, if he knocks you below 20, I'll say 21 health, you're in trouble. If you have 21 or more health, even if he hits you for critical, you can get your life off in time before you die to where it won't actually kill you. So that's why you want to heal between each hit. Frankenstein, first turn, he always punches, but the nice thing about that fight is every other turn, he just has a skip turn, which is very, very helpful. Lets you take advantage of that and play pretty safe in order to not die. It's pretty forgiving.
I don't miss this ONET at all.
And since Falix died, he had to respawn back at the house. Loses a lot of time, and unfortunately there is a photo right outside the house. There are a lot of photos in this game, so we try to avoid all of them as possible. Each one takes about 16 seconds roughly, I believe. So yeah, Falix is definitely not having a good ONET so far. ONET is definitely the hardest part of the run. I think anybody can agree to that. Even with RNG manipulation, it's difficult, specifically because it's 18 minutes of precise movement. Without it, you're kind of just hoping for good RNG.
I know a very popular name for this run is ONET RTA.
That's not inaccurate. A lot of the runners I've had quite a few days myself where I've spent 4 or 5 hours just trying to get out of ONET. Some days it seems like you can get out right away, and other days it just does not want you to leave. It's a horrible feeling. Another thing that I didn't really explain is after you beat Frank, he becomes all friendly. You can heal up at Frank. You just have to walk back in and talk to him, and he'll restore you to full. You do that so that your psychic points and stuff are full while you go back into Giant Step. Alex is at round 2 with Yes Man Jr. Very cool guy. He's purple. I think that makes him pretty cool in my book. And to explain a little bit of what they're going to be trying to do in Giant Step, well, it looks like a lot of them might be buying extra burgers before Giant Step. Giant Step is probably the scariest part of ONET. Actually, not probably, it is the scariest part of ONET. So they're going to be buying extra burgers and stuff to play it safe. Burgers typically heal for about anywhere from like 40 to 55 HP, somewhere in there. It's a really broad roll. They'll be using that for... Most of the burgers will probably be used on, or hopefully be used on either Ant or the cop fights. If you have to use them anywhere else, it sucks a little bit, but when they get into Giant Step, I'll explain a little bit of what's going on. It looks like... Aurelix, did you just skip the burgers, or yeah, it looks like it.
No, I got burgers. I didn't heal at Frank, and I got 2 smashes against Frankie Stein Mark II, so I got pretty lucky.
I didn't.
Someone forgot to turn off the RNG menu. Cheater.
So this is basically the only grinding section of the game. We want to try to get level 8 before we fight Titanic Ant in order to get our first offensive spell or psi ability, PSI Rockin'. PSI Rockin' is really nice because it lets you hit everything on the screen, and on the Ant fight, there are 2 Antoids that fight alongside Titanic Ant that are just really nasty if you don't have a way to deal with them, so we use Rockin' to kill them right away. Plus it does a good chunk of damage. So we're going to be grinding slugs for the, well, good... I don't know exactly how long it takes. It depends on how good of luck you get. They'll mostly be farming for them on the first floor. The little black dots on the screen on the first floor are always going to be slugs. When you get to the top floors, there are enemies that look just like the slugs, and they're little Antoids. Antoids are evil. So typically you farm on the first floor for a while, fight groups of 4 slugs, and then you'll go up to the top floor to fight a group of 6. It's typically not a good idea to go to the top floor right away, because you need to do 30 damage to kill the ants. If you do less than that, then they don't die, and when you're fighting a group of 6, if they don't die, they have a chance to hypnosis or use hypnosis on you, and that's pretty nasty when you are low level. Plus, if we're really lucky, we might see a bomb drop. Bombs have a 1 in 128 chance of dropping from these slugs, but they do around 100 damage apiece. And yeah, that's what we're saying right now is slug farming. I was saying this.
I keep talking to nobody when I don't need to. That's a habit now. That's just part of the manipulation. I don't have the manipulation anymore, but I'm just so used to, at certain points when I walk by them.
Trying to think of anything to add about Giant Step, but I think I pretty much summed it up faster than I actually thought I would. But that's just to tell you that one of the big reasons the RNG manipulation saves time is because it completely cuts out this grinding section of the game. You just manipulate 2 bomb drops right away, and you use them on Titanic Ant and kill them for pretty much free. But yeah, so since they're not doing that, they're going to have to do the grinding strat. A little bit risky. I believe they're all going to be grinding till level 9. And old strat used to be basically level 8 for PB attempts. The reason they're going for level 9 is the difference between level 8 and level 9 is actually pretty significant. You gain a lot of extra health and a couple extra psychic points, so you'll have 30 instead of 25 or so. Which opens up a couple other strats you can do. You can use 3 rockets instead of 2 if you really want to. Gives you an extra life up if you need it, or it's just really nice to have. The extra health keeps you out of critical range, I believe, if the ant gets an unlucky smash on the first couple turns.
I'm getting hit by 5 for my entrance slugs.
Temple's picking up the skip sandwich here, it looks like. The skip sandwich can be used later on. Skip sandwiches are a little bit have a different mechanic in the game. I'll explain that later when we actually get to it. But that will be coming into play later in the run. Skip sandwiches are fun. They're actually a very big part of this run. Maybe not the regular skip sandwiches themselves, but the skip sandwiches DX are definitely a lot of fun.
So if you're doing the full manipulation, is this grinding manipulated too, or do you actually skip it completely?
You basically skip it completely. You fight 2 slugs in the entire thing, and you get the 1 in 128 chance bomb drops right off the bat. And then when you get the ant, you manipulate the fight to where the antites won't do anything useful. They'll just heal themselves, which is a free turn essentially. And ant will waste a move, and you just throw 2 bombs in, ant dies. You don't take any damage. The downside of doing the manipulation is it leaves you a little bit under-leveled for Tucson and so, and you have a little bit less money as well. So it makes Tucson a little bit more scary, but it's definitely still worth it, and it's still manageable. It's just a little bit harder. Now Andy's going to the top floor. The top floor will have groups of 6 slugs that the other floors don't. As I explained earlier, the reason you don't want to do that earlier in the run is because you're not guaranteed to one-shot the slugs, and slugs have this ability called Hypnosis that doesn't work until I think it's turn 4. Correct me if I'm wrong there. I think it's 4, right?
It's either 5. I think it's either 5 or 6.
Or yeah, 5 or 6, I suppose. So if they put you to sleep on turn 5 or 6, then they'll just wail on you until you wake up. If you're too low of a level and you have like 4 slugs beating on you every turn, it kind of hurts and can potentially kill a run. But even if they don't use Hypnosis, it ends up being a little bit slower because you're having to wait on more turns and because you're not.
Did somebody explain the stutter walking yet? Because I think some of them are starting to do it now.
Yeah, that's a good point. Stutter stepping. A lot of enemies in this game have different enemies have different movement types in this game. One of those movement types is the enemies won't move unless you move. So I think it's a couple frames after you start moving, they'll start moving towards you. So by moving like 1 or 2 frames or 1 or 2 pixels at a time really quickly, you can completely avoid those enemies from attacking you if you do it correctly. It's really nice to use and will be used a lot in this run. We call it stutter stepping because, well, I guess it kind of comes from a term in a lot of games. I typically think of RTS games personally where you just like kite enemies and stuff. It's very similar to that. It's a lot of fun. It's probably one of my favorite things about running this game is just stutter stepping. This outside room before you walk in will almost always have a butterfly. If there's not, you can make one spawn pretty quickly. So if you're low on psychic points, you'll get a magic butterfly. Each magic butterfly restores 20 psychic points. So you'll be taking advantage of that. And poor Temple Forces are rocking on some Antoids. Antoids, the reason they're so nasty is because they have this ability called Call for Help, where they have a chance to call more of their little buddies to wreak havoc. Every time they call for help, it loses quite a bit of time and just makes things really scary. Ants can do somewhere around like 11 damage or so. They do quite a bit of damage compared to slugs, and if they keep calling for help, things can get out of hand. You can lose, at the very least, you'll lose time. But there's also a very high chance you just die. Dying is obviously not good. Another thing to explain is what you're hoping for when you do the grinding. Another thing about level 8 is it brings your offense up hopefully high enough to kill the ants as soon as you touch them. This game has a mechanic where if you run into an enemy and you're strong enough, you can just completely skip the fight. It'll just say smash or whatever you want. You don't have to fight it. At level 8 though, you want to have 24 offense, but because of RNG, there's a chance of only having 23. Anytime you have 23 offense when you're doing this route, it's just a little bit cringeworthy. It's not fun. But 24 is the sweet spot you want in order to...
Yeah, I really like that mechanic about this game, just because it makes it You can wander through like earlier parts of the game that you've already cleared a lot faster that way, without having to just fight really easy fights along the way.
Yeah, I wish more RPGs had that, where it's just like, oh, you're too strong, don't even bother. Unfortunately, the mechanic of taking advantage of offense in order to one-shot enemies doesn't get used a whole lot in this run outside of Onett. Specifically, just because, since you're doing a speedrun, you're a lot lower level than you normally would be. The only reason Onett's an exception right here is because you're doing the grinding in order to have that. I think the highest offense I've ever seen at level 8 is 26, but I think I've only seen that once. Is everybody going for the level 9? Temple, did you go for level 9?
I abandoned the cookie.
No,
No,
I kept with 8.
No!
So, to explain what we're talking about, for those who don't know, if your inventory is full and an enemy drops an item, it will ask you if you want that item, and if you want to drop an item, or in order to pick up that item. We don't really want the cookies compared to hamburgers, so the game gets a little bit dramatic. It's like, do you want to abandon the cookie, and it makes you feel bad for the cookie. So, too long didn't read. Andy abandoned the cookie because he's a jerk. And now we're getting to the scariest fight in the game. Titanic Ant has some pretty nasty attacks. You open up hoping to do a double rockin'. Titanic Ant, whenever he attacks, can do anywhere from 20 or 18 damage. If you're lucky, he'll only do 18. Usually it's around 25 or so. Or he can do another attack that does 47 damage, which we don't want to see. And if you're really unlucky, he can get a 60 damage smash, which if you're level 8, is enough to pretty much kill you if he decides to attack the next turn, because your health will be too low to get the life up beforehand. And ow! I saw that Antoid smash Phalix. That's not good.
So I thought I could one-shot these guys, but apparently I grabbed a single slug on the 3rd floor. That doesn't happen a lot. So I came into this thinking I could one-shot Antoids, and I can't.
Are you not level 8, or...?
I'm level 8, but I one-shot there was a single spawn on the top floor, and I thought it was an Antoid. And it was a slug, so I came to finish level 9 on the way to Ant, thinking I could one-shot the Antoids, and I can't.
That's another thing that's unfortunate about Antoids versus slugs, is that you can tell them a little bit different, because they'll give you a different amount of XP if you one-shot them, but if you're not paying attention, then it's very easy to just think you just smashed an ant, even if you didn't. What Phalix is doing, he's just trying to get a butterfly, walking to the right to get a butterfly. 2 of the runners just finished Ant. They'll be going to Captain Strong, the last barrier of Onett. Hopefully, if we're lucky, we'll see no Ness Titanic Ant. It looks like...
Yeah.
Range of rockin' damage, it can do anywhere from like 40 to, I think the max is like, what is it,
It's 40 to 120.
About 120. So we want to see high damage rolls on those. Since the range varies quite a bit, whenever you see a low damage, you cringe a little bit, but as long as they hit, it's better than nothing. I was actually doing a couple runs yesterday where I had Rockin' miss twice on Ant. The unfortunate thing about Rockin' is it has a chance to miss, and it's based on speed. The higher the enemy's speed is, the higher chance of, or the higher the enemy's speed compared to your speed, the higher chance you have of Rockin' missing. So we want to hope not to see that. Looks like Phalix got a little bit unlucky with the Ant did a PSI magnet for 6, which... The unfortunate thing about that is it causes you to not be able to use life up or have a 3rd rockin' if that's the case you want to go with.
Well, I'm glad he did that. I would rather him spam magnet than spam attack. So.
Yeah, once you're low on psychic points, magnet is perfectly fine. It's just kind of annoying when it's on the first turn. Best case scenario, the Ant will just use defense down, because defense down is pretty much a free turn. Worst case scenario, smashes for 60 and you cry. We're getting.
Am I the last person to get past it?
What was that?
Am I the last person to get past it?
You and Aurelix got past it around the same time. You're just a little bit behind from what I'm seeing. Cop fights. Cop fight is a very interesting. Oh wow! I just saw that smash. But the way the cop fight works is each cop has a 50% chance to use a crushing chop, which is basically a strong attack. If you get it below 50 HP or so, you'll want to heal just to stay out of critical range of if they do 2 crushing chops in a row, you may die if you don't play it safe. So what you're going to see is them hoping for regular attacks over crushing chops, and if they get low, they just heal. The cops usually aren't too bad, especially if you buy extra hamburgers. Another weird thing about the cops is they have a speed that's very close to yours, so you have a random chance to go first. That can either be a good thing or a bad thing. Usually it's a good thing. Sometimes if you want to get a little bit more out of your life ups, you want to go second. But most cops take about 3 hits to kill. They have around a 1 in... Is it 1 in 12 or 1 in 16 chance of dropping a hamburger?
It's a 1 in 16, and I got 2 hamburger drops in a row.
And the idea is manipulating the cop fight, apparently, for hamburgers. I think the most I've ever gotten was 3, and that's only happened once.
He's just hungry, what can you say?
So, what happened on my screen? I'm so used to manipulating in this game. Even though there was a slug right in my path, I didn't want to move because I have like an instinct to move in a straight line on the second floor in giant steps. So I ran right into a pack of 4 slugs. I don't want to fight those, but I have this instinct that, hey, don't move. You're going for manipulation. So I just walked right into a slug for no reason.
That's actually kind of funny. I'd say I feel bad, but no. That was your. It's hilarious.
I saw it too. I knew it was there, and I knew I was gonna run into it, but I didn't want to move.
So I know using 1-letter names for the characters is part of the manipulation. I mean, has it been like measured how much like time that saves from cutscene text too?
I don't think it's been measured completely, but basically this name draws from the character names a lot. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'll just ask you guys now. Has it been measured? Because as far as I know, I don't think it has.
I was under the assumption that it takes about a frame to print every character or 2. So the shorter your name, the fewer frames, definitely.
Yeah, and it saves a good amount of time throughout the run because, again, since this is like a Dragon Quest style combat, your name is, every time an action is done, your name is in the menu. So you're like, if you do Ness as opposed to just 1 letter, you're looking at like 3 frames lost every time your name is drawn in battle, which you may think
and
is
it
very
helps
little.
too that you get to name the characters before you actually start the game too. So
yep.
That shortening the names doesn't count against your runtime like in a lot of other games.
Yeah, the most noticeable part where you can definitely tell the difference between the time is at the very end of the game during the Gygas fight. Gygas will say Ness's name like 12 times in 1 sentence. So instead of saying Ness, 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 he'll say like A, which that's definitely the most noticeable. You can actually see the difference at that part just because it's so much faster to have 1 character names. But yeah, it saves a lot of time, but I'm not sure exactly how much.
Yeah, someone's asking about the Japanese version in chat too. Might as well hit on that. We're talking about like text speed and how it affects the run and stuff.
There's actually quite a few things that make the Japanese version different. In the English version, whenever you open the menus, it just seems like it's a little bit slower and has a little bit more lag to it. For some reason, the Japanese version, it completely gets rid of that lag, it seems. Oh, Andy just got a ninja mushroom attack him. Hopefully he doesn't get... Oh, yep. So
I got a ketchup packet though, so we're good.
Okay, you got a ketchup packet, but this mushroom on... I'll get back to the mother stuff in a moment. This is a pretty fun mechanic to explain. This mushroom on Ness's hand, or head, cannot be healed by normal methods, so you have to find specific NPCs to remove that mushroom. What makes the mushroom fun is every few seconds it will completely mess with your directional pad, so when you're pushing right, you will randomly change directions, and you'll have to completely think of where exactly you're moving, and I have to rotate my entire controller in order to keep myself from getting confused. If you see him randomly changing a direction while he's walking, that's exactly what happened. But back to the Japanese version.
Happens when I walk down to Apple Kid.
Yeah, I saw that. The Japanese version, back to that. The big thing is the text is faster. That's the most obvious difference is the text is faster. But when you play the game, the thing that you notice, especially when you speedrun the game, is the menus just move so much faster. Like it gets rid of that little input delay that the English version has for some reason, and menuing just feels a lot cleaner. And
battles like
text
triple
and
speed.
the conversations go a lot faster as well.
Yeah, and because of the text being faster, I know that lets you take more risks with the rolling HP counter too.
Yeah, instead of having like a 21 HP minimum that you want to have in order to get your heal off, it goes down to like somewhere in the teens, I believe. I don't know that number because I've never tried it personally. I don't know if Andy or Falix know that one.
I'm not sure the exact number. But someone in chat asked about if there's any glitches in Mother that don't work in EarthBound. It just depends on like kind of category you're doing, but I do like the only real thing I know is you can teleport at the top of the Monotoli building in the Japanese version, which saves a good amount of time if you're doing like a no out of bounds run. But it's a very skilled teleport.
Yeah. I think that's pretty much the only
30
category
footsteps.
that actual Japanese speedrunners do for Mother 2 is glitchless.
Yeah, the teleport on the top of Montoli building, you're doing that in a very tiny window. And since you're using teleport alpha, that basically means you have to steer it. So it ends up being basically you have to change your direction every 1 or 2 frames in order to get that. And it's just way too difficult for any human to do. I don't think I've ever seen a video of an actual person doing it. It's task only as far as I know. The English version, that's not allowed. It just simply, if you try to use teleport, it'll say, you can't use that here, or something like that. We're going to see a couple different strats here with setting up the Death Warp. I'll explain the Death Warp a little bit more when we get there, but essentially what can happen is you can save in Tucson, and later on if you die, it'll take you back to where the last place you saved was. And there's a couple different strats that can be done with the Death Warp. In fact, I can think about 4 different ones. The most common one is the typical Death Warp. Then there's strats that use the life noodles in Peaceful Rest Valley. Most people don't go for that because it's a very high risk and there's about 3 spawn points to get there, and if you fail getting the life noodles and die before you get to them, it's just slower than using the standard Death Warp, which again I'll explain more when we get there. Or you can do my strat and just walk back.
What is the time right now? I didn't start a timer.
Up, so I'm not looking at it.
Oh.
It's a little over 38 minutes.
Oh, okay.
38:18 right now.
I'm using the HTML page in order to watch the stream, so I just have the stream paused.
We all got out of our net without dying, didn't we?
Yep, everybody did.
Oh, except I died early, but yeah.
Yeah.
You probably
I
overtook
really
me though,
select.
Felix.
I had really
that
really good
everybody's
luck.
pretty much at right now in Tucson's a very annoying cave because you end up having to walk in and out to the despawn enemies at the very entrance of the doors. It's just a little bit frustrating because it's one of those places where you can lose time and there's nothing you can really do about it. You just have to despawn until they disappear. I don't think anybody had a particularly bad cave. I'm watching Temple stream right now. It looks like he might have a little... Yeah. Temple's getting exactly what you don't want in that cave. Okay, he got through it.
Like, fortunately, if we get in a fight, since we didn't manipulate Onet, we're not doomed here. We can fight back. But if we were manipulating, you're doomed. You're gone in one hit.
Yeah, we're all a lot more equipped than we usually are in like PB attempts.
I just realized that, and I didn't know if you guys have realized that either. Just if you have to take a fight, don't worry, you're not completely sunk.
Yeah, one thing to point out is since after the Captain Strong fight, you may be really low on HP or really low on psychic points. What we end up doing is taking advantage of the magic butterflies. There's quite a few places where magic butterflies have a high chance of spawning between Onet and Happy Village, so you'll be trying to get those butterflies in order to get your life back up and have a lot of psychic points for the cultist fight. I believe everybody still has a good hamburger count from picking up extra burgers. I don't know exactly what their counts are, but I think most of them are pretty close to full, I think.
Yeah, I think I have either 4 or 5.
0? I have 0.
One thing that people that have never seen a speedrun of this may notice, we don't fight Everdread at all. Everdread is completely skipped in this speedrun because, well, you don't have to fight him, so there's no reason to. That's something that a lot of people don't realize because it's a pretty essential part of the story. But yeah, you can just skip right past him. No need to fight him.
Or while despawning, you can run right into him.
Or you can just randomly run into him if you're not paying attention while despawning. But I think everybody's done that at least once. It's a little bit frustrating. You'll notice a lot of the despawning techniques walking on and off the screen in Peaceful Rest Valley. All the enemies there are pretty nasty. I think all of them have a significantly higher speed than Ness, so it's hard to run from them. Maybe not the Oaks, but I mean, you still want to avoid those anyway. Oh, and Temple is in a bad spot right now where he's kind of stuck between 2 different spawns. So he's having to walk back and forth and try to despawn while getting rid of other enemies. He's just having a very difficult time because, okay, there, he got past it. One of the nasty things that can happen is you can get in a little bit of a pickle between enemies and be forced to take a fight. Peaceful Rest Valley has a few places where that's pretty common to happen. It's definitely not fun. I don't think anybody's been forced into a fight yet from what I see.
Thank you for using the correct terminology.
The pickle?
Yep.
I mean, that's essentially what it is, right?
Mm-hmm. Learned it from the Sandlot.
Okay, so now that Andy is at the department store, it looks like Temple's there too. This is basically the second portion of shopping in this game. What you buy here is you buy a Sandlot bat, you buy a Holmes bat, and that's all you need for equipment, but you also buy 2 refreshing herbs. That's the big thing I want to note about that. Typically, if you get poison, you could use a healing beta in a casual run, and you'll get rid of the poison. In a speedrun, we don't get healing beta until pretty far into the run because we're not fighting enemies. So, enemies that can poison you are the dog and threed. The enemies, like the snake and the ant in the mole cave, and Belch. Since we don't have healing beta, we pick up 2 of them. Mostly because Master Belch will always use poison the first turn, and we have an extra one in case we get in any other fight that we're forced into and need poison. Because if any of your people get poison and you don't have healing beta, it can easily be a run killer. It's not fun. Because poison, when you get in a fight, does about 20 damage or so every turn. Plus, when you're outside of combat, I'm not sure exactly how fast it does damage, but it does it pretty quickly. I noticed Falix is going for the hard hat for some reason. Say
Once
strat?
again, didn't mean to. Was already there by the time I realized it.
Manipulation. That hard hat, it's a little bit out of the way, but during the O-net manipulation, you're pretty much completely unarmored during that manipulation. So you pick up that hard hat because it gives a lot of defense. I'm not sure about the exact number, but I think it's as much as a Holmes hat and a cheap bracelet together, isn't it?
I'm sorry, guys. I had to ban cookie number 2.
No. Cookie.
And sorry I didn't explain the fight Andy was in, but luckily Temple's in that fight right now. So this cultist fight is pretty much forced. Cultists can be a little bit annoying, but typically they're not too bad. What makes them annoying is they have a chance to call for help. Pretty much any enemy in this game that can call for help can be a run killer. I know what I do is if you have 2 cultists on the stream on the screen, always use Rockin' in order to avoid any chance of them calling for help and getting that fight done as fast as possible. Cultists have a really weird thing where there's a couple enemies in this game that you just cannot run away from no matter what. If there's a scripted fight based on that character, you can't run away from any character of that type or enemy. So you can't run away from cultists, even if they're just random encounters and not the scripted ones. Looks like Andy's having a little bit of trouble with calling for help. Called for 1 help. Yeah, this is what I mean by it can get a little bit out of hand. 2 turns in a row, 3 cultists. That's why we end up using Rockin' whenever there's more than 2. You just want to avoid them calling for help. It's nasty when they call for help. If you're lucky, your Rockin' could do around 100 to 120. You want around that range and you can one-shot the cultist. Or at times than not, that doesn't happen, but it can happen, and it's really nice when it does.
Uh-oh. Wow, I have a full inventory. I shouldn't have grabbed that hard hat.
Yeah, again, the reason you talk to Paula is you get the Franklin badge. If it's a good thing Falix noticed that his inventory was full instead of just going, assuming he picked up the Franklin badge, otherwise Carpenter would just instantly kill him if he tried to fight him. Franklin badge is extremely important, reflects any lightning attack that hits that character that has it. You don't actually have to equip the Franklin badge as long as it's in your inventory, you're good. That's a nice little thing about that. So right now, during the Carpenter fight, you're hoping that he'll hit you with the Crash Boom Bang attack, which is essentially just a lightning beta. Each lightning is a 25% chance to hit. So if you're lucky, you can kill him turn 1. If you're unlucky, he could miss you with it.
Yeah, he missed 8 lightnings on my side.
8? Dang.
Before 1 finally hit.
Oh, Cookie's getting abandoned.
I've seen a lot of runs die to Carpenter just because he didn't feel like using lightning and hitting you with it. It's not annoying. Another thing to note with the Carpenter fight is his turns go basically in a sequence. They're not really RNG. Well, the lightning's RNG if it hits or not, but he will always use, I think it goes lightning, life up, bash, shield. No, it's lightning. I don't know the exact order because it changes after like turn 2. Like the first cycle is different from the second turn cycle.
Lightning, life up, bash, lightning, shield, bash, and then repeat.
Yeah, that. So you can predict what he's going to do according to that and use your healing items accordingly. If you're going for the Death Warp, you hope to leave that Carpenter fight with a low HP. If your HP is high, the Death Warp will take longer, which Andy's not good for the Death Warp. He's just going to walk back. Walking back has its own risk, where if you die, it sets you back to where you don't want to be. Unless you save in Tucson. If you don't save in Tucson, if Andy dies, since he saved in Happy Village, he'll go back to Happy Village. In the normal route, you save in Tucson, so if he were to die, it would make him go back to Tucson. Which, if you die in Peaceful Rest Valley, is slower than dying to the mole. And walking back on a perfect case scenario, from my timing, saves about 20 seconds if you skip the phone call and skip the second bear. Between 20 and 30. But
I forgot about this picture.
Andy, how did you forget about that picture?
I don't know, there were no crows on the side, so I decided to go this way.
Fuzzy pickle.
What picture did you get?
The one outside the shack.
Photo percent.
Wow.
Again, each photo takes about 16 seconds, so try to avoid those.
Wow, my inventory's gonna be full after Carpenter. I had a really good fight.
Yeah, it looks like it. Everybody, or Aurelix and Falix finishing up Carpenter pretty much at the exact same time. Temple just got Paula, and Andy's about to start walking back. I'll explain the Death Warp because I think Falix, is the only one going for it. Aurelix, are you going for it?
Yeah.
You doing the Death Warp? Okay, gotcha. So Temple and Andy are going to be walking back. Best case scenario, goes Hans, and
Hand in hand.
can save some time. Again, Strat needs a little bit of testing, but from my testing, on average, it saved me about 30 seconds altogether. But it has its own risk involved compared to the Death Warp. But the Death Warp, you'll be fighting a mole and hoping that he hits you. the mole has about a 50% chance of doing a regular attack. The chances of them actually hitting you are a little bit lower than that because one of the attacks has a low hit chance, and the other one usually has enough damage to one-shot you unless Ness has about 40 HP or so. For the Death Warp, you want to unequip all your armor and get rid of the teddy bear. Teddy bears have an interesting mechanic. They're kind of like the tanks for you. They'll absorb damage, and they have a 75% chance of absorbing an attack. So they're very useful, actually. One benefit of going through the walkback strat is it allows you to have an extra teddy bear. It's a little bit safer for a race. The Death Warp lets you get back to Tucson very safely because you want to die and you know exactly where you're going to end up. Best case scenario, Mole kills you in 2 turns. On average, for me, on average it's like 200 turns, but that's a little bit of an exaggeration. Probably closer to about 5 or 6, I think, depending on Ness's HP. Another thing that hopefully won't come into play is, for the Death Warp anyway, is the stat Guts. I suppose I should explain Guts. It's a very important stat in this game. Guts basically determines your chances of getting a smash attack against the enemy, or if an enemy hits you for fatal, it has a chance of leaving you at 1 HP instead of fatal, which can save your life in some situations, but during a Death Warp, if you get it, it's just kind of cringeworthy. So Phalix is going for that Death Warp. So far, it seems like it's going pretty well. Yeah, that was a pretty decent Death Warp. What was that, 4 turn?
Yeah.
So that's pretty good. Aurelix looks like he got a good Death Warp as well. With the Death Warp, what you end up doing is you go back to the Tucson department store, pull out some money, go up to the hospital to revive Paula, and then walk back to the preschool.
Yeah, that's another thing that reminds me a lot of Dragon Quest too, is that what happens when you die is basically exactly the same, except for the ATM mechanic that lets you hide your money.
Yeah, the fun little thing about money, when you die, half the money that you're holding will go away. If the money's fine. Most times you don't have to worry about that because you only have how much money you need to have. There's a few times where you're just carrying extra money around. I guess the only time where you carry money around for a decent amount of time is between Threed and the bus ride, or between 3 and Mold Cave. Everybody's gonna be watching the Runaway 5 show. Temple's a little bit ahead pretty soon, and Runaway 5 show, best part of the game.
I just had a miserable walk back to Tucson.
Temple's, it looks like it went pretty well.
Peaceful Rest was very nice to me.
Yeah, it's a little bit risky when it comes to time save. But yeah, the nice thing is definitely the fact that they're going to have extra teddy bears since they walked back. Did you guys pick up the one in Paula's room too? I think so.
I did.
Yeah, I did as well.
So that'll allow them to have 3 teddy bears compared to the traditional 2. One nice thing is typically you want to go through with the Death Warp strap. You'll have 2 bears through 3 to help save you. The third bear, that opens up a little bit more possibilities. You can either have a third bear for 3, or you can have 2 bears and save the third bear that you can pick up in 3 and save that for Shroom. Not sure what these guys will be doing. Either way is not a bad choice. But yeah, bears are nice. I can't remember exactly how much HP or how much damage they can absorb before they go back into a pile of fluff. They don't die. They just turn into piles of fluff and live forever.
Does that reset between battles, or is it kind of permanent?
It doesn't reset between battles, no. So damage they take in one fight will carry over to the next one. But again, it's still really nice. If they're really lucky, they can. I think the farthest I've seen a bear go with the 2 bear strat is.
I've taken one to the pyramid.
Oh, you got one to the pyramid before? Dang, I don't think I've seen that.
It's actually a detriment having that for the Kraken fight. but he was
Could
a hero.
I'd say it's worth it, even though technically it's not. Having a bear that far, I would definitely go for it. I would love to see how far.
I prefer for my bears to die on or before the second mole in the mole cave.
Yeah. Ideally, you can get a bear into the mole cave and it'll absorb an attack from one of the moles, which is always really nice when that happens. But the nice thing that can't, like, in best case scenario, at a minimum, you want to try to get one to belch, so that you don't have to worry about belch poisoning one of your people. But the main reason we get them is because Threed Cave is just a very nasty place. Having bears and if you don't going through Threed without any bears is just one of the biggest nightmares ever. It's not fun. Runaway 5 shows so good.
Oh, is that where those mini UFOs are, or is that later?
The mini UFOs, we actually were in Peaceful Rest Valley. We actually just got past that part.
Okay.
Threed has all the zombies and stuff. I would say that the big enemies you want to watch out for in Threed are the flies and the zombie dogs. The flies, I think, are a little bit worse because flies are really fast.
Oh yeah, I remember because I knew it was some kind of like little flying enemy that wrecked me badly the last time I played this casually in Threed.
Yeah, the flies are really nasty because they can fly really quickly. It's not hard for when you're trying to run away from them to just snipe you out of nowhere and get a red swirl on you. I didn't explain the swirls at all, but if an enemy attacks you from behind, you'll get a red swirl, which allows them to attack on the first turn. Don't want to get that. Gray swirls, those are normal. Front to front fight, basically. Green swirls, those are what you want to get. It lets you have a preemptive turn on the enemy. Which, what we use it for is, if you get a green swirl on almost all enemies in this game, besides the ones that are scripted, it gives you a 100% chance to run away. So you want to try to get as many green swirls as you can, if you are forced to get a fight, so that you can just run away. The only enemies that can't be ran away from if you get a green swirl are the cultists, the slimy little piles in Belch's base, and that's all I can think of off the top of my head. I don't know if anybody can think of anything else on that one, but those are the only ones I can think of.
Because the slimy piles are basically mini bosses, aren't they?
Yeah, there's a couple. Well, they're not really mini bosses. There's the mini barf is probably the one you're thinking of, the one at the end of 3 Tunnel.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, he's a nasty little guy, especially in casual play. Like, he takes a lot of damage to kill. So, we'll explain what the strat is there when we get to it. But what's going on in Threed right now is they're going to walk up to get these zombies to stare at them, and then they're going to go to the hotel to get this nice little young lady to try to go into her hotel room. She tries to lure you into her hotel room.
I always have fun with this in casual play by using a skip sandwich so you can actually catch up to her, and then if you talk to her, she turns and faces you and says, "Who are you talking to?" or whatever the message is. If you
it's really funny. I don't think I thought it just did like the 3 dots or whatever, but I don't remember for sure. I think it is like something like that. She'll just stare at you and nothing really happens. Kind of interesting.
Not being paid to talk.
She's not getting paid to talk. And Temple's now starting the Winners cutscene. Winners is where we get to meet our next character, Jeff. Jeff's a pretty swell guy. A lot of people in casual play don't realize just how overpowered Jeff is. Jeff is actually an extremely useful character, especially in later parts of the run. We use him to... The number one use for him is to just like spam bottle rockets on people, which are very high damage items that you can pick up. Winners is actually a pretty nasty split. Again, I'll explain a little bit more of what makes it so annoying when we get there. One section in particular, I guess, would say is really bad. But it looks like everybody's about to get to that. Everybody's about to get abducted. Aurelix is abducted. Alex is going to be abducted probably within the next minute or so.
Yeah, this is a super tight race considering...
Yeah. This is probably the closest race.
Oh, nice. That's what I like to hear.
Definitely a very close race.
Like, generally, by this point, there's at least 5 or 6 minutes because someone generally dies to stronger they ant.
And they're just struggling for the next 4 hours to make it up. But no, this is. I think it's maybe 2 or 3 minutes between first and last.
Yeah, because we're just about to pass the hour mark too.
Yeah, I mean, the only death so far was mine on that Pogo Punk, but I had really good slug luck, so that let me catch up a bit.
Do we want to think like special names for player names? By the way, like I don't know if you're doing any like type of donation incentive or anything.
No, this is just for fun. There's no Zinger donations.
Perfectly fine. I vote that we name the player name. Okay, I got nothing. I was gonna say Vogler, but
Okay, I've got nothing. Got it.
That's gonna take so long to type, though.
Still worth it.
Maybe during like one of the Skyrunner cutscenes, you can explain the any percent version, the category differences too, because I know this is where it really diverges.
Yeah, I'll explain a little bit about there's not really a whole lot to explain about winners. It's just until we get to like the protoplasm fight and stuff. I'll explain what Bubble Monkey is. He is this evil little creature that will follow you around. If Bubble Monkey touches an enemy, he'll get in a fight. The bad thing about Bubble Monkey is he'll follow you for a little bit, get distracted, stop moving, and then he'll run to catch up. When he stops moving, it can cause you to get into a lot of fights you don't want to get in, and it's just really obnoxious. So if they're lucky, they can get Bubble Monkey to cooperate and follow them when they need to avoid fights. If they're unlucky, Bubble Monkey may start some fights that you do not want to get into. As you can see on Temple's screen, he just randomly stops, and you can't really predict when he's going to do it because sometimes he'll do it frequently and sometimes he'll follow you for a little bit.
Yeah, and that particular mechanic makes a few enemy skips completely random, and up to Bubble Monkey whether he wants you to skip him or not.
Yeah, and as I explained earlier, the reason we can't really do RNG routing past winners is because RNG, or Bubble Monkey has its own RNG, and causes, like, the way he moves is all RNG based, so he basically causes RNG to move. I don't know if it's closer to an NPC or a butterfly, but either way is obnoxious.
Yeah, you'd have to like move exactly the same, like frame for frame, in order to make him move the same, and it's really hard to route that.
Yeah, exactly. It's pretty much task only. Even in the any percent route, no one has been able to route winners even with using saves, just because Bubble Monkey is just that difficult to route around.
Well, I've got the second half of winners routed with Bubble Monkey.
Oh, have you?
Still, yeah.
But that's with resets, though, isn't it?
It's with resets, and it relies entirely on audio cues. I'm pretty much just trying to press my buttons in time with the music.
Yeah, how consistent do you have it? Is it still like fairly consistent?
Maybe half the time when I've practiced it. It is not easy at all.
Yeah, sounds like a nightmare.
So it's like Stepmania Earthbound Edition, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
The only the big downside with that would be, not only is it like perfect, but you have to keep in mind the fact that when you reset, you have to take quite a bit of time just waiting for the game to like reload, start back up, and lose some time that way. So you have to make sure when you're RNG manipulating, if you're doing multi-segment or RTA or whatever, that you're saving more time than the loading screen allows. Temple is about to enter one of the scariest fights in the game. He's called the Worthless Protoplasm, and he's more of an evil protoplasm. I wouldn't call him worthless. Protoplasm, if he hits you 3 times, you die, and he takes about 3 hits to kill. The thing that makes him really scary is if he either attacks 3 times in a row, that's not good, or he has the ability to call for help. As I mentioned earlier, enemies that can call for help, at the very least, will make you lose a lot of time, and at worst case scenario, you die.
Yeah, the fight is one of the few completely RNG fights in the game. I mean, there's pretty much nothing you can do other than just bash every time and hope you kill him.
Yeah, and Temple, as we see right now, they just keep calling for help. Best case scenario, they can make themselves feel strange so you can get a free turn in. but it's just a really nasty fight. If nobody dies to protoplasm, it'll be a miracle.
Yep. And like the talk in chat about how close it is, like something to consider. There's been a lot of races where someone might die in Onet, and they could very easily be 7, 8 to 10 minutes behind, but they could still end up coming up winning because someone has a bad fight later on, like at Ness's Nightmare or something. So the fact that we're all about 2 minutes apart, that's extremely close.
Yeah. Do you guys normally go for the full Onet manipulation in other races that you do?
Recently, since it's it seems like most people do it, just because, again, races, let's face it, SRL races, if you win, it's really not that big of a deal. I mean, it's mostly just bragging rights, so there's still kind of no reason not to go for it in a standard race, because, I mean, I personally, even if it's a race, I still kind of go for the PB. I don't know about you guys, I do.
Clearly I do.
Yeah. I've tried it. The first race I did it, I got it for first try, but the next one I lost it, but thankfully I lost it after Frank, so I was able to still kind of recover. But the problem with it is, if you lose it somehow in the cop fight, you're guaranteed to die. I've never seen anyone complete the cops if they lose RNG or giant step, because you've got no armor. So it's a huge gamble, but if it pays off, it's either a 19-minute Onet versus a 27, 28-minute Onet.
Yeah, and even in a race, like in a standard race, if you go with the standard level 8 Ant, you could still lose 5 minutes very easily dying to Ant, so there's risk either way. If you don't go for the Onet manipulation, you're still risking dying to Titanic Ant, unless you go for the level 9. And going for the level 9 versus someone going to the Onet manipulation, instead of level 9, instead of having like a 27 to 30 minute Onet, you're having to take the extra time for that, and you may even get like a 32-minute Onet, and if you die, 35-minute Onet. So Onet can, even without the manipulation, can decide a lot of races. I don't think anybody got the protoplasm skip yet, but I didn't really explain that.
I disagreed that time for me.
Yeah,
I got the protoplasm skip.
Oh, did you? But third protoplasm, you can avoid him by kind of juking around him. It's the big part where Bubble Monkey can cause problems. You want the present to basically come towards you, and then you just walk around it. If Bubble Monkey stops, as you might have just saw on our Relix's screen, maybe Phalix's screen, he can cause you to get in a fight, like what's happened to Phalix.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the Mad Duck sprite, for the record, too, especially with the eyes and bill. It's what this game is all about, and what in sprite form, basically.
I love the googly eyes. They're so good. And yeah, Phalix is getting quite a few call for helps. Not fun. I believe the protoplasms die in... Yeah, they die in 2 hits once you get to the third present, because the duck gives you quite a bit of XP. But it's still annoying when they call for help. Now as we get into the cave at winners, most places have a very high chance of... there's spawns all over the place, so what you end up having to do is you want to try to despawn them with a little bit, least amount of space ever. I believe Andy calls it the progressive despawn. You'll be using a combination of stutter stepping. You basically despawn by stutter stepping. You keep the enemies from chasing after you and get them to despawn with as little space as possible. Without the stutter step, they may chase you and make you actually lose progress. So it's probably one of the hardest places to actually despawn effectively, especially for new runners, because you need to be good at stutter stepping and you need to be good at...
would you mind explaining stutter stepping again, just for people that have tuned in since the last time? More of it now.
Stutter stepping is, you can see mostly on Phalix's screen right now, is, and there are some enemies with specific patterns. One of them is they'll move whenever you move. Shortly after you start moving, they'll just start chasing you, and they're a lot faster than you. By stutter stepping, you can actually move a couple pixels at a time in order to keep the enemies from chasing you, because they won't aggro onto you fast enough. Phalix is just showing pretty much exactly how you want it to work, except he got into the fight, but he got a green scroll, so he'll be able to run away.
My finger just kind of slipped on the top of the D-pad, and that one little extra move, it caused them to move just too close. But they chase after your lead character, and they got between me and Bubble Monkey rubber banded and hit him from behind, so that gave me a green swirl.
One of the few times Bubble Monkey can actually be useful is he can get some green swirls for you. That's about it.
These cave boys are bad news, I know, too.
Luckily, the thing about the cave boys, they can, if you get in a fight with them, they kill you, but they're actually pretty easy to avoid because they're slower than what you are. So you can use your speed to just outrun them in 9 times out of 10. Actually, I'd probably even go as far as like 90% of the time, which is, shut up. That's 9 out of 10. Shut up. But now, looks like everybody's getting to the, still really close. Skyrunner starting, has some of my favorite music in the game.
Yeah, same here. Although I'm sure that's probably a boring part of the speedrun with the Skyrunner cutscenes.
So I think everyone gained a little bit of time on me. I had absolutely miserable spawns getting up the last rope. I think I had to despawn those mushrooms about 15 times before they were gone.
And
something I started to do here.
What was that?
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to explain 80%, so that's going to take a little bit. So go ahead.
And there's something I started to do here in Pond Cave. When you pull like the slugs of the rats, you can pull them to like the edge of the spawn area and despawn all their buddies, but leave just those, and you can go in and insta-kill a slug. And because they're there, that'll generally hold the spawn, so nothing else can be there. So that's why you notice, I mean, I go for some of these fights, it's just because I know the rest of them have been despawned, and I can just insta-kill one and not have to keep despawning for a while.
Okay, so at this part of the game is pretty much where the biggest part of what changed the difference between Any% and Glitchless. Any% allows for basically, there's 2 majorly used glitches in Any%. One is you can actually skip through certain cliffs by either using skip sandwiches to like kind of clip through them, or the thing that really makes it special is the stairs glitch. Whenever you walk onto stairs, you can't, there's like a couple, I don't know exactly how long it is, but there's a couple frame window where when you're walking onto the steps, there's a little bit of an animation to where it puts you onto the steps. If during that animation you get a text block pop up, you'll actually clip off those stairs and you'll be able to walk off screen through the black space to get to any part of the game you want, which allows you to skip pretty much most of the game. Like, it turns from a 4-hour run to like an hour 20 if you're lucky. And this would be the point where you would save at Winters, reset the game, and get the RNG manipulation you want in order to get poisoned really quickly. Or, not really poisoned, you could get a cold from one of the zombies, and then go back into the cave, walk onto the stairs, go out of bounds, go to Summers, and then things just go crazy from there. You'll go from one section of the game to the next, and you'll just RNG manipulate every fight, and it just gets absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
I find it a really interesting run too, because I mean it's a really glitchy, broken category, but it's not like the kind where you're just playing the game normally for an hour or so and then just credits warping directly to the end. There's enough restrictions on how the out of bounds and stuff works that you do still have to play the game to some extent in order to beat it.
Well, the big restriction is that during the Geiger sequence, the prayer sequences aren't loaded.
Yeah, I can continue that if you're focusing. But the reason we have to do certain parts of the game is because the game kind of just soft locks if you don't get certain triggers. The big triggers that you need to get are you need to go down the hole to Lumini Hall, and you have to beat Ness's Nightmare. Those cause certain NPCs to be where you need them to be for the Gygas fight, and if they're not there, then the game just simply won't allow you to beat it. I mean, there is technically a category that lets you skip straight to the credits, and that's the debug category, but nobody really cares about that because it's, 18 minutes long? I don't think anybody runs that. Yeah,
12 minutes.
Pretty crazy, but no,
Alex is taunting me in chat about the boogie tent, but I'm honestly going to safety save before it because I have just absolutely atrocious luck fighting it.
Yeah, the boogie tent that we're getting to right now, typically he's not that scary of a fight. You can kill him in one or two turns on average. But the key to the fight is you just hit it with a big bottle rocket.
I think that was actually my biggest big bottle rocket I've ever had against the Boogie Tent. It was 680 damage.
It's crazy. But every once in a while you can get a really low big bottle rocket, and that can cause you to not have what you need in order to kill the tent. It seems to happen to Aurelix an abnormal amount of times. I don't even know what the chances of it happening, but for him it's like 50%. Hopefully we won't see that. I'm watching his... Okay, he got it. Yeah, there's a pretty low chance of it happening, but if it does happen, it's just an absolute run killer. Because what will happen is you'll have to use Prey. Paula's Prayer kind of has a weird mechanic to it. It has a lot of different effects that are all RNG based when you use it. It can go from making everybody feel strange on the battlefield to healing a couple HP to maybe reviving all your people, and I think there's one effect where it can even do damage, but the most common will just like restore HP or psychic points.
Well, I know the current route for any percent uses that to actually insta-kill Ness's Nightmare by getting the Flash, like Gamma or Omega or something effect.
That's my favorite part of that.
Confuse
him and then they can kill himself.
Yeah, that's pretty much essentially how it works. The prayer effect of it will cause Ness's Nightmare to confuse himself, and then you manipulate Ness's Nightmare to use Flash, what was it, Beta, I think?
No, it's Flash Omega.
Flash Omega, which has a high chance to insta-kill, and he'll use it on himself.
Yeah, Flash Omega has, I think it's a 1 in 4 chance for an instant kill, and then a 1 in 2 chance to work. So basically, you have to manipulate it so that he hits himself, and then a 1 in 8 roll so that he kills himself.
Very, very
How did
fun.
that go, Ari?
Like, if you guys have never seen an 80% run, I definitely recommend watching one. It's not a hugely popular category to run. The only people that really run it are like Andy, Aurelix, and Nemi. Nemi doesn't really stream, at least not that I've seen. He's more on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
But
I know
it's
any percent I know is very
thinking about it.
unfriendly for racing too, just because a lot of the strats only work if you manipulate the RNG. So if you get off that, you die.
Yeah,
it's very execution heavy.
Yeah, one of the things that makes like Glitchless different from any percent as far as playstyle is any percent is almost entirely execution based. Glitchless still has a lot of execution, but the thing that makes a good runner different than a bad runner is how you react to bad RNG. It takes a lot more knowledge of how things work in the game and knowing, okay, if this goes wrong, this is how I deal with it.
Yeah,
That's
that
something
right
that
there is
like,
what really attracts me to doing
experience.
single segment or RTA runs of RPGs too, is getting to figure out routes and strats that kind of work with or around what the game gives you, so that every run is kind of unique in its own way.
Yeah, that's definitely what makes Glitchless so fun. That's why I run it compared to a lot of RPGs that are like the RPGs that are all RNG manipulation. I personally like, it's fun to watch, but to me, I guess for me, it's just kind of, I like having variety in my game. The thing about like non-RNG manipulated routes is every game's completely different, instead of trying to get the same thing every time.
I have so much money right now. I forgot like the money route for the old route.
Well, Phalanx and Temple are basically almost frame for frame now too. Like when the Apple Kid call came in.
Did you have a bad tent, Temple?
I got a red swirl leaving the hold on one second.
Sorry, I didn't see that.
I got a red swirl leaving the UFO crash with 2 flies and a putrid moldy man. It was pretty bad.
So I have 3 teddy bears going to 3 tunnel. If I die, I'm blaming all of you.
First fight, if a dog ignores those, I'm gonna be very sad.
Yeah, I probably won't need to explain why 3 tunnel is so nasty. You could pretty much just look into these big rooms that they enter. You'll see that there are usually spawns everywhere. Ideal fight, if you had to take one, would be 2 zombies. Zombies are a lot less scary than the zombie dogs or the flies. if you see a fly in the room, you never want to take it because those things are unpredictable. They have a chance to just fly behind you and get a red swirl on you. 2 zombies is what you want to take because they're the least dangerous. The zombie dogs, they have a lot of HP. Plus, they have a chance to poison you. Poison's just really nasty, and they just do a lot of damage. But they're still manageable. You can use a freeze on them, and that does massive amounts of damage to them. And hopefully nobody gets too much trouble. Another annoying thing that has just happened on our real access screen, when you're trying to change the spawns in the room, when you go back into the hallways, there's a good chance for the enemies to just spawn right on top of you. Luckily, it's fairly easy to get green swirls on them most of the time, but that doesn't always happen. But it's still, either way, you lose time, and it can just be kind of annoying. And you just got a really, really good room. An empty room is always a great feeling whenever you see that. Because it just doesn't happen very often.
Like, this is one of the spots that we're talking about. Like, if you have a bad on net, like, this is a place that you could catch up to somebody on, because a death here is not uncommon, and you could very easily catch up to somebody when they have to go back to the prison and then go revive and go rest up and all that nonsense.
Yeah, like, even casually, people hate this cave. Like, this cave is never friendly to anybody. I don't think I've ever even heard of a casual player being like, "Oh, I love Thread Cave." No such thing as somebody that likes the Thread Cave.
Like the flies.
And as Andy gets through the mini barf, he's actually one of the I think when I played casually, I thought he was just one of the most annoying fights ever because he makes you cry right away. Cry makes it so you have a very low chance of actually hitting. A lot of casual players, they don't pick up bottle rockets. We pick up bottle rockets in Thread because between rocket, fire, and bottle rockets, you can kill the mini barf pretty easily most of the time. Worst case scenarios, your bottle rockets can miss and your rockets can miss too. I have seen 3 rockets and some rocket attacks just miss and just cause all kinds of trouble here, but overall, by getting big bottle rockets, the fight's fairly safe.
I know bottle rockets can miss. Is that affected by crying at all?
I don't believe so.
Nope.
Yeah, the bottle rockets only take into account your speed.
Yeah, if it was affected by crying, yeah, a lot more runs would die, but yeah, it's bottle rocket hit chance is based on speed entirely. Later on in the game, we'll get items that increase speed in order to increase the bottle rocket damage, but it doesn't. That's something that most people don't know, especially playing casually. Because I mean, who would associate speed with bottle rockets? I mean, I wouldn't. But yeah, speed is a very important stat for Jeff to have in order to have higher rocket damage.
Yeah. But yeah, I always appreciate too that this game has its own take on kind of traditional RPG status ailments too. Like instead of blind, you have crying. Instead of confusion, you have both brain shock and mushroom. And then like instead of petrify, you have diamond eyes.
Yeah, it's definitely takes its own way of having that. For some reason, I've never associated the status ailments with like comparing it to other games. But yeah, it's basically the same things but with different names. And the one thing it's just really subtle, but I just love the little icons that they have on like your HP meters. There's one status ailment that's really fun, like, well, entertaining, but it's annoying to actually have is the little ghost that'll just haunt you and around.
Yeah, that's because you can get that in 3K, right? Pretty much any ghost-like enemy can. Oh well, our Relix just got it, so we'll get to see the little ghost flying around you. The ghost, what it does is it kind of acts like another enemy in the game that you can't attack. They'll fly around you, and they. Oh gosh, our Relix, you have me so scared.
Oh, I'm toast.
No.
I was toast when Ness died.
Yeah, this is what we mean by 3 Cave can definitely change a run. This is exactly what you don't want to have happen, and I don't think you have a bear left anymore, do you?
This is why I made a save beforehand. I'm just gonna back out.
Yeah, I don't blame you, but so we won't be able to see what the ghosts do, but the ghosts, what they do is they have a turn of their own in each combat phase. They can either solidify one of your people or attack. the attacks don't do a lot of damage, but the solidify can definitely be really annoying because it stops you from getting attack off for one turn. Solidify is, yeah, it's essentially just a one-turn stun. You can still use some. You can use psi abilities while you're solidified, I believe, still, but you can't use items or attack for a turn. So yeah, those ghosts are really annoying when you get them, but I still love them.
Yeah, and how do you get rid of them again? Like, I remember that if you get targeted by like an AoE fire spell, it can actually kill the ghost.
Yeah, if an enemy uses like a AoE attack on you, it can actually hit the ghost and kill the ghost. Early in 3x3, there aren't any enemies that can do that. That really doesn't happen until late in the game during like fire springs. So what you end up having to do is you have to go to a hospital to actually get rid of them because your healing won't get rid of it. I don't think any of the healings get rid of the ghost, if I remember right. Even the best healing, I don't think gets rid of the ghost or the mushroom. I think you still have to go to a hospital to get rid of those, which is kind of obnoxious, but it is what it is. Luckily, those don't happen too often. And oh gosh, Temple's in a little bit of a pickle there. Yeah, Grapefruit Falls can be a pretty nasty place with spawns. Typically, what you want to do is you want to hug like the outsides of it, so if enemies do attack you, you can typically get them stuck on a cliff, but not always. What can happen, like as we saw in Peaceful Rest Valley Lies, you can get sandwiched between two enemies and be forced to take a fight. The Antoids, they can be hard to see sometimes, and they can easily sneak up behind you and get a red swirl. They're not too hard to kill, but they do a lot of damage, and you just don't want to fight them. At this point in the game, since you're pretty unleveled compared to casual, it's really hard to run away from fights because your speed's so low compared to everything else. So you kind of either have to hope that you get really lucky with the runs or try to take the fights. Neither situation is good. And oh my gosh, Temple. Oh gosh, that is good luck. Those crocodiles I just got in a fight with, they pretty much can one shot no matter what. It's horrible. I hope you saved. Oh, and Andy and Felix, they just decided to AFK for a little bit. I don't know why they would do that, but I don't know. Actually, in all seriousness though, this part is. I actually love this part of the run. A lot of people are like, ugh, cutscenes, but to me, I see it as a scheduled bathroom break.
Yep.
Yep.
Those are
Worth
their weight in gold in Super Nintendo RPGs because they don't have like FMVs or a lot of other common places where the game goes on autopilot for several minutes.
Yeah, I mean, you can't skip it, so might as well enjoy it. I mean, it's a 4.5 hour run, essentially, I'll be honest, say on average. And having bathroom breaks periodically is very nice to have, and luckily, EarthBound has them scattered throughout the run in a very convenient way for speedruns. So, I wouldn't be surprised.
I'm back in business.
If both of them got up to get a drink or use the bathroom. I would. Let's see what's going on in chat. I haven't really been looking at chat too much.
Yeah, we did have a chat question earlier about the order for sanctuaries. Do different runners have different preference for that, or is it pretty standard?
There's pretty much a standard to it. You do the category or do the sanctuaries out of order from a casual run. A lot of it, if you don't have to take the sanctuary right away, you typically save it to the end so you can kill it or beat it a lot faster. So Trailing Edge Sprout, Plague Rat, and Thunder and Storm will be skipped till the very end of the game. Where you basically
Mondo Mole too, or did you already do that?
That's right. Mondo Mole, you don't fight them after Happy Happy Village. You fight them much later on, at the very end. Because when you're at level 40 and you're fighting the second big boss of the game, it makes the fight a lot easier.
Another reason I don't have
What was that?
Since I don't have a timer up, I'm sitting here like I'm in like an Old West duel, ready to draw my fucking controller because I don't know whenever I entered the waterfall.
Yeah, the one is if you don't know the time you went in, and it feels like it's been 3 minutes, but you don't actually know, and it's like, oh my gosh, did I hit input? Because you don't want to hit any direction while you're waiting for that waterfall, otherwise you have to wait for the 3 minutes all over again. It's not fun when you're like, oh no, I don't know if it's been 3 minutes, did I hit a button? It's not fun. But on Alex's screen, you're going to see the greatest enemy in the game, the Foppy. They look like red balloons, so I have a special place in my heart for them.
They're highly lethal.
No, those are the Fobbies.
Makes me think nostalgically about the Fobby plushie that we had as a prize for EarthBound when it was in GDQ once.
I want a Fobby plushie. I would pay a high dollar for one of those. I'm just saying. I freaking love Foppies. But that's just me getting off topic.
Yeah.
I was going to say something earlier, but I completely forgot what. I don't know. I won't think about it right now. Poppies, good fights to take in Belch's base. They give a decent amount of XP, which can come in handy later on during the Mole Cave. But the nice thing about them is they're just really easy fights. They won't kill a run compared to the other enemies here. The other enemies here, the flies, which I explained earlier, are just really nasty because they can do a lot of damage or sneak in behind you. Or the slimy little piles, which are another enemy that can call for help, and things can just get out of hand really quickly. Or you also can't run away from them, so you're forced to take the fight. So when you're forced to take a fight and they can call for help, it can easily cause a run to die. The worst fight I think you can take is a 2 fly, 1 slimy little pile fight. Those are nice.
Speak of the devils.
Oh gosh.
Wait. Don't underestimate the Foppies just because they're not orange.
Hold on, I'll be right back. I gotta let the dog out.
So, did the experience you get from random fights play much of a role in the routing, or are you able to mostly ride on what you get from bosses?
Slightly. You can generally go with what you have on bosses as long as Ness is alive in every boss. The only time that it really matters in Glitchless, whenever you finish Ness's Nightmare, you want to make sure that Ness is level 53 for healing Gamma. Sometimes Ness can be a little short, which means you're going to have to do the final push to Gygus without healing Gamma and without earlier revive source, which can make life very difficult.
Yeah, I've seen some runs that have run like record or PB pace meet unfortunate ends in the Cave of the Past because of that.
There's also a decision you can make going up to Fire Springs, depending on when you do it. If you try to do it early, and Pooh didn't get enough experience, he won't have healing Gamma, so then it's really hard for, if something goes wrong in that cave, for you to revive your party.
Okay, so I just did something a little risky there, but ended up paying off. I don't know how. I was stutter stepping past a little pile, but a fly was coming, and I was hoping the pile would body block, but he didn't. But somehow it turned it into a green swirl to fight. I can't explain that green swirl. That was extremely lucky.
I saw that. That was really nice. And if anyone wants to see that ghost I was talking about, it's just flying around Temple Screen right now. I love that ghost.
So when can you get rid of it?
Speedrun, but he's just so cool.
When can you get rid of it then? Saturn Valley? Or?
Yeah, there's a doctor in Saturn Valley you can talk to and he'll get rid of it, so he won't have to deal with that for very long. So it's just something you get to look at, kind of cosmetic right now. Fun to look at. He does cause a little bit of time loss because now you have to go to the doctor or whatever where you normally wouldn't, but it's not a huge deal. The Belch fight, thing about Belch is, okay, we're not going to get too technical with this, but if you don't give him the fly honey, you can't kill him. So he won't. All the damage you do doesn't actually count. Technically, he can die by like using a flash beta or causing him to poison himself, but that's just not realistic to do. But I knew you were going to say that, Phallic, so I was just going to chime it in. But
I've got the highlight.
In a run, you have to give him the in a run or even in casual play, if you don't give him the fly honey, you can't kill him. Once you give him the fly honey, then he can actually start taking damage.
And the fly honey never actually wears off, right? He's just pretty much paralyzed forever then.
Yeah, he's paralyzed forever.
only way you could lose at that point is if someone was poisoned and they're your last person alive, or if like everyone gets confused with the prayer from Paula for some reason.
Yeah, luckily everyone still had the teddy bear so far, so I don't think anyone got poisoned. So they still have an extra refreshing herb that they needed in
No, my game has got poisoned.
Mole Cave. Oh, you got poisoned? Okay.
Oh, and
So-
RB, I'm using it right now. I want to explain lag in this game because it may look like I'm just randomly running back and forth for no reason.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. You'll see that, like, a lot of times you'll see one of the runners running back and forth. You won't see any enemies on screen, but enemies can cause lag. As soon as they're spawned, they can start lagging the game. If you notice that the game starts lagging, you can start despawning right there because you know there's going to be an enemy there. So that's one thing that Phalix did. You may be wondering why he picked up the present for our protein drink, because, I mean, typically you don't need a protein drink, but what actually that protein drink will be used for is later on in the monkey cave. You get all the items you need essentially right away to make the monkey cave really fun. In the casual play, what the monkey cave typically is you run back and forth between a bunch of random rooms trying to find the items you need, and it's just kind of an annoying maze. But if you have the items beforehand, it's very straightforward and you can get through it really quickly. The items you pick up beforehand, I didn't explain it earlier, but the skip sandwich that you pick up in Happy Village, you use that. You use the protein drink, and then you use a picnic lunch that you get later on. Jeff's ruler will also come into play, but Jeff starts out with that, so that's not a big deal. You'll notice that the runners also in the tunnel are going to be picking up the Skip Sandwich DX. The Skip Sandwich DX will be used later on in the run as well to avoid enemies that are actually pretty nasty enemies, so it'll be a very fun part of the run to watch. I'll explain more of that when we get there. Temple is at the waterfall. Waterfall, pretty fun to watch. Aurelix is at what I think considered to be the worst part about Belch's base. The last little bend has a really high spawn rate, so you can spend waste a lot of time just trying to despawn enemies. You don't want to get in a fight that has flies or two slimy little piles. He may take one that has one. One is one that you can get away with. That last one will always be there because he has a script to go with. That enemy can actually be stutter stepped around. You can just like move a couple pixels at a time in order to bypass him. But it's not required. If it's one, it's not too bad of a fight. You just freeze them and they typically die in one hit. Now, Andy and Phalix on the bus ride. Money they pulled out earlier and was used to... Basically, I pulled out enough in order to ride the bus and watch a couple shows and maybe a little bit extra, but not a whole lot. The bus ride will allow you to get through the desert pretty quickly, and then you get through the traffic jam and have to walk around. Little Mole will be there, and they'll stutter step past that, no big deal. And then the desert itself is not too bad. Enemies that do spawn, you can usually get them caught on cactuses pretty easily. There's a big bottle rocket in the desert that they'll pick up to use in the mole cave against the third strongest mole. But if you do happen to get into a fight in the desert, they're really scary fights. And all the enemies in the desert are really strong. Most of them have a chance to poison too. Poison, again, a really nasty ability, does 20 damage per turn. But if they get in a fight, most enemies are weak to freeze. I can't think of any enemy off the top of my head that's not weak to freeze. But
I just realized I'm on a Skype call and I'm whistling the desert music. My bad.
It's pretty.
I didn't even notice, so it's all right.
Is sunstroke much of a concern here, or are you not in the desert long enough?
You can't get sunstroke, but it's not a big deal because healing alpha is enough to get rid of sunstroke. Any psychic points that you're missing, you can easily gain back by getting the butterflies in the tunnel. So if you get sunstroke, you can heal it when you get to the tunnel and just get butterflies to make up for the psychic points you lost.
So, is there any RNG, or is sunstroke just based on like X number of steps in the desert?
It's RNG based. You can go through the entire desert without getting a sunstroke, or you can get sunstroke walking 2 inches in. It's completely RNG based, but luckily healing alpha doesn't cost a lot of psychic points, so I don't think I've ever seen it actually kill a run unless Ness was dead going into the desert, which if that happens, that's a problem all its own. But if for some reason Ness is dead, then sunstroke can be a problem because you don't have any real way to get rid of it unless you want to use a refreshing herb, but usually you don't want to do that.
And your chance to get sunstroke, I think, is based off your guts, but I don't know if that is the stat.
I'm not completely sure on that one.
That would make sense. Ness usually doesn't get it, and Jeff usually does.
Little thing to point out is the second Runaway 5 show, you don't even have to watch it. It's an amazing show. It makes me kind of sad that we have to skip it in a run, but yeah, you don't even have to watch it. If you watch it, it takes, I don't even know how long, 2 minutes, something like that. So you just talk to the lady, don't watch the show, and then walk back out to the desert, and they'll be able to start the mole cave.
Got a chat question about homesickness too, so you want to explain the
that's a good point. I was hoping to bring that in.
Status menu to check.
Hoping to bring it up, and one of us gets it.
Yeah, this is about the time of the run. Once you reach a certain level, I don't remember the exact level, but around this time, shortly after you beat Belch, and every time you get into a fight, when you beat that fight, you have a random chance to get homesickness. Ness is the only one that can get homesickness, and the game doesn't tell you that he's homesick until you're in a fight and it happens. What homesickness does is it causes you to have turns where you just randomly don't attack because Ness will start thinking about home. It's really annoying to get, especially since the first place it happens is at the mole cave, or it can happen. It's completely RNG based. It's not based on time or anything like that. Once you get a certain level, you can start getting it. You can't get it at the very beginning of the game. And once you can start getting it, the chances of it happening increase based on your level. Until like level 70, I don't think you can get it anymore after level 70, if I remember right. But we don't get that high in a speedrun, so it doesn't really matter. But speedrun, or homesickness, is definitely a very nasty status effect. And the only ways to get rid of it is to talk to your mom, either personally or you can call her on the phone. If you call her on the phone, the first time you do it, you actually have to call her twice because the first time it won't count. She'll just give the phone to Tracy and you'll get Tracy's number and it won't cure your homesickness, so you'll have to call her a second time, which is annoying because it just takes a lot of time. That's obnoxious, to say the least. Hopefully no one will get homesickness in the mole cave. The mole cave's a very scary part of the run. A lot of runners, especially newer runners, have a lot of trouble with the mole cave. Even veteran runners hate the mole cave because things can easily go wrong. There's a lot of places where spawns have a high chance of being, so you can waste a lot of time despawning enemies, or one of the biggest things that makes mole cave a lot easier for veteran players compared to normal ones, though, is stutter stepping. The ants and the snakes both move whenever Ness does, so by moving a couple frames at a time, I'm going to explain it again because here is really important. By moving a couple of frames at a time, you can avoid the snakes and the gigantic ants. Both of them are scary fights, and those enemies can actually poison you, and that's why we have the refreshing herbs. But stutter stepping, despawning using stutter stepping is massively important here. Because if you just let them chase you, you can get them stuck on cliffs, but the longer they chase you, the farther away you have to walk in order to despawn them. And the farther away you walk, the more chances of spawns appearing are. There's a couple places in the mole cave that can be nasty because enemies can put you in a pickle again and spawn on both sides of you and become really hard to make you force a fight. If we're lucky, that won't happen to anybody, but the hard part about the mole cave is definitely the enemies. The moles themselves aren't too bad, because with the moles, what you do is if Jeff has a big battle rocket, he'll use that, and Paula will use a freeze beta. Ness will just heal Paula, even if she doesn't have any damage, every turn in case she gets hit to keep her from dying. Paula's definitely the most important person to keep alive in these fights, without a doubt. If Ness gets hit, it's not that huge of a deal because his life is so big. or so large that usually you can finish the fight before he dies. Paula's definitely got to keep her alive. 2 freeze betas are typically enough to kill, or a freeze beta and a big bottle rocket. Only 2 of the fights will have big bottle rockets because you pick one up in the desert and then there's one in the mole cave itself. Those will usually be used on the first and second moles. But yeah, the mole fights themselves aren't too bad. You just have to watch out for the spawns. There's no good enemy in the mole cave. The noosemen are bad too. They do a lot of damage. And even the ducks don't do a lot of damage and they're easy to kill. But the thing that makes them scary is they have the ability to drain psychic points. In the mole cave, you need all the psychic points you can get to both heal Paula and make sure that she has enough to use freeze on all the moles. If her psychic points get too low, then the mole cave can become a massive headache because you won't be able to use freeze. So you want to avoid ducks, you want to avoid everything. Every fight you get in will cause freeze.
The last time I played this casually, I remember this was the only dungeon in the whole game that I had to leave before finishing, just because the ducks drained all of my psychic points, and then I didn't want to get wrecked by the other enemies.
Yeah, the other thing to point out is if Paula does die, there is one secret herb that's in the cave. It's not safe at all. If you try to go for it, there's a high chance of enemies spawning behind you. And the secret herbs only have a 75% chance of reviving. So if that doesn't work, like, it's highly risky to get, and there's a chance of it not to work. The alternative, Paula dies, is the nearest place you can actually revive her is all the way in Foreside. So if you have to go out to revive, you're losing a lot of time just walking, because now it's on the far side of Foreside. So you have to walk through the desert, walk through the tunnels, and walk to the far side of Foreside. It's a nightmare.
I was going to notice before the 4th and 5th mole, I'm going to open my status screen and check and see if I have homesickness, because this is a race and it changes my my strategy up in these fights.
I almost wiped to that second mole. I ended the fight with both Ness and Jeff at 1 HP.
I hope people were watching Falix's stream there, because that was a beautiful example of stutter stepping. That gigantic ant, they move very fastly. So by moving a couple frames at a time, he was able to completely walk around it, which not very many people can do effectively. It was amazing to watch. I hope people saw that. It was wonderful.
I'm gonna go on record.
Teddy bear.
Damn. Can't stand grapefruit balls. It's terrible.
Yeah,
Seems like
I'm getting wrecked in this mole cave.
That's like going to Tucson and back with the eraser. It's just, you can lose a lot of time in Grapefruit Falls just to despawns, and the fights are terrible.
Yeah, it's Andy's getting a pretty bad mole cave, definitely. Poison, luckily he just used a second refreshing herb. He doesn't have any more refreshing herbs, so if he gets in any more fights and gets poisoned, he's in a really bad spot. You do get healing beta in the mole cave, typically after the 4th, 3rd strongest mole. Just so everyone knows, each mole is the 3rd strongest. So a lot of jokes are based around, okay, when are you going to fight the 3rd strongest? Well, they're all the 3rd strongest, so little entertaining thing that I love about this game. Bring RBM to couch for Andy. I would love to do that. Let me read chat, see if there's any questions I missed. Who's ahead right now? Falix definitely seems to be ahead. He's about to fight the last mole in the mole cave. But he's in an area right now that's a little bit scary because enemies have a high chance of spawning. They're usually fairly easy to despawn. You don't have to worry about fights too much, but you can lose a lot of time despawning. You don't want to take the fights because they're just pretty scary fights. He's going to be kind of risky here and try to stutter step past the snake, and if he pulls it off, I'm going to be the happiest person in the world. If he doesn't, I'm going to cry a little bit. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. He's actually taking a little bit of a risk there, but luckily there weren't any enemies in that final area. Otherwise, you might have gotten sandwiched between that snake and a couple enemies. But yeah, that's stutter stepping in a nutshell, and what makes this game so much fun to run. That was amazing, Falix. I'm gonna do a clap in chat just for that. Yeah. Yeah, right now, Falx definitely took a pretty big lead in that mole cave.
Yeah, actually, that was good.
Okay, yeah. Andy's on the 4th mole. Aurelix it just started, and Temple had a really bad Grapefruit Falls. Grapefruit Falls, the area right before Belch's base. Walking back, I didn't explain this earlier, is a lot harder than walking to Belch's base because there's a lot less stuff to get enemies stuck on. But I can't confirm this, but it also seems like there's more enemies that spawn on the way back too. But maybe that's just me getting bad RNG every time I run. But yeah, Grapefruit Falls, definitely a very nasty place. Still considering, this race is pretty close. Aurelix is a little bit behind because he got that death in 3, and Temple had a bad Grapefruit Falls, but there's still plenty of time for them to catch up. A lot of places where the run can die. We're actually approaching one of those places right now. The department store is another one of those places where you can die and there's nothing you can do about it. It's kind of like the protoplasm fight earlier. The first 3 floors aren't too bad. The top floor, however, more times than not, you're guaranteed to get into a fight because enemies will just swarm you. And you'll see more of that when you get there, but depending on what those enemies are, you can die and you can't do anything about it. It's all up to RNG, essentially. So you'll definitely see the runner safety saving there unless they're absolutely crazy.
I don't remember if I talked to the miner or not. I'm about to find out. Okay.
Yeah, when you beat the mole, you have to talk to the miner again. It'll cause this guy to come and give you the diamond. I've forgotten that a few times. It's not fun. The spawn where Aurelix is at right now has one of the highest spawn rates in the entire cave. So if you try to despawn it to where there's nothing, it can take a while. Sometimes if there's one gigantic ant, you can take the fight if you still have a refreshing herb. It's not too dangerous if you do that. You just have to make sure you have enough psychic points to finish it.
Yeah, I spent about 2 minutes at that one spawn point trying to pass it from left to right. I had to grab the caramel.
Another interesting mechanic with the ducks, since they're pretty low-level enemies, there's about a 75% chance that if they see you, they'll just run away from you. But there's still a 25% chance that they'll attack you. If one of them attacks you and they get in a fight, they'll all just swarm you. So you can use the running away to your advantage, but every once in a while, they'll trick you into thinking they're running away because they'll just naturally walk away from RNG movement, and they'll just swarm you. It's kind of annoying. It hasn't happened yet, but thing to point out where Aurelix is at, the 2 presents there. One of them is a picnic lunch. You use that for the monkey cave later, and the exit mouse he's picking up is just to get out of that wool cave faster. Falx is about to watch another cutscene where with the Runaway 5 show. Another again, Runaway 5 using Temple about to start the mole cave. Mole cave is so far it's not going horribly for anybody. It hasn't really killed anybody off. Andy lost some time there, and I mean, the big thing is no one's dying. As long as you don't die, you can still catch up. But if you die at the mole cave, it is a massive time loss.
Something I've noticed with new runners is generally, these cutscenes are a good time to get bathroom break or grab a drink. If you come to the second Runaway 5 show, there is dialogue on screen after the screen starts scrolling, and I've seen a lot of people, myself included, they'll go through the first dialogue and then get up to go get a drink or something and come back and still have to sit there and watch the show. That's something you be careful with.
Yeah, I've done that. I think everyone's done that at least once where they forgot about some dialogue and just walked away, come back, and it's just staring you right in the face, taunting you.
I think everybody that speedran an RPG, period, has done that at least once or twice.
Yeah.
I certainly have.
I'm getting a lot of people cutting out in the call. Am I cutting out for anybody? But
yeah,
I don't know.
Sound good to me.
All right,
I mean, even though there was some bad luck there at Grapefruit Falls and Threed. The fact that we're all still in like the 4-side section, all kind of starting it together, we're still close. I cannot stress enough that even if someone could be like 10 minutes behind, that's one bad horseshoe in Lumine Hall or one bad Ness's Nightmare away from picking the lead up. Because I beat STFG with that in a race before. He was 15 minutes ahead of me, and I think he had to time out Ness's Nightmare, and I caught up to him, and I barely beat him.
Yeah, I remember that might have been Popham. I remember that happened in a race with Popham. Might have happened with SCFG too, but I know what you're talking about. But again, we're getting to one part of the game right now where things can change really easily. The department store, everyone's going to be safety saving there, but again, it's very easy for a runner to die and there's nothing they can do about it. So while Falix is ahead right now, he could easily be behind in a little bit if he gets a bad department store, because this part, like I said, is just really scary. The guitars that can spawn can put you to sleep, and the guitars are the scariest enemy, but if you get in a fight with 3 enemies, that's really scary. And I've only seen it happen once, but there is a chance of getting in a fight with 4 enemies, and of course it's happened to me. It can be really nasty. This spawn is definitely one of the places that if a runner's on PB pace, they just sweat right before the department store because they can know it just goes all the way right there. But this is a big menuing section of the game. You'll be seeing that Falix right now and all the other runners will be soon. They buy a bunch of super bombs and a lot of big bottle rockets. The super bombs do a lot of damage and have AoE effects, and are used quite a bit. They're just really strong, and the big bottle rockets, they do a really high single target damage. So those typically get used on bosses. Some super bombs will be used periodically, strategically throughout the run. But yeah, this section takes a little while, but those big bottle rockets and super bombs are completely invaluable. And he's starting the department store cutscene right now, so we get to watch it again. The best part about watching this race, you'll be able to see the Runaway 5 show 4 times. And if you're not here for the Runaway 5 shows, you're here for all the wrong reasons, I'm just saying. Well, I guess the race is important too, but I mean, come on. The Runaway 5 show is just too good.
I think you can miss the Runaway 5 as long as you're here for Venus. That's all I really care about.
Mm-hmm. Venus, yeah.
But this shopping section is one of the biggest spots that you can see a difference in Mother 2 and EarthBound. I seriously think it was like a minute 45 seconds, a minute 50 seconds faster on Mother 2 for me to do this section. Because, I mean, you hit the button, it opens the menu, and you just quickly go left. In this, you have to hit the button, it delays opening the menu, delays when you scroll. In Mother 2, it's just instantly, every time you hit a button, the input is ready to go.
Yeah, I mean, because with EarthBound, the more items in your inventory, the longer your inventory screen takes to load. Yeah, whereas in Mother 2, regardless of how many items in there, it loads instantaneously. It's even faster than... Mother 2 is even faster if you have a full inventory than EarthBound with an empty inventory.
Yeah, someone in chat earlier that sounded like they knew what they were talking about was saying that it's because the just because there's more letters in the item names in English compared to Japanese, so the fact that there's more they have to use like higher memory values or something to store them causes lag.
That makes sense. You'll notice a subtle thing with the menuing. You'll notice that the runners will typically do Ness's inventory last by having. Since Ness's inventory will always be the first to load when you're buying items, the less items you have in that inventory, the faster it will load. So by doing Ness's inventory last, you can save a couple frames there, just by having a little bit less load time. It's a subtle thing that you'll notice between more experienced runners compared to new runners. That's actually something I didn't know until recently because I never really paid attention to it. But I would always do Ness's and then Paula's and then Jeff's because, I mean, naturally that seems like a very natural thing to do. Do first person's inventory first. But no, it's actually fastest to do Ness's last. Falix, this last floor, is the scary floor that can be the determiner of runs. As soon as you get off that escalator, you're pretty much stuck in a fight.
That save.
That second floor, that is the second time I've ever seen a present stuck on the escalator.
Yeah, that second
and
floor
all
does not
I've
happen often.
However, third floor was kind of good, and I didn't have to waste any bombs. Wow, that went really well.
Yeah, that fight that he got in, those guitars, that single fight, even though it's one enemy, can actually kill runs pretty easily because they have a chance to put you to sleep. If they put you to sleep, they can just keep hitting you, and if you try to wake up, they can put you to sleep again. So I've seen a decent number of runs die to a single guitar. It's not fun. Mook's actually a pretty easy fight. You just start a super bomb and shoot a big bottle rocket at him.
So running away from these doesn't work, or are they blocking your path even if you do run away or something?
If you try to run away, the problem is running away is based on speed. The enemies in the guitar and department store have a very high speed, so it's not really plausible away.
These
I
enemies
think on
are
round
actually
1 you literally have a 0% chance to run.
yeah, because these enemies are actually on par with your strength almost. Whenever you get to Dungeon Man, like way later in the game, these enemies are absurdly strong for this part of the game, even in a casual run.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons we buy super bombs. Is if we get in a fight here, we just unload super bombs on the enemies because there's no more effective way to fight them. Luckily, Phalix got a pretty good one. Now we get a sweat for Andy because he's about to go through the same thing, and Aurelix is about to do the menuing, and Temple is about to reach the final mole. So, again, there's still plenty of places where this run can change. For Phalix, the next really big decider for the run is going to be Kraken. He's pretty safe for a while. There are some things that can kill him here and there, but they're really low risk. Kraken's probably the next big one. But the department store.
Good luck with all your dad phone calls. I just got mine.
Oh yeah, I should be getting it here soon.
Yeah,
actually, can it come in Moonside?
What was that?
Can it come in Moonside?
I believe so.
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, I can come in Moonside, I believe. But yeah, dad phone calls come every 2 hours, so you can kind of use that to judge your pace. The later you get that, or the farther in the run you get that call, the better pace you're on. So definitely, Phalix is making a pretty good pace, I'd say. Yeah, that's actually about where my PB would be right now. Where I'm getting the phone call. And he got in a moderately scary fight, but I think he'll be fine as long as the guitar doesn't. Oh, never mind. This is what we mean. That guitar can put you to sleep and can easily cause problems. He may die here. Ness being dead is a pretty big deal. If Jeff survives, he might be able to... Nah, it's not looking like that's going to be the case. But if Jeff survives, there is a chance for him to beat the Mook on his own. If he has enough HP, he can shoot 2 rockets and get the kill. But no, this is what we mean by it's easy to die in the department store. It's dreadful. It's a runner's worst nightmare. A place where you can die and there's nothing you can do about it. Moonside, fun part of the run. Casually, it can be really confusing because you don't know which person will teleport you where. But in a speed run, it's actually pretty straightforward. It doesn't take too long, and not a whole lot of stuff is scary. The enemies, if you do get in a fight with them, can cause problems, but most of the fights are pretty easy to avoid by either getting enemies stuck or Alex actually got a little bit close there, but overall it's not too bad. The night pendant he picked up, that'll be used throughout the run. Night pendant protects you from flash. What makes flash such a scary spell is it has a chance to just insta kill your people and it hits the entire party. So night pendant, good item. And he got a much better fight this time in the department store.
Yeah, slightly.
Yeah, the guitars are just absolutely scary. The worst fights you can get are anything with a guitar, or if you get in a fight with 3 records, that can be bad. But if you get in a fight with like one record or 2 records, that's great. if you get lucky with a guitar and just one-shot it, that's good as well, but guitars are definitely a scary enemy for sure. Aurelix is just behind Andy. They're both just about to fight the Mook. And Temple is about to watch a Runaway 5 show, so get hyped for that, Runaway 5 show. I'm gonna say it again. Amazing part of the run.
Because it's a breakpoint, or
Oh, because it's just so good. That choreography, that music, such wow.
Great bottle rocket. 717.
Oh wow, that is one of the higher bottle rockets I've seen. Big bottle rockets have a they have a really weird algorithm for how they work. Does anybody know it off the top of their head? Because I can only give like a brief explanation of how I understand it.
It's
I
I think it's 5 times 100, and then plus or minus 25% for each one. So and max is 750, and lowest is
0.
Oh yeah, 0 if you miss all of them.
Yeah, it's kind of like having a bunch of regular bottle rockets math at the same time. With
350, I think, is the lowest if all of them hit.
Yeah. It calculates a bunch of regular bottle rockets. The higher your speed is, the better chance of each rocket hitting. So you want to have a high speed to get more rockets. And it's kind of an odd way. Like I said, the stats in this game have multiple purposes. Speed is important for a lot of reasons. Going first in combat, important. Runaway chance is based on speed, and bottle rocket is based on speed. So a couple of the best items in this game that we get on the speed run are because they help your speed stat. Like, speed is definitely invaluable. At this point in the run, since you don't have any speed items, it's extremely difficult to run away from the enemies because you're so under-leveled compared to what you would normally be.
It's a good thing I've pushed to talk on because I've been cursing this game up and down.
I can believe it. Your run, at least you haven't died. That's all I can say.
Oh, I died.
Where did you die at?
I died in Grapefruit Falls at that bad spawn point.
Yeah, Grapefruit Falls is a horrible place to die.
Yeah, Zero Town's correct. It's 5 times 120, so it's, I think 450 to 750 is the max range if all 5 bottle rockets hit. And I think last week I hit a 748 on the department store Mook, and that was pretty incredible.
Yeah, the department store Mook. He's not too much trouble usually because of big bottle rockets are really broken. Not as broken as the multi-bottle rocket, but yeah, bottle rockets are definitely broken. So that's why we take advantage of them naturally. Little thing to know is, I guess technically it can be seen as a glitch, but it can be done in a normal run. In Moonside, by walking to the bottom of the hotel room, you can avoid some dialogue with this weird NPC. It's like an invisible NPC that follows you around and talks to you randomly. It's a pretty annoying guy, so we just skip him. But what happens is, by not talking to that guy, you're in this. The game enters this weird state that typically only happens in the end of the game, where enemies don't spawn, and if you die, the game doesn't know what to do because you're not supposed to die. The reason that enters that state, from my understanding, and this is more of a theory than anything, is because that hotel room, typically when you enter it, it has a chance for enemies to spawn if you enter it normally. So when it teleports you to that room, it enters that end of game state in order to avoid enemies from spawning. So what happens is it actually puts a slight risk in the game, because if you die in that end of game state, Andy's just going to take the dialogue because he doesn't want to have what I'm about to explain happen. If you die during during the Manny fight, the screen will go to a black screen, and you won't be able to restart. It just can cause all kinds of problems because what will happen is, unless you can somehow navigate in pitch black through the map, like it'll say you're still on the map and take you back to the screen, overworld screen, I guess. If you can get back into another room, you can I guess, get rid of the black screen and somehow recover by going to a hospital.
Has anyone ever actually done that? Salvaged a run
Yep.
at that?
I don't know if anyone's actually salvaged it. I think Andy, you've gotten close, haven't you? Or you might have done it.
Well, I practiced it so I could basically count my time, because all you have to do is walk up. It's maybe like an 8 or 9 second walk up to the museums. As soon as you load another area, the game will load again. All your characters are ghosts, and all your characters are dead. And so as soon as you get back into a fight, you immediately lose again, and it would put you back at the same state. But yeah, if you navigate and can load another area, you can continue the run. Go to the hospital, revive all your characters, and continue.
Yeah, it's possible, but far from simple. If you mess up a little bit, then you just get lost wandering in the middle of town with a pitch black screen.
How much time does that extra text cost if you just take it for safety?
Yeah, maybe 10, 15 seconds at most.
Yeah, and I took it during the race, just meaning that it's pretty catastrophic if I was to have been paralyzed first turn and do low damage with Ness.
Yeah, it's pretty, especially if you've never practiced it, it's pretty much a run ender if that happens. You don't want to get stuck in that situation. Looks like our Relix has had a very good mini. Wow, this is actually really close. Temple, we're gonna see how his department store goes. Hopefully he doesn't get a bad one. Again, the first couple floors, pretty simple. You can just run away from the enemies. It all comes through that top floor. I'm sweating for you, Temple, I'm just saying. I didn't really explain the monkey cave too much with Phalix, but the items we picked up earlier allow us to go through the monkey cave really quickly. We have all the items we need. We take a little bit. We don't just go straight to the teleport. We also pick up a bag of Dragonite. Later on, the Dragonite will be invaluable. It's an extremely useful item. What it does is basically for one turn, it turns you into a dragon and does about 500 to 600 damage or something like that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure at that point in the game, it's a single highest turn Ness can do at any given time. So what's the fastest way to kill Ness's Nightmare?
Yeah, it's essentially like a big bottle rocket for Ness.
I think the damage. I think it's like 5. I think maybe it's like 550 plus or minus 25%.
Something like that.
Plus it says yoiks too, which is about as nice as you get.
Yeah, it's there'll be a couple places you'll have 3 of them by the end. That's the first of the 3, and if for some reason you forget to pick one up, it's horrible because it just makes the Ness's Nightmare fight at the end of the game extremely terrifying.
You can also use it on the upcoming Clumsy Robot fight, and then find out it deals less damage than Dragonite because of fire resistance, and then you die.
And just say Temple's having a really difficult Mook fight department store spook, because since Jeff's dead, he basically has to fight him the short way. Not having a bit of boggle rocket's a pretty big deal, so he's having to take advantage of the rolling HP meter to keep himself alive. Because if the Mook uses freeze, it's pretty much a one-shot kill. So, oh gosh, since he's out of psychic points, he can't heal now, and he's out of super bomb, so he kind of has to bash. So it's not good, to say the least. Yeah,
do you keep the bat or drop it? Can you bash?
I saw the 1 damage, so
Yeah,
not good. But again, just comes to show just how scary that department store can be. There's no runner that doesn't fear the department store.
It didn't help that I didn't life up Jeff.
Yeah, I thought he died before the fight, but
Ooh. Oh, I just saw the reset.
So now that we're getting to the Montoli building on Phalix's screen, you'll see that he used the the Skip Sandwich DX. What that used for is to run past these sentry robots, which he failed miserably. These robots can be pretty nasty. They take a lot of hits to kill. Sometimes you have to use a big bottle rocket that you don't want to avoid them calling for help. They call for help, it's just not good. I think you can run away from them after so many turns. Mechanic with run away is, I think every turn your chance to run increases by 10% or something like that. If I remember right, I think you technically can run away from them. It just takes a lot of turns. I don't think it counts as one of the enemies that are unavoidable, but someone can correct me on that if not. I don't think anybody's sure.
Well, on the math, it's based on your highest character speed in your party, and they subtract the highest enemy speed, and that's your initial percentage to run, and then it increases by 10% every single round.
Yeah. Are you able to run away from the sentry robots? I think you can after so many turns.
I'm not sure.
I think
they have
so.
insanely high speed. Like even if you use a multi-bottle rocket on, the odds are your multi-bottle rocket's gonna miss.
Yeah. I mean, technically you could use super bombs too, but the super bombs you have, you want to use on clumsy robot. Clumsy robot speed is so high that big bottle rockets are pretty much ineffective against them. So typically you'll have 4, maybe 5 if you're lucky super bombs for clumsy robot. Usually 4 will be enough to kill it, but not always. If it doesn't kill them, what you can do is you can paralyze it and just bash them. But more times than not, you'll use 4 super bombs on the robot and they'll be good. It's not too hard of a fight. Fun thing to note that I see a lot of casual players get frustrated with this clumsy robot. Clumsy robot has this attack called eating a bologna sandwich that'll say he maxes out his HP. That's a big fat lie. Whenever he uses that ability, it's just a wasted turn. It doesn't actually heal him. It's just there to kind of make the fight more dramatic and give you a sense of the fight being terrifying and that there's nothing you can do. And have the runaway 5 come in and save you. But yeah, it's the maxing out your HP is completely false. But it's still fun that they eat a bologna sandwich. I love that. Andy just got in a little silly fight. The enemies in the monkey cave will all run away from you. So you typically don't have to worry about them. If you do get in a fight, you can get a green swirl, but he touched the mushroom wrong, to where it basically touched back to back, which canceled out as a gray swirl. So he had to take the fight. Unfortunately, he has a mushroom again. I think that's the second one this run. So his movement will just randomly move around in the monkey cave, which can be really frustrating, especially if it makes you go back through a door you've just gone through. I think Aurelix and Andy are both on their way out of the monkey cave, so those two are really close. Temple still, like I said, Temple still has plenty of time. You can catch up later in the run. This run has a lot of places that can go either really well or really bad.
Oh yeah.
I think I heard the Kraken is the next really big point.
Yeah, Shroom can be, but usually it's not. I think everybody went. I think everybody got the extra bear in Threed. But one strat you can do is you can pick up that bear before you fight Shroom, because the first thing that Shroom does is he mushroomises one of the people on your party. If you have a bear, there's a high chance that it'll just try to use it on the bear and you don't have to worry about it. Worst case scenario is he uses it on Jeff, because then Jeff's big bottle rockets that you use will have a chance to hit your party instead. It's not fun when that happens. And he's going to end up losing a little bit of time here, so our relics will probably pass him a little bit because he's going to have to go to the hospital to get rid of that mushroom. A little bit of a detour, but it's not too bad. It's trying to go use a skip sandwich DX with a mushroom on your head. It's just a horrible idea. I would love to watch it though. Andy, you should go for it. No.
Go for what now?
Oh, you should have gone through the Montoli building with the mushroom on your head.
Yeah. I would end up fighting every single sentry robot.
It would have been amazing. Oh, little thing on Temple screen, you see that he picked up that secret herb in that chest. That's just a little bit of a safety. The Manny statue has a chance to use a paralysis attack. If he uses paralysis on Jeff, you can use that secret herb to get rid of it. The paralysis, so you can continue using big bottle rockets. The worst thing that the Manny statue can do is you'll paralyze both of your party members. If that happens, you're stuck having to use Rock and Beta and hope he dies. if he doesn't die, then you have to reset. It's just, or wait for him to die and then reload the save. It's.
All right, I'm gonna go for the super bomb strat on Clumsy Robot. See if I can pull it off.
Super bomb strat, Clumsy Robot.
I have 5, so I should be safe.
Should be safe. I don't think I've ever seen 5 super bombs fail, so should be good. Hopefully we can see a little bit of better jukes on the Sentry Robots than we did on Felix, because this part's actually really fun to do as a runner. I enjoy this part. Avoiding the Sentry Robots is a lot of fun. In a casual play, you'll pretty much never see that because people don't realize that you can skip those with a skip sandwich. I mean, not something you normally think about. You can't just walk faster than them. There's one you can avoid by, or 2 of them you can avoid by walking, but it's pretty difficult. On Andy's screen, you'll see that he's trying to squeeze through that little desk. You can only do that on the left side. On the right side, you just can't do it for some reason. I don't think the game even intends for you to do it on the left side, but it works. So that robot there is really easy to avoid.
Yeah, and the thing with the skips in the Montoli building, like, that's really the Montoli building is about the halfway mark, and that's one of the few parts in this first half that's real input intensive, and just your ability to just in practice with those inputs can really help you. And like what I screwed up on was whenever I went up towards the door, I went up a little early and kind of bopped the wall just too soon, and that gave the robot enough time to catch me as I was running to the door.
Yeah, one interesting thing about EarthBound is there is quite a bit of execution with this between the stutter stepping, but like early on in the game, the most execution you see is stutter stepping and despawning for the most part. The later parts in the game, it adds in more mechanics for more execution, namely the teleport and skip sandwiches. Those are the 2 big ones. Skip sandwiches, biggest uses to avoid enemies or potentially manipulate enemies to get green swirls. And by what I mean by manipulate is sometimes when you get out of a fight, you have a couple invincibility frames. If you can run up to an enemy correctly with your invincibility frames, you can get green swirls pretty easily by getting them behind. So you'll see that a lot more with the skip sandwiches. And teleport, it's really useful. It lets you move really quickly, and while you're teleporting, enemies don't move. So you can bypass enemies with teleports in order to avoid fights completely. And in some areas, teleporting will actually be faster than walking because you'll have slowed movement. Interesting thing though is using teleport to go around town normally is actually slower than walking, mostly because it takes a little bit of time to menu to teleport in order to use teleport, plus the crash animation for teleport takes like 5 seconds, so you won't be using teleport to walk around normally for those reasons. It's just faster to walk. Alex, another really long cutscene. Actually, right now, this little section of the game, there's a lot of like short cutscenes that go on between the bus ride to the Monkey Cave that Temple's on. Andy's about to get on the bus ride on the the Runaway 5 bus. So there's a Runaway 5 cutscene, and then there's a Skyrunner cutscene, then you fight a boss, and then there's another cutscene, and then you do a little bit more, then there's another cutscene. There's a lot of cutscenes coming up.
Yeah,
so,
it's a little bit, it's like a 20-minute kind of slow period in the run.
Yeah, there's a little skip that can be done at after the clumsy robot that I didn't mention earlier. What you can do is when you walk to that door, if you're fast enough, you can talk to Mr. Montoli, and it'll allow you to skip an entire section of dialogue. Otherwise, normally you have to talk to him twice. If you talk to him on your own before he runs away, you can skip the first one, and it'll just go straight to the second. The downside of doing that, however, is the first time you talk to him, he'll give you a full heal. He'll completely recover all your HP and psychic points the first time you talk to him. If you take the skip, you don't get that heal. So if you take a lot of damage from the clumsy robot or the sentry robots, then you want to take the heal because you want to have as much health as you can going into the shroom fight.
There is kind of another relatively unknown side effect of trying to talk to Monotoli quickly. If you're not far enough to the left, the door won't be loaded, and you actually soft lock the game because the door doesn't open because it's not in memory.
Yeah, before There's been quite a few runs that died to that because no one knew why it would softlock. It just seemed random. Luckily, Phalix is the one that found out exactly why that was happening. So now we don't have to worry about that softlock so much anymore. But before, for me, it was kind of scary because I've had a few runs die because of that softlock.
Is that like pixel perfect or something? Because that sounds like something that should have been like caught in QA or something. If it's that easy to softlock,
no, it's
talk to him from.
Well, I don't think they
actually very large.
Down and talk to Monotoli before he initiated the conversation.
Yeah, typically in a regular casual play, you just walk down and he'll start a conversation on his own. The game doesn't intend for you to talk to him before that point.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, that's the biggest reason.
Caleb Hart was getting it a couple of times, so I looked into it. But the main thing is, as long as that pillar in the top left of the room is loaded in your screen, you're far enough left. But if it's not, like if you go straight down and talk to him on his right side, you won't be far enough left. And when he pushes the bear, you'll just constantly get the noise because you've never loaded the trigger to move the door.
Yeah, the very first time I actually ran this game, that happened. So I was always afraid to do that skip for a long time because I didn't want that to happen. A lot of runners saw it and didn't know why it was happening because some runners just never get it because they just naturally walk down and left or to the left a little bit. So I think, Phalix, I don't think that's ever happened to you in a run, has it?
No, it never happened to me. So I was curious when it happened to Caleb like twice, I think in a week. And I'm like, okay, let's find out what's going on here.
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty slow section of the game. Everybody's at a pretty slow part.
Yeah.
Temple's learning
Seems
teleport.
like it's kind of traditionally between like the half and 2/3 point of the run that there's like a plot dump part of the story, and there was not a whole lot going on in the speed run.
Yeah.
Yep. Summers is my second longest split, and it is the most boring because it's just walking around with a possible run-ending fight at the very end. And that's it.
Yeah, it starts picking back up. So as soon as you fight the Kraken, it picks back up for the rest of the game.
Yeah, after Kraken, you'll see a lot of execution-heavy stuff. It's very entertaining. The second half of the game is a lot of fun, but this part, pretty slow. It's cutscene, more cutscenes, and walking around Summers for a little bit, and then another cutscene. Get poo for a little bit, do some more cutscenes. Get in a fight with a mummy.
A pretty darn creepy cutscene, too, with the master or whatever it is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the good thing about it is there's a lot of room for chat to make jokes and stuff of the magic cake and the ghostly figure dismembering poo from his mind. So it's entertaining, but very boring to run.
The downside of all these cutscenes, though, is most of these cutscenes are, while there's a lot of them, they're pretty short, so you can't quite go to the bathroom. Unfortunately. There's been a couple times where I was racing, and it's just like, oh shoot, I need a good cutscene, and yeah, they're pretty short, but not a whole lot happens. The only thing to really watch out for in Summers is there's a couple taxis and stuff that can be kind of annoying. But the enemies that you do see, you can just teleport past them and avoid the fight completely. Yeah, there's really not a whole lot to really explain going on right now. Alex is just gonna walk to the right. There are a lot of photos in Summers to avoid. There's one on the beach. There's one by the boat. There's a couple by some of the stores. Overall, there's a pretty straightforward path to skip all those photos. Again, each photo is about a 16-second loss, so you don't want to get any of them.
And is it 4 photos that are completely unavoidable?
There's actually only 2 that are completely unavoidable. The one by Belch and the one by... Well, unless... Actually, I guess 3, technically. The one by Belch and the one by Tenda Village, when you talk to the people, are required in the run. There's one that happens at the end of the game during the credits, but I'm not really counting that. That one happens... It's not a photo trigger or anything. There's one at the... Mole Cave, right as you leave. That happens at... It seems like you can't avoid it, but technically you can. We get the photo because it's just a lot easier than the alternative. The alternative is to just get poisoned after you kill the last mole in Death Warp to avoid the photo, but there's no reason to do that. It takes a lot of setup and just takes way too long. But yeah,
Death Warp wouldn't even be that hard because you'd have to Death Warp to the shack because you still have to talk to Geraldo.
Yep, and then you'd have to go and revive all the kids. And
because if you don't talk to the guy, then he won't give you the diamond that you need. I'm watching. Temple's just doing a little bit of inventory management. I wasn't watching. I think he did pretty well with the. I don't think he got in any fights. Did you?
I got bad RNG on the 2nd century robot.
The 2nd century robot. There's a couple places where he can spawn outside the door. If one place that he spawns, there's no way to really run around him. But depending on where he spawns, you can either walk into the first door, or walk around him and get into the second door real quick. Ideally, he'll spawn really low on the floor, and you can just run into the first door right away. If he spawns really up high, you can run down and around him and go to the second door. But if he spawns somewhere in the middle, then he's going to get you. Kind of obnoxious. Shroom fight for Andy. Again, it's not too bad of a fight. You just kind of have to hope that he doesn't put a mushroom on Jeff's head so that he doesn't shoot the party, because that's just not fun.
Entering the ice cream palace.
The ice cream palace. Actually, Dilamit is actually one of my favorite parts in the game, just from a theme point. The gameplay is not too exciting or anything, but I just love the way the area looks. Just a really cool area in the game. I actually wish it was more part of the game, just because I enjoy the area so much. It's really cool. We will see a little bit more of it later in the run, but we won't see it for very long. It's just a pretty cool area.
I'm a fan of the phones and.
Yeah, the people that are phones. It's like they got phones on their head. I love that.
I just learned something new about mushrooms.
What?
Apparently your mushroom, when it messes up the controls, it carries over from the previous mushroom.
Oh.
Really? Huh.
Yeah, because usually when you get mushroomized after the shroom fight, you can just hold right and walk in, but I held right and it was already screwed up.
So it was like the same as the last time?
I've had that happen before, that just instantly after the fight, it moved me down, but I mean, like once or twice.
But had you already been mushroomized before in the run?
Might have been. Not sure.
So I'm just curious, has anybody other than Andy been mushroomized other than like during the shroom fight? Because this is Andy's third mushroom. I think there's only one more place where you can get mushroom in this run, and that's by Trillion Sprout. And if you get mushroom there, then I'm just gonna laugh. I'm just saying.
I'm just going for swag strats anyway.
Oh, I've always taken the exclamation points in Shroom's name as license to call him Shroom.
Shroom. Which reminds me of another thing I like about Dalam. The presents there, they're like the really fancy box, and they always say "Whoa."
Yeah. Which one is it that says? Which one is it that says "Ta-da" again? Is that like the caskets and the pyramid, or?
No. So a little fun fact about being mushroomized is, I don't know if it was intentional or a misspelling, but it's in the game when the status effect is actually called mushroomized. It's an A instead of a U. I think that's a misspelling.
I would guess.
Notice that. I've never paid attention to that. Huh? I did not know that.
Again, and that's pretty rare for this game. Like they did a really good job on the translation, so that's a little thing like that's pretty rare.
We'll just say it's intentional.
I've always been kind of curious if Mother 2 has the same really kind of not taking itself seriously in the dialogue and that sort of thing. Or if that's just something they added for the English localization.
Yeah, the humor in this game is always like pretty subtle stuff. It's not like one of those games that tries too hard to be funny. It's just quirky, I guess. There's not like stuff that will like make you like burst out laughing, but it's enough to give you like a good little chuckle, make you smirk a little bit. It's not like forced humor. It's just subtle things here and there that just really nice touch. Makes it a very chill game, and it's just really good. I guess one thing I can talk about in the short scene is the other games in the Mother series, Mother 1 and Mother 3. The speedruns for those games, they're not nearly as common. Mother 3 is, I think, what the world record's like 6.5 hours long. And can only think of like 1 or 2 people that run that. I don't know for sure.
That speak English.
Pretty
At
sure the
least.
world
I mean, I know
record
there's
is
some.
here in
I know
the,
there's some Japanese runners that have done Mother 3.
Yeah, with the English version, they have to do the fan translation, but there aren't a lot of people that run it. But it's actually a decent speedrun. It's just really long. There's a lot of cutscenes and stuff that are in that game too. So one of the nice things about the mechanics of that game is the ability to dash. But a lot of things are a lot different. Like the rolling HP meter when you have time to heal is a little bit different. Because even if you're in the middle of casting a spell, you'll just, if your HP reaches 0, you can still die. Mother 1, you don't see a lot of speedruns for that. Phalix did a little bit, but the thing about that doesn't make it as entertaining is there's just a really long grinding section of the game. That's like 25-30 minutes or something like that. And then you use breadcrumbs to skip most of the game. So once you get past the grinding section, it's actually a pretty entertaining speedrun. The problem is just any RPG that requires a lot of grinding, those parts are really GG.
Yeah.
It's been like over 20 minutes sitting here running around in a circle in a lake killing mooks, and it's not fun to run.
Yeah, I know very little about Mother 1 other than just that it kind of it has a lot of stuff in like the battle system and thematically that came back in Mother 2/Earthbound, like how the final fight works.
Yeah, final fight about the same. You'll find out a lot of the music carries over too, which I really like listening to the 8-bit version of a lot of the songs I love about Earthbound. That's probably my favorite part about Mother 1, personally. I guess right now I didn't really point it out with Phalix or Andy, but as you leave this one house the first time, you'll get a phone call about player name. That player name, you'll want to make it one character because it'll get used at the end of the game, but it's a pretty fun thing. Gets used later in the game. You can most names in this game only have a 5-character name, but the name that you can pick for the player name can be something like 20-some characters. I don't remember the exact number there, but it's a pretty big number.
Okay, I got nothing, Fitz, so we're good.
Yeah, and I don't think that actually penalizes you other than the time you spend entering the name because it's not really it's not used in the script anywhere.
Yeah, by the time it comes into play, you've already done your final split because you won't see that name until you do the final prayer on Gygas. And once that final prayer starts is when we split for our time. So we don't have to worry about that other than the number of how long it takes to input. So that's why it makes it a pretty decent incentive for like marathons and stuff, because even if you have that, it's so late in the run you don't have to worry about it for RNG manipulation, so you can still do the ONET manipulation if you want. So yeah, that part's pretty nice for that. Phalix, I don't know if he got the mummy wrap, but he got in one fight with the... No, you didn't get it. With the mummies in the museum. The mummies are pretty easy fights, but they have a 50% chance to drop a mummy wrap. The mummy wrap is a nice item because whatever you hit with it, it does around 200 damage or 200 to 300 damage. But the nice thing about it is it gives you an automatic solidify. It's speed based, so you give it to Paula on the first turn on the Kraken, and it will almost always hit. There's a very, very slight chance it'll miss, but when you get it, it's always a really nice thing to have. The alternative, if you don't have it, is you use freeze. Each freeze has a 25% chance to solidify. So you'll be using freeze as opposed to any other spell for the Kraken fight, and that's usually just those whatever super bombs you had on Paula. Earlier in the department store, you give Paula a bunch of like super bombs and big bottle rockets that you just distribute between your other people once you have her back.
You just saved my run, RBM. Thank you for reminding me about the super bomb. I don't have a super bomb on Ness, and I moved my last one from Paula. I forgot to do that.
Yeah, because when Paula gets removed from your party, I mean, all of her stuff is gone, unless, like, I guess except for, like, certain key items that you need before you get her back, I think.
Yeah, it takes those key items and puts them in his Cargo Express if you absolutely need them. I think the only one it does that with is the pencil eraser.
Yeah, a lot of people I get that question a lot. Is like if you accidentally leave a key item on a character when they leave, like it'll just go into Escargot Express. The game won't soft lock. Like if later on when Pooh leaves your party, if he has a key item, you don't have to worry about it. You can just call and get him back. Same with the pencil eraser when you lose Paula. The game does keep that in mind. It's nothing you really need to worry about.
And I mean,
of course, it's bad if it happens in a speed run because then you have to make the phone call, and that just takes a lot of time.
But I think with the pencil eraser, I think like when you get to the pencil, I think they actually call you and they're like, "Hey, you might need this."
Yeah, they'll call you right as you leave the department store.
Yeah, I always found the pencil eraser is kind of a fun version difference too, because it's an octopus statue in Mother 2, isn't it? And that's just it's kind of the same kind of pun that a pencil eraser is in English and Japanese.
Yeah, it's really nice. It's nice that they changed the sprite too. Like, they didn't just go through and change the names; they changed the sprite too, which is really nice because what American person is going to understand what the little octopus thing?
Yeah, because I think the octopus thing, isn't it like Kokeshi or something? Is the
I think it was
Japanese name for octopus, and then it's Kokeshi Keshi?
Yeah, it's like the Kokeshi Keshi, and then there's the other one is another play on the same word, but I don't actually remember exactly how it goes, but it's just a really nice touch. The pencil eraser and the eraser. Fun fact, if you use those on Ness's Nightmare, you'll actually get some fun dialogue.
Oh.
And
or the Manny Manny statue, I think, can trigger it too. I think I read somewhere.
Yeah, Alex got basically what you don't want to happen on the Kraken fight.
Ooh.
This is what I meant by the Kraken is the next place one can go south really quickly. If he opens up with fire and you don't get to solidify, then, well, this happens. He's can potentially get through this fight. If
He's got to get a bottle rocket.
Okay, that's good. But worst case scenario, everybody dies and you have to go through the entire cutscene again. This is pretty much the next worst thing, because now he's going to have to go to the hospital to revive everybody, and that can just take a little while. It takes quite a bit of time. Costs you some money that shouldn't affect anything later on, but it can.
And the worst thing is this affects Pooh's experience, so the chances of him having healing gamma and fire spring is now slightly reduced, and Paula getting freeze gamma is not going to happen whenever I want it, which isn't a run killer, but it hurts.
Luckily, with as far as Pooh's XP goes, normally you get the level right before you enter the Lost Underworld. You get it somewhere in Lumini Hall. Luckily, if he's dead from one fight, the Plague Rat or the Thunder and Storm will give him enough experience to where he'll have it anyway. But that's one of the reasons we do Fire Springs after the other sanctuaries now, is for that reason. It's just a lot safer. There is a little bit less menuing too with the Rabbit's Foot, but that's pretty subtle stuff. But yeah, Pooh not having healing gamma for Lumini Hall might cause some problems. Hopefully it doesn't, but what healing gamma does, so I can explain what it does and why it's such a big deal, is the first healing spell that lets you revive your players. It kind of works like a secret herb. Actually, it pretty much works exactly like a secret herb, as you'll revive people with a small amount of HP, but there's a 25% chance of it failing. So you really want that to revive your people if they die, especially in like Fire Springs or Lumini Hall. Those are the places you want it the most. So yeah, the plus side is you probably won't have to worry about Ness not having healing gamma for Gygas now, because that was so much extra XP for him. But yeah,
that's not going to be an issue.
Do you get very many Cup of Life noodles or other revival items in the speedrun route?
Yeah, there are a decent number of Cup of Life noodles scattered around. There's one in the pyramid, one in Dalam, one in the Monkey Cave, and there's one in Deep Darkness. I usually skip that one personally because there's usually enemies in the way. But there's a decent number of life noodles you can get to where it's not a huge deal. A couple secret herbs here and there. A couple Horns of Life that you can get as well. Horns of Life I think Horns of Life are pretty much the exact same thing as Life Noodles. I'm not sure what the difference is between them. If anyone knows what that is, if there is one.
I think a Horn of Life might just revive. I'm not positive though.
Oh, is a cup of life noodles like healing Omega then?
Yeah, it's like healing Omega. Not only can it be used to revive people, but if someone's like diamondized or has any status effects, besides like mushroom, it doesn't get rid of mushroom.
Oh, and then that weird teleport that Felix just did in front of the Sphinx was just skip a photo, right?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't explain that. There's a small little photo trigger there. That little teleport was just to skip that photo. And here's a very execution-heavy part of the game. You can tell who the more experienced runners parts of this is because these enemies are pretty difficult to avoid, actually. So you skip sandwiches to get your movement right to just let you run past them. This part's extremely difficult to pull off properly. There are some enemies that you'll fight. Most enemies are vulnerable to paralysis. So if an enemy is paralysis, you can run away from them 100%. The other hieroglyphs, the ones that have like the little staff or whatever, you want to, if you get in a fight with those, you use hypnosis on them. Enemies that are asleep also have a 100% chance away from. And Felix's is just getting a really good pyramid so far. Absolutely beautiful. And he's about to get into the Kraken fight. Hopefully he can get a good one. If all the runners get a good Kraken fight, it'll be amazing.
Yeah, I mean that's one thing I really like about these kind of big RPG races too, is you have 4 completely different runs, so you get to see usually like pretty much every possible outcome of certain like really luck or execution heavy parts of the run.
And what I was going for a set of fights there that are I could just use paralysis. I was hoping to avoid the little Anubis hieroglyphs, but they ran faster.
Yeah, the worst fights you can get in are like the ones with the Anubis people and any other enemies essentially, because the Anubis people aren't vulnerable to paralysis, so you kind of have to take 2 turns to paralyze and hypnosis before you can actually run. One thing that can be done is I didn't mention this when he was in Scaraba. There's an item he picked up called the Crystal Charm. The Crystal Charm gives a really large chunk of extra speed. Now that speed is extremely useful because now you're able to run away from fights moderately consistently, usually between 2 to 3 turns on most enemies at this point. So an alternative, if you're starting to get low on psychic points in the pyramid, is you can run away from enemies. It's not as safe as putting them to sleep, but it is actually a possibility with the Crystal Charm.
Oh, Paula, baby girl, you can't be dying every boss fight.
Yeah,
like, this is this is really bad. That freeze gamma is very helpful, and now that
I don't even know if you're gonna get it after Master Barf now, missing those 2 fights.
I'm not. That's really bad.
Like the biggest reason that freeze gamma is a pretty big deal is, well, freeze gamma does a lot of damage. And Andy, did you die to the crack?
Ooh, you got fired.
Oh gosh. Yeah, Aurelix is just past Andy because of that. But again, he has to go through the Kraken fight as well. So if he gets a good fight, he'll be a little bit ahead of Andy. I didn't get to talk about the cutscene that Temple's in, but
so when you safety save in the run, do you pretty much always just reset if you die then, or are there cases where you'd want to keep going to keep stuff that you got?
Since it's a single segment, you don't want to do a hard reset. What you'll end up doing is when it goes through the cutscenes, like, do you want to start again? You'll hit no, and then just reload the file. So you won't just continue. Well, it kind of depends. You can't. It's typically better to just reload the file for the Kraken fight so you have your bombs and stuff back. Mm. But in other parts of the run, you're better off just going with everybody dead. It really just depends. More times than not, it's better to just reload the file, though. But yeah, Temple's cutscene's one of my favorite in the game. he tries to talk to this little ghost thing. There's a lot of little theories that go along with the ghost, but he basically rips off all your limbs and stuff. The place definitely tricks up a lot of casual players because you get a girl that talks to you beforehand that tries to tell you to walk away. You just not continue. No, Relix just got past the Kraken fight, so that's good. Andy's about to go
Round
take
2.
Kind of nervous. Not gonna lie. Palix's pyramid's starting to get a little bit more rough, but I think he should still be fine.
To go back to the reset thing, usually in races, we usually just reset. Like if you're doing a speed run, it's kind of over, but in races, we usually just go for the hard reset.
Yeah, because glitchless, we consider it single segment, so you wouldn't have a reset there, or generally just your run would be over. But for races, to kind of keep it a level playing field, a little more lenient on that.
Hold on, I'll be right back for a little bit.
All right, let's see how Kraken goes. Although I'm a little more delayed than Red Balloon Man is in my view.
But one thing to notice here, if you here in the pyramid, you'll see all of us use it.
Oh man!
Skip sandwiches. The reason we bought all of them, it's to help us dodge all these fights. And this is a place you can really practice your inputs.
So I take it you don't really get enough time out of the skip sandwiches for using them just for faster movement to really be worth it.
No, because the time it takes to buy them, the time it takes to menu them, and the dialogue to come up saying they're being used, you're already using up most of your time. So using them just for the purposes of moving faster, it's not worth it.
Makes sense.
But they are very helpful in the second half for getting green swirls and avoiding fights.
Andy's definitely going to be enjoying his Kraken soup after this. Quite the troll today.
I'm not gonna eat that stuff out of spite. I seriously haven't died to Kraken in a run in probably 6 months, and now I just died twice in a row.
And so we haven't talked about it in a while, even though like with that it's a setback, and with me being ahead, it's still close enough. I very well, whenever I get out into the South Scarapa Desert, I could get in 4 or 5 fights and take forever, and then they could go through it and be clear and easily catch up to me. It's not just like a slight possibility. It's a good chance that I could just get completely killed. Like when I get to Lumine Hall, I'm turning my mic off because there's no way I'm not going to be able to scream and cuss, because I will lose time there.
Yeah, much appreciated.
My emulator is kind of hanging here. I'm having a little bit of an error, but it should be fine. It'll look strange on stream.
Oh, I just realized why I was having so many problems. Ness wasn't full HP for those Kraken fights.
Ooh.
Oops.
Like, how much was he down?
About 100.
Ooh.
How was he not full for the second?
I think I would have survived both of those had Ness had full HP. I didn't even think about that.
Ooh.
There's another enemy for you. The arachnid!
Yeah,
Exclamation
yeah, because
marks.
doesn't every palette swap of it have an extra exclamation point on it?
Yeah.
Mhm.
And they can poison you, right?
That they can.
Yeah, but at this point you have that healing beta, so it's not that big of a deal anymore.
The main thing is they will link with I can't remember the actual name. I just call them Anubis Hieroglyphs because I'm a Stargate fan. But they'll link with those, and those guys, they're immune to paralyze. So you can't just use an Omega status effect to stop them so you can run away. You've got to do 2 turns. Ow! This is what I'm talking about. Like, this is where they can gain time.
Oh, I just now realized that I had my mic muted since I came back, and I was like, why is everybody talking over me, you jerks? No, that's my mic was muted. But yeah, I just want to give everyone a friendly reminder to stay hydrated. It's kind of important. I just wanted to get that out there.
Oh, well, we're 2 hours in. That's the first inside joke, so I think we've done well.
I want to say it's an inside joke. That's important stuff. I'm just saying. Yeah, did you die to the Kraken again, Andy?
Yeah, I died twice.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, he died twice, but it turned out it was because Ness was down 100 hit points.
Yeah, that would do it. Yeah, Alex is in actually a really scary part of the game right now. At this part, he has to basically run throughout the entire desert with a skip sandwich. He can't use teleport right now to avoid enemies, so he has to just kind of try to outrun them and despawn them if he can. But all the enemies are really fast, and there's enemies everywhere in South.
So is it because of Dungeon Man following that you can't teleport?
Yep. Luckily, if you do get a fight, Dungeon Man does a lot of damage, but the fights are still really scary that you can get in, and he just got in a really bad fight. The this fight can easily cause him to die, but what you end up wanting to do is you just want to try to keep Paul alive and freeze him usually, and hope that Dungeon Man attacks. But yeah,
the wonderful thing is, even if Paula would have stayed alive, I don't have freeze gamma.
Oh yeah, you don't have freeze gamma.
Ooh,
so I'm missing like 100. I'm missing like 150, 200 damage per hit there.
And unfortunately, these enemies.
Paula died several times in the pyramid.
Yep.
Fortunately, these enemies have a really high speed, so PSI Rockin' has a pretty high chance to miss. Technically, these UFOs have a 50% chance to be paralyzed, so you can try to get a paralyzed Omega in to maybe paralyze one or two so you don't have to worry about them. But you usually just want to use Ness to keep Paul alive.
Okay, so I walked down to the Guardian General without a single respawn or a single fight.
Ooh.
You're still in there.
Very nice.
So clearly those Kraken deaths were all planned then.
RNG manipulation.
But it's okay though, I just got a can of fruit juice. But
I didn't even know they dropped that.
I didn't either. I also didn't know they could lock your
Egyptian
PSI.
fruit juice, I guess.
It's interesting. I definitely had no
I
idea.
didn't know that
Learn something every day.
they blocked Ness's PSI there, so I could have easily died. I didn't know that they could do that.
Yeah, that was a pretty rough South Scaraba. Luckily, where he's at now, Dungeon Man's disconnected, so in this little area, while there are still enemies, he can usually just teleport to stay away from them. The downside is, I don't know if he's going to go for his safety save when he walks back in, but the enemies in the Dungeon Man are still no pushover. Like, the records and stuff, they do a massive amount of damage. It's the same records from the department store earlier, but they're still not any easier to deal with just because they're just that strong.
Because your equipment isn't really much better than back then.
Yeah, you pretty much don't have any armor at this point. You just kind of rely on the rolling HP meter to keep yourself alive. That's one of the things that makes this game more interesting in a run. Is it's not about armor. It's more about when you have a lot of HP, managing your HP. If you have a lot of HP and you take critical damage, later on in the game you can go 2 or 3 turns before you even have to use a life up because it takes so long for your HP to roll down.
Yeah.
So that's what we take advantage of instead of getting armor. Because
yeah, and I found it really interesting that the final boss of Mother 3 is completely tied to kind of abusing that too.
Yeah, definitely. It's like you use defend to make your HP roll down even slower and just make turns go by. Get low, life up. At least that's how I did it.
Is that mechanic in EarthBound too, that if you defend it slows it down?
No, unfortunately, I would love it if that was a mechanic in there. That'd be pretty fun. But sadly, that is not the case. It just reduces damage by half. We use defend a lot in the game in the speedrun just because it takes very little text to pull off, and it's mostly just if you don't need to do anything with that character, you just defend because it's the fastest thing to do with their turn. As opposed to bashing, which just takes more text and a little bit of animation, but that's the main use for defend. Looks like Phalix isn't having too bad of a dungeon man, though. He's getting up to the top floor fine now. Even though everyone's dead, he'll be able to get a full revive on everybody at the end of it, because there'll be a revitalization chamber before the yellow submarine. Temple's getting to the Kraken fight. We'll see if he gets a good one. I really hope he does. I'd like to see him catch up.
See at least one good Kraken fight in this race.
Yeah. I think our Relix's was pretty good.
Revitalization chamber is great. It's a full restore, and you pop in and out, and you're good to go. But you're still hungry after you use it.
So I wish I were like streaming myself.
Well, I was hoping you'd get that
pyramid. That was I got into one fight that I didn't want, and it was a green swirl.
Yeah, one thing I talked about earlier. I don't think I mentioned it earlier when they were doing the big shopping section. They bought a ton of skip sandwiches. Pooh basically just becomes your butler that just carries sandwiches around for you. That's his biggest role in the game. Right now you lose him, but as I mentioned earlier, even if he's holding a key item, you can always just call Escargot Express to get him back. It's not a big deal. But the skip sandwich GXs, you don't want to buy too many because it does take quite a bit of menuing to do the shopping and selecting them and stuff, to where it's not faster unless you're trying to avoid items. On Andy's screen, you saw him try to teleport, and it seemed like he crashed into nothing. But that's because while the enemies were there, they just weren't loaded yet, like on screen. So he ran into them anyway. But yeah, whenever you teleport into an enemy, you still have a little bit of time to teleport again before it makes you go into a fight. So it's fairly easy to avoid fights using teleport. And Temple had a pretty good Kraken fight. That's good to hear. Phalix is in Deep Darkness now, and this is a place where using teleport is actually faster than walking. So you're going to be seeing him use teleport throughout pretty much all Deep Darkness to get through it quickly and avoid spawns. Because walking through that water is really slow.
So on a side note, my pyramid, comparing against my gold splits, it was 1 minute faster than my best gold split on that one.
Oh wow!
Wow,
Crazy.
That was all. Was that all luck based then?
I would say half luck, half execution.
Yeah.
I never had to respawn in any room at all.
Spawns.
Nice.
Phalix is at basically the last big shopping section in the game. One of the biggest reasons we don't buy any armor is so that we have more money. And we just dump all the money we made throughout the entire game and just stock completely with big bottle or multi-bottle rockets. Multi-bottle rockets are easily the most broken item in the game. They can do over 2,000 damage with a single rocket easily. Again, to maximize what we get with the multi-bottle rockets, we'll put the Crystal Charm or the Rabbit's Foot on Jeff quite a bit for boss fights, because the more speed you have, the more damage those rockets are going to do. He's also going to buy a couple super bombs for Ness that he's going to use in Magic Camp later on in the game. But the big section is we just pretty much empty Jeff's inventory completely and just stock it up with nothing but multi-bottle rockets, except for maybe the Crystal Charm. But yeah, multi-bottle rockets, OP, no doubt. Irelix looks like he's having a pretty good Dungeon Man so far. Is this... Okay, yeah, this is still the first part of Dungeon Man.
Yeah.
He's just trying to despawn, get out. He's going to use a skip sandwich to just try to avoid all the enemies like everyone else does. Again, Dungeon Man, very scary part of the run. Because if you get in a fight, your run just can die pretty easily. And yeah, he just got red swirled by an enemy. He tried to avoid it, but sometimes they aggro onto you quickly enough, they'll just swing in and hit you. Sometimes it takes them a little bit to aggro, but sometimes they just gun for you quickly. And holy spawns on Andy's screen. That's what we mean by this part's pretty scary. If nothing else, it just causes you to lose a lot of time because these fights take a while.
I'm still waiting for the day that Hawkeye-less Deep Darkness becomes a thing, because isn't it actually possible to get through if you have the entire map memorized?
No, what actually happens if you don't use the Hawkeye, there's like an invisible barrier that stops you from going so far.
Okay. It's
kind of weird. One thing to note about Deep Darkness, which is a possibility that some runners do more than others, and I'm definitely never me, is when you teleport, naturally you hit Onet because it's the first one on the menu, It's pretty easy to accidentally keep the teleport on too long and teleport back to Onet. I've seen it happen to a lot of runners. I may or may not do it all the time on accident. Just not fun. There's teleporting to Onet is one of the most embarrassing things in the world.
Like, well, there goes a couple minutes.
Yep. When you teleport back, I mean, naturally it doesn't leave you where you left off. It takes you back to the very beginning, so it takes a little while. Very good teleports from Falix, though. He got through that little area before Barf. Pretty skinny area, so getting through most of that with a single teleport is pretty good. Master Barf's a pretty difficult fight, one of the hardest bosses in the game. What you end up doing is you shoot a multi-bottle rocket and it's over. Yeah, that's my attempt at humor. So, I'll stop.
Yeah,
I'll let myself
response to SDFT, a lot of practice using the save state right there and practicing that specific teleport for like 20 minutes.
And I just want to point out that Falix got my bat. It's a little bit of an inside joke. My name's Casey, and he gets a Casey bat. I wish the bat was more useful than it was. The bat actually does more damage than any other bat in the game. The reason it's not useful is, well, there's a couple reasons. I mean, one reason is because, for the most part, Ness doesn't actually bash anything for the rest of the game. The other reason is because the Casey bat has like a 1 in 16 chance to hit it. It misses all the time.
Really? I thought it was more. I thought it was like 1 in 4, or at least that's what it said in like in the guide or something. But wow.
Yeah, it's 1 in 4, and for some reason in Mother 2, if you use it from your inventory, it's 100% hit chance, but it doesn't work in EarthBound.
Yeah, it is useful in a casual playthrough, because you can use it to farm like that for the Sword of Kings. Because what happens is the Starman's supers have a 1 in 128 chance of dropping the Sword of Kings. And you can actually, with the way smashes work, the insta-kills work, it's based on offense. By having the Casey bat on, you can actually get a lot of easy insta-kills early on. However, in a speedrun, we can't really do that, because even though it gives you a lot of offense, your offense is still really low just because of how under-leveled you are, so it's still not practical for any reason, so you just drop it. Aurelix is now in the Yellow Submarine, Andy shortly behind. Temple's still doing decent at the pyramid, but yeah, the pyramid, that room he's at is a really nasty room. High spawns, and it's just, the pyramid's a very hard section of the game. I'm not good at it either. Takes a lot of execution because you just have to get your skip sandwich movement perfectly. Falix is in an area that has a lot of really strong enemies, but when you're in the outside part of Winners, you can just use teleport to skip pretty much any enemy. It's not too difficult. That's pretty much all there is to mention there. Now Andy's on the Yellow Submarine. Yellow Submarine is wonderful. See how Aurelix does with those teleports. This part's actually a lot of fun to run, but you just gotta make sure not to teleport to Onet. It's not fun when you teleport to Onet. Oh, Temple just got in a red swirl against 2 annoying enemies, so that's a little bit annoying, definitely. I always love the way Tessie looks. I know a guy that always just calls him the Microsoft Paint Beast. He just looks so silly. I love Tessie. Believe it or not, if you didn't know, Tessie is a little bit of a play on the Loch Ness Monster. The more you know. I mean, who would have thought, right? Good teleport from Andy. It's gotten really quiet. Anyone have anything they want to say?
Just a little worried about that Starman base coming up, but
it got so quiet. I was afraid that like the call dropped me or something.
I think everyone's kind of in sections that, again, they're a little input heavy and do a little bit more focusing. The first half of the run is that's a lot of RNG and stutter stepping, and then the second half of the run is a lot more on your inputs.
Yeah, very much so. We have 2 people right now doing the menuing with the big bottle rockets. This part is all about fast menuing. It's a really important section. Andy had a couple of extra big bottle rockets, so he had to drop those. It's better to drop the items than to sell them. Like, while you can sell them to get money if you're short on money, it just takes a lot of extra text, because you're going to have to listen to the guys be like, are you sure you want to sell this? And blah, 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 blah. There's like just so much extra text that it's better to just drop them. So you end up dropping everything you don't need. Get your inventory set up to where you have enough room to give. Ness 2 super bombs. So whatever, if he doesn't have those 2 spots, you have to give some junk to Paul or drop some items. And you also just have to make sure your inventory is right. Those multi-bottle rockets are extremely important. And if you're short on money, there's a couple items that you can pick up early on to give you extra money, namely the diamond band or the talisman ribbon. Most people go for the diamond band. One problem with going for the diamond band is just like, this is what Temple's getting right now. With a skip sandwich, there's a chance for you to not go down all the way. So it's easy to accidentally go in that hole when you're trying to pick up the diamond band. If that happens, you just pick up the talisman ribbon instead. Luckily, Temple was right there, so I was able to explain it. Phalix is getting to a pretty scary part of the game, especially for newer runners. And this part is all about trying to get green swirls and despawning enemies effectively. It's about, I'd say about 50-50 with execution and RNG easily, because it's a lot of both. One thing to point out before it even starts, just so you know what to look out for, is the Starmen. If you touch them from the left or right side, it will be a green swirl. You don't want to touch them from like the front, like their face or behind, because those will count as like green, or I mean not green, gray. So what you'll see him do is, if he does have to get in a fight with a Starman, you'll see him try to get him from the side. That way he can get a guaranteed green swirl. And Aurelix looks like you got it. You can see Andy's going for the couple of life noodles. It looks like mostly a safety, very good item. Always nice to have revives, because nobody has a spell to revive everyone yet, so life noodles are always good. And then you just try to teleport away from everybody. And Temple just lost his sandwich butler, so now he's down to 3 people. Fun thing about Master Barf is Pooh will always just come in to do the finishing blow and take all the credit because he's a jerk. It's his attempt to try to be useful in the speedrun. Just taking the credit. Starstorm is actually a very useful ability, though. It does a lot of damage. If you get in a fight, a lot of the fights you get in later on, like the Fabi fights or any fight with like multiple enemies, a Starstorm will just insta-kill most of those enemies for the most part until you get to like Lumini Hall or so. Phalix, you'll see that he just got in a fight with a Mook. Mooks are really scary because they have an ability to diamondize one of your people. If one of your people get diamondized, it's basically just an insta-kill. So if that happens, you'll have to use a couple of life noodles. The way to deal with Mooks is you just use a hypnosis on them, because they're vulnerable to sleep, and once they're asleep, you can run away pretty easily. But yeah, you'll see that he's going to be using a combination of despawning, and he might use a skip sandwich if he needs to run past a group of enemies. But this just a very difficult section in the game, especially for like newer runners and such. He looks like he's having a pretty good one so far, though. That's my dog. Yeah, for the most part, a lot of the despawns are pretty self-explanatory. But what I said earlier, he got a green scroll in the Starman, which allowed him to pull up the Mook. So he'll be able to run first turn and not even have to worry about the Mook, and he can get by that pretty easily. Little thing to point out with the conversation Aurelix is having. The phone call with Orange Kid will happen even if you've never talked to Orange Kid in your life. Somehow he got your number. It's kind of creepy, but yeah, he'll tell you that about his invention to try to turn a boiled egg into a raw egg again. and you've never talked to him in your life. He just feels like calling you. Kind of odd. Oh, that red swirl on Falix's screen.
I don't know why I didn't link the move.
What's the timer at right now?
Really?
3:14:40 right now.
Gotcha. So it's actually still a pretty good pace for a race. Definitely. I always find the winner section really entertaining because it just takes so many different types of skill to pull off. You have to use the teleports effectively, you have to use despawning effectively, getting green swirls effectively. Pretty much the only thing that doesn't come into play is stutter stepping. Later in the game, you just don't see stutter stepping that much because most of the enemies are just... I don't know why it's like that, but most of the stutter step enemies are early on in the game, and the end of the game is mostly just like spinning enemies that like try to spin in a circle and move really fast. But yeah, those are the big things to watch out for. One interesting thing is the Pond Cave. All the enemies will run away from you. Those enemies are pretty much kind of like the most pointless enemies in the game because you never have to worry about them. The first time they spawn is when you go to fight Shroom. But since you're not passing through the cave from the opposite side, you just fight Shroom right away, and the enemies will just run away from you for the rest of the game. Like, even in casual play, those enemies aren't even a big deal.
It's an interesting butterfly.
Oh, I've never seen a butterfly there before. That's weird. Right in the middle of Lake Tessie.
I am failing so hard in the actual base section.
Oh gosh, Pooh's dead. Luckily, worst case scenario, even if Pooh's dead, you don't really need him from the boss fight. You still want him alive though, if you can, just because what happens is you really need Pooh to have experience so he can get the healing gamma, so he can revive people later on. So even though he doesn't need Pooh for the fight, he'll probably still revive him anyway, I'm guessing. Actually, yeah, he's going to have to because Pooh was dead during the Kraken fight, so he needs all the XP he can get on him.
Yep. Yeah, Relix, I just realized me and you are within like 5 seconds of each other.
Yeah, Relix and Andy are ridiculously close right now. But yeah, anything can still happen. So much stuff can happen. That exit
debating leap really but I'm pretty sure Paula should get freeze gamma on this fight. If she doesn't, that's really scary. But she should get it.
Worst case scenario, even if she doesn't get it, you'll probably be able to get like a Fabi fight early on, and that would be enough. So it's probably not horrible if she doesn't get it, but still, it's unfortunate if she doesn't. One question we get asked a lot is, has anybody ever gotten the Sword of Kings in a run? No, because the main reason is if we get in a fight with a Starman Super, we don't fight him. We just try to run away. Technically, if you wanted to, you could always use Spy on Jeff and you'll just get the item anyway, but that still takes an entire turn to do. And you want to use your first turn to try to run away, not try to get the Sword of Kings. And even if you were to get the Sword of Kings is pretty much useless in a speedrun. Because Pooh is using spells the entire time. It's always better to use a spell than... Well, not
Plus
always, but almost always.
Even without the weapon.
What?
Saying Pooh has pretty decent offense even without the weapon.
Yeah, it only adds like, I think, 30 offense, so it's not a huge deal. Pooh does bash a little bit later on in Fire Springs, but that's about it. For the most part, bashing is obsolete at this point. You just use spells. The next time you may see a lot of bashing will be, like, probably in Sea of Eden, potentially. If you get in a fight with a Kraken, you just bash it to death with the Magic Hand Bat, but that's about it. Now, Temple just got to the shopping section, so he'll be stocking up on multi-bottle rockets too.
There's one up there.
Little side note, when you get to the Starman base, after you kill the boss, that's not enough. You have to talk to either Dr. Andonauts or Apple Kid to trigger part of the game to go off that you need. I think you have to talk to him in order to get the Book of Shyness, if I am correct. So
you just have to talk to either Apple Kid or Andonauts.
Yeah, isn't Apple Kid a little bit faster, if I remember right? Or is it Andonauts?
It's Andonauts.
Yeah, whichever one is further to the left. I forget which is which.
I couldn't remember off the top of my head. I think it is Andonauts. But yeah, you have to talk to one of them, and then you're good. Then you can use the exit mouse and go. If you use the exit mouse right after you beat the boss, that's not good. And then after that, you'll notice that we'll be coming back to Onet a lot in order to pick up exit mice. From this point on, there's no really convenient exit mouse rooms in the game. So we just go back to Onet, go to the house and get the exit mouse in order to escape most of the dungeons relatively quickly.
Yeah, so I just had to step away for a few minutes to take a call, so someone might have already said this, but are there any chances for a Sword of Kings drop in the route?
I did in fact answer that. I did answer that. No Sword of Kings, because anytime
Starman Super is the only one that drops that, I think.
Yeah, Starman Super is the only one that drops it, and you don't want to fight him, you just want to run away. Good, and Falix is trying to get this pretty difficult Teleport Alpha to do. Little note, Teleport Alpha will always go into basically a straight line. And gosh, Falix, please.
Oh!
But yeah, Teleport Alpha compared to the Teleport Beta. Teleport Alpha takes 2... Oh wow, did you just...
Falix is my stride, you can't take it.
Okay.
Don't worry, I didn't want it.
Runners, what happened was Falix tried to use the Teleport Alpha outside the library. He failed it, like 3 times? And when he finally got it, he forgot to select Tend the Village, so he ended up going back to Onet anyway.
That's pretty good.
In my run last night to practice, I got it, and then as soon as I turned left on the straightaway, there was a dog off screen, and I hit it and it stopped the teleport.
That's wonderful.
Alex just wants to make the race more exciting.
Also, since I'm here, I'm turning my mic off. There's no way I'm going to get to this without an outburst, so to keep it PG friendly, I'm going to turn my mic off for the next, 10 minutes.
I understand. Lumini Hall has what I call the worst room in the game. But, again...
Why is this place so dangerous?
There's this room called the Horseshoe, also known as the worst room in the game. It's a nightmare to despawn. It's just, the biggest nightmare ever, and the enemies in there are really strong and can kill you fairly easily. A lot of times, even if it doesn't kill you, it can just cause you to waste a lot of time. But as I was mentioning earlier, the difference between Teleport Alpha and Teleport Beta. Teleport Alpha will go in a straight line and you steer it manually, and it takes about 2 seconds to pull off a teleport. Teleport Beta is safer. You'll spin around in a circle and it allows you to teleport easier, but the difference is it takes 8 seconds compared to 2. So you want to use Teleport Alpha whenever you can compared to a Teleport Beta. But yeah, the section that Falix is in is a pretty frustrating part of the run. The first the first room's not too bad. It's the second one that's a nightmare. Again, you're going to see him probably walking off screen quite a bit before he sees enemies because of lag. But that's because Fobbies usually spawn in large groups. It's not too bad to take a group of 1. If you do get in a fight with a big one, you can just use stars from and kill them all. If you're short on XP because of deaths, it's not always a horrible idea to do. But yeah, I'll be able to explain the horrible room that is in Lumini Hall once he gets to it. But it's essentially kind of like a U-shaped room. Enemies can spawn on the left and right. If enemies spawn on the left side, they are a nightmare to despawn because there's no real effective way to despawn them. If you try to despawn them to the right, they can just hug the wall and they won't despawn. If you try to despawn them by walking up or down, it takes a long time and you just have a chance of enemies spawning behind you anyway. So you're going to see them probably on these stairs trying to get a good room for a little bit. And you'll see what I mean. These enemies that are on the left side of that wall are pretty difficult to despawn. This fight he's in, it can be scary. Those lightning guys have a flash beta attack that can insta-kill people. The spheres aren't too bad. You just put them to sleep and then that's that. But the lightning guys, if they use flash beta, it can cause people to die. And it's not good. This room... I've seen many runs die to this room. But yeah, like I said, it's just a nightmare to try to despawn enemies in this room. And enemies, there are a lot of them. Oh, I saw that red swirl on our real extreme, but luckily it's just a Starman. Red swirls against mooks are the worst thing you can get in the Starman base, because that just gives them one more turn that they can potentially diamondize an enemy. But yeah, as you can see on Valix's screen, it's taking him a while to despawn these sections. It's just not a pleasant area. So far, it actually hasn't been too terrible, except, that enemy chased him a lot longer than I expected him to. But yeah, you can probably see why this area is such a nightmare. And Andy just got through the Starman base, so he's not too far behind Falix, really. Falix has a good lead right now, but this Lumini Hall is not going all that well. Really though, there's only maybe one full dungeon separating the first place runner right now and the last place. That's not bad. That's pretty good for a race, actually. Temple got some pretty bad RNG, but even considering, he's not all that far behind. There is still a decent chance for him to catch up, especially with the way Falix's room is going. It's not going well.
Meanwhile, on Starman base, I don't think I've gotten a single green swirl.
Yeah, it looks like you're through the worst of it, though. Yeah, the Starmen, sometimes when you're trying to get the green swirl on them, they'll teleport right before you get it and spawn elsewhere and cause you not to get the green swirl. That's one obnoxious thing they can do, is just teleport not where you want them to. Pretty soon, Falix will be getting one of the most OP items in the game, because it makes multi-battle rockets even better. It's called the Rabbit's Foot. It increases your speed by, I believe, 50. So you'll be seeing that item get used a lot. It makes it so you have a very high chance of running away from enemies, even though you're a low level. That Rabbit's Foot makes it easy to run away. And during boss fights, if Jeff has it equipped, he does a massive amount of damage with this multi-battle rockets. It's insane. Hopefully Falix doesn't drop it at any point. It's easy to accidentally drop important items in this game. One thing that can happen, which, all jokes aside, it's easy to drop an item if the right things happen. If someone's
be very
dead,
glad I had my mic off.
Yeah, it looked like you had some bad luck there.
On a side note, I just need Falix to know that I got the teleport out for first try.
Touché.
Aurelix is just now finishing up the Starman base. And he pulled forward quite a bit there.
Yeah. Last time I played this casually, I did learn the hard way not to cast spells on Starman Deluxe.
Yeah, you don't want to cast spells on Electrospectre either. Luckily, more times than not, you can kill a Starman Deluxe with a single multi-bottle rocket. Not always, though. There is a chance that it won't one-shot. Worst case scenario, you don't get the one-shot and he opens up with Starstorm. That can cause some of your party members to die. That doesn't happen very often, though, fortunately. But it can happen. Electrospectre, again, you just shoot 2 multi-bottle rockets at him and he's usually dead. He's not too big of a deal. For the most part, that's how all the bosses go after you get multi-bottle rockets. You just spam multi-bottle rockets to where, honestly, the boss fights are one of the easiest sections in the game. Some games, the boss fights are really difficult and nail biters, but in this game, the only boss fights that are really scary are like Titanic Ant, Carpainter, because they're early on in the game. Kraken's a big one. Ness is nice,
Kraken's not
he's
scary at all.
bad, but he can be. Other than that, it's mostly just bottle rocket spam.
So it's more the enemy despawns and movement and stuff that is the challenge in the run.
Yep, definitely. Some enemies can be really scary, especially the ones with flash beta because of the instant kill. But the enemies, more times than not, are actually really scary compared to the bosses. Like the mooks. The mooks can be run killers because of the diamond eyes. The electric guys in the Luminai Hall, I don't remember what they're called. Their flash beta can be really obnoxious.
Run killers.
What was that?
The run killers. That's just what their name is.
Oh yeah, they're called run killers. That's their technical name. And
even with how bad those despawns were, I still would have gained about a minute and a half on my current splits with how bad it was in my PB.
I never pointed this out when anybody else was in Starman base, but you'll notice that Temple stood still in that first door for about 10 seconds or so. That was intentional. He didn't just like walk away and forget what he was doing or stop to think. No, that first room has a little enemy that flies around. By standing still for a little bit, that enemy that has a 100% spawn rate can cause himself to fly off screen and despawn himself. So you stand still for a little bit, he just despawns himself, and you just continue from there. That is a little bit of a trick that does get used in Luminai Hall a little bit if you can, because you can cause enemies that spin around to despawn themselves, and that's one way you can deal with the enemies. It's not a guaranteed way, but it's better than trying to completely despawn them sometimes.
So I feel guilty admitting this, but I got 0 spawns at the horseshoe.
Again, Kraken deaths all planned for RNG minutes.
Yeah, because Andy had those 2 big deaths, and he had to do the fight 3 times, do the cutscene 3 times, and now he's only a dungeon behind me.
Yeah, this game is actually pretty close. Like, Andy just made up a lot of time on Phalix, and Phalix lost a lot of time in that horseshoe, so really the only thing really separating them is like a cutscene. A boss fight in a cutscene, that's not a whole lot.
I remember the good old days when you had to do a bunch of grinding on Fobbies in this place, too.
Yeah, Fobbies were one of the best enemies to where you could just grind and kill a bunch of them. I, however, was always super high level anyway, because I would always grind for the Sword of Kings, and never... I got to level 80 one time trying to go for the Sword of Kings and still didn't get it. It was infuriating.
Yeah, that Sword of Kings, like, that is the number one thing I see from people that are new to my stream. They're coming in, are you getting the Sword of Kings?
No.
If Nightbot could, I put it like on a 1-minute interval. No, I'm not getting the Sword of Kings.
I think the most common questions for Earthbound runners is like, are you getting the Sword of Kings, or have you played Mother 3, or are you excited
for played Mother 3?
If I had $1 for every time I heard something about Mother 3 or Mother 4,
I guess that's the variation on what's your favorite Final Fantasy for the Mother series.
Yeah.
It's usually not what's your favorite though. It's just like, have you played it?
Yeah, because there's only one Mother game that's been released officially in English, so it kind of mutates the question.
Some people will take it personally when they come and ask about Mother 3, and I tell them, I think it's a good game, but it's just not my thing. I have a lot of issues with it, and they'll take it personally, and well, it's personally my favorite. How do you not like this? I'm like, I just don't. I'm sorry. That's why I'm playing EarthBound.
Yeah, Phalix's argument is basically the same as mine. It's a touchy subject bringing up Mother 3 in a stream, an EarthBound stream. It really is. I'm sure it's the same with Final Fantasy games, especially. I think anyone that runs RPGs that are like part of this understands exactly what we're talking about. If one Final Fantasy or one of these certain games not your favorite, then they take it as a personal attack.
Yeah, I've long since learned that that's just a battle you can never win, no matter what your opinion is. So I have it in my FAQ. What's your favorite question? What's your favorite Final Fantasy? Answer: no.
Final Fantasy VII especially is the one that's like, oh my god, I love that game, where people just absolutely hate on it. I don't know why 7. It's just 7 seems to be the most touchy of all the Final Fantasies.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So did the uncontrollable spheres explode when you kill them, or is it like every sphere type enemy? Because I remember those being really...
Yeah, pretty much all the sphere enemies will blow up and try to then do massive amount of damage. It's usually not a big deal. In a speedrun, we just put them to sleep. because they're vulnerable to hypnosis. That way we don't have to deal with that. You put them to sleep and you kill the other enemy they're with if they're with another one. But yeah, they can explode. They do have a chance to drop a 1 in 128 item. Again, we don't go for those in the speedrun because there's not really any purpose to it. Another thing about the 1 in 128 items that we get a lot is the Gutsy Bat from the Kraken. The guide that actually came to this game said that you can get a Gutsy Bat from killing a Kraken. So it causes a lot of people to spend a lot of unnecessary amount of time grinding in the Sea of Eden, which has 3 regular Krakens that you can fight. With a 1 in 128 chance, if you try to get it from a Kraken, you'll be resetting a lot trying to get to them. The funny part is, those things have a 0% chance of trying to dropping the Gutsy Bat. It's a complete misprint in the guide. It's actually the Bionic Krakens at the Sea of Eden that drop them, not the Krakens.
And Bionic Krakens are kind of rare too, aren't they?
Yeah, they're pretty rare too. They don't spawn until the Sea of Eden, and even then they don't spawn all that often. And you can't tell them apart from any other enemy there. Or did I say Sea of Eden? I meant the Cave of the Past.
Cave of the Past, yeah.
Yeah, the Cave of the Past. So you can't tell them apart, so it's really hard to grind for it when you don't know what you're trying to fight. Irelix has got a really good screen swirl in Lumini Hall, and he'll be fighting Electrospectre pretty soon, and getting the Rabbit's Foot. The Rabbit's Foot gets passed around from character to character more than probably any other equipment item in the game, because you'll have it on Paula, so you have the highest chance to run away, because run chance is not based on party speed, it's based on whoever has the fastest speed. So that's why Paula will hold on to it for a lot part of the run, is because she has the highest chance to run away. If you put it on Jeff, though, the advantage of having it on Jeff is your multi-bottle rockets do a lot of damage. So you see it gets switched between Paula and Jeff at some point. And then during the Magic Camp part, you give it to Ness so that Ness can use it during that section. And at the end of the game, you give it back to Jeff again. It just gets passed around a lot. It's an extremely useful item.
So I believe we now have a 3-second spread between first and second place now.
Oh, no.
Or are you doing stuff in a different order?
No, it looked identical, but he had already watched the show, but I was going in for the first time.
Oh, okay, because I just saw the receptionist interrupting you almost in sync.
Yeah, that's
go there twice.
One thing about this game is you do a little bit of walking back and forth. That's one section that's like that. You have to talk to the guy in the museum, and then he tells you to get something signed by Venus. So you have to watch a Venus cutscene. Venus cutscene's a pretty long cutscene. I think it's like 3 minutes or something like that. Some people love the cutscene. I do too, because bathroom break. Then she gives you a signed banana. Take that as you will. You give that signed banana to the guy, and then you're able to do the plague rat. It looks like right now Alex is having pretty bad RNG with spawns. He's having to despawn a lot. The downside with the plague rat or the sewer area is it's one of those areas that it all comes down to RNG. There's very little execution. The only execution that's really in this area is seeing enemies fast or not. It's hard to stutter step away from enemies because you move so slowly. God. Right now, it's actually hard to tell if Alex was actually running away or not because you couldn't see the enemy behind the thing, but I guess it was. But it just takes a long time to stutter step, and if you get too close to an enemy, it just can be really annoying to despawn enemies here.
Andy is going to catch up to me before I even reach the rat. Every new screen has an enemy in it.
I'm just watching your screen smiling because I want to catch up so bad.
So bad. It's like, yeah, good RNG for a while, but all of a sudden the game's like, nope.
I mean, if you were on a PB pace, then I would feel bad, but I want to destroy you.
First time I've heard Andy get vindictive.
Yeah, usually
that's
it's me.
Andy.
Gloves are coming off.
I'm rubbing off on Andy is what it is. Usually it's me. One little thing is there's 2 really long cutscenes right in a row. The one that Aurelix is on right now, you can either take a bathroom break there if you want to, or you can wait till the Venus show. It doesn't really matter. But yeah, 2 really nice cutscenes to have late in the run.
Okay. So then this part of the route is just cleaning up all the other sanctuaries then go to the fire springs for the last one.
There's one naturally that comes after Lumine Hall, but there's 4 that we go back and do that we just kind of skipped.
Yeah, the big reason we wait till now to go back is the big thing is the Rabbit's Foot. Going back and doing the dungeons with the Rabbit's Foot allows for higher chances to run away during those dungeons. Plus, you can one-shot pretty much any boss with the Rabbit's Foot multi-bottle rocket combo. Also, another reason is like when you go back to Mandible, when you're a really high level, enemies that on your way will be like, "Oh wow, you're too strong," and you won't have to fight them; they'll just run away from you. We do Trillionage Sprout dead last because of that basic concept. The enemies by Trillionage Sprout, they have you're pretty much just high enough level to where some of them will run away from you, but some of them won't. The higher level you are, the better chance they have of running away, but they won't all do that. So that's why you do it last, is to try to get as high of a level as you can so they run away from you.
Because trying to do like Mondo Mole at your first opportunity would be pretty brutal.
Yeah, you would have to grind to try to get paralysis with Ness, and you'd have to run past a lot of really strong enemies and despawn a lot. So it's easier to just come back later where all the enemies run away from you and you can kill the mole quickly. Because even with paralysis, it still takes a long time to kill that mole. So that's why we backtrack to do that at the very end. And at that point, you can just bash it to death and he's dead in like 2 turns. Another thing to point out, on Temple screen, you'll see that he got a second bag of Dragonite. All the runners did this. That Dragonite is very easy to skip on accident because he doesn't just give it to you automatically. When you talk to him, what happens is first he'll talk to you, then the screen will fade, and then you get a photo taken. So you have to wait on that, and then you have to confirm your player name after that. So once all that's said or done, it's very easy to forget to talk to the guy again to get the Dragonite because you've just gone through a bunch of random stuff. Forgetting that Dragonite's not good because it's just way too important for the Ness's Nightmare fight later on. And place Falix is at now. You'll just see that he's using the rabbits, taking advantage of the Rabbit's Foot to just run away from all these fights, not even bother fighting him. He doesn't need to bother despawning. If he doesn't get spawns, great, but if he does get spawns, he's just gonna take it and run away from him. You might see him use a skip sandwich to get past more, but I think that varies from runner to runner. Andy, it looks like he's having a little bit of trouble despawning now in the sewers, so again, that's one of those splits that's just kind of RNG based on how many spawns you have to despawn or not. Now, Temple's in the Horseshoe now. Again, it's one of the scariest rooms in the game. In my opinion, the scariest.
This is the most beat up I've ever gotten in a Dalam Cave. I think Andy paid these monsters off.
Hey, his friends try to get away. Yeah, this isn't good on Temple screen. This enemy has a really high speed. Since this is free Rabbit's Foot, these enemies are pretty hard to run away from, so that was pretty rough. He lost Jeff.
He had one spawn behind him, too.
You'll see that he's not going to revive Jeff until just before that fight. Simply because you don't want to use a life needle just to risk him to die again. You'd rather have someone else die. So right before he gets to the boss fight, that's when he's going to revive Jeff. One thing you may see Pete runners may or may not do, is sometimes you can pick up the Rabbit's Foot before the boss fight, and sometimes you do after. You take it if there's no enemies in the area and you can just grab it for free. But if there's spawns around the Rabbit's Foot, you'll kill the boss fight first, because once you kill the boss fight, all the enemies in that dungeon will just run away from you. So then you can just go down, get the Rabbit's Foot for free, and then continue on. Either way, it usually takes 2 bottle rockets to kill the Electro Spectre, so it's not a big deal, as long as you remember to pick it up. Again, these floppy fights at Temple are getting in, not a huge deal. There's a couple things you can do. A lot of people just use Starstorm to kill it in one hit. It looks like Temple's going for the Rockin' Beta Fire combo, which works. It's a little bit slower, but it works just fine. Either way, Foppies aren't too big of a deal. I mean, who dies to a Foppy in a major run? Nobody, right, Andy?
Nobody could do that.
I don't even know if it's possible to die to a Fabi.
And yeah, Temple's going to go for the... He tried to use a secret herb first. It's typically, you'll see runners go try to use a secret herb before the cup of life noodles. The secret herb is... If he gets a revive, it allows you to have a life noodle later on if you need it. The only problem with the secret herb is, again, it's only got a 75% chance to work. So it's better to use that now, and then instead of having to hope it works later on in the run when it could potentially be crucial.
Yeah, like during a fight instead of outside.
Exactly. Especially since the life noodles max out your HP, those are definitely more useful in a fight than a secret herb will ever be. Phalix is in another section, the Lost Underworld. This is another section where you can see teleports fairly often to move around the map quickly instead of walking, because movement is very slow, while teleport still moves really quickly. I actually really like this part of the game. I think it's pretty cool. There's an enemy in the Lost Underworld, hopefully we'll see. It's called an Ego Orb.
Yes, I love the Ego Orb.
It's one of my favorite enemies in the entire game. Oh, there's... It's just like a giant moon smiley face thing. I love it. Naturally, you don't want to fight it, but I just love it. It's such a wonderful enemy.
Seeing the Ego Orb confirms that it is the run.
Oh, Phalix just pulled at me! Oh gosh. He, like I said, one of the things that you want to do is use teleport to move around the map quickly. What you don't want to do is use teleport too long and accidentally teleport back to Onett, like you did.
Ooh.
I pretty much do it like once every race, so it's I kind of just call it pulling me because I just do it so often. Yeah. That's not good.
Ooh. Do you have to, can you teleport back to the Lost Underworld, or do you actually have to reach the Tenda village first?
Yeah, he that's what he did, is when he went back to Onett, he just went right back to the Lost Underworld. It just takes you back to, like, the beginning.
Thankfully, here it's not that big of a time loss. Deep Darkness is pretty huge. Yeah,
and Deep Darkness is a lot worse. But, depending on... And luckily, where he used it, it wasn't that big of a deal. It wasn't too far away from the spawn point of teleport anyway. But, it's still pretty annoying when it happens. He's now getting to one of the last, like, scary sections of the game. Earlier he picked up an item called the Sea Pendant, which is really important in this area. It protects you from freeze, fire, and flash attacks. So whoever he puts it on here will be pretty much safe from most attacks here. But the problem with this area is... Ooh, nice cave. There are a lot of spawns, and the enemies here can be pretty scary.
Oh, man.
Oh, gosh, that red swirl.
I hit the up button. I didn't mean to.
Yeah, enemies here are pretty strong.
Oh, man.
A lot of them aren't too scary per se, but they take a while to fight. The ghost-looking thing that's on his screen, the evil elemental, those can be put to sleep. I don't know if the regular psychic psychos can or not.
Oh, man.
But yeah, he's taking a lot of damage. Ness has the Sea Pendant on, right? Yeah, it looks like it. So what you're seeing is not a far from ideal fight. This is part of what makes Fire Springs difficult. What you'll see some runners do is they'll put the Sea Pendant on Pooh instead of Ness. What that allows is if your party members do die, Pooh has healing gammas to where he can revive people, so you don't have to use life noodles as often. I do that. I know Temple does that. I'm not sure who else does. But that's one strat you'll see. Putting it on Ness just allows you to get through without him dying. But yeah, this place pretty scary. The enemies here do a lot of damage.
That's kind of a theme I'm picking up on for like most of this game, actually. Well, this area is scary. This area is scary. This next area is scary.
Some of them are just annoying. That like some places just can waste a lot of time, and some
like the sewers. I noticed didn't look like it was really that dangerous, but you can lose a lot of time depending on the spawns.
Yeah. I guess pretty much any part of this game is a run killer. Most of the rooms in Firespring aren't too bad. Some of them just take a while to despawn, and a lot of the enemies have easy ways to deal with them. Like the evil elementals can be put to sleep. Overall, it's not too bad. There is one room, however, that has a group of enemies that you kind of have to get forced to fight, and it can be a run killer. It's going to be the one that Alex is just about to run into. It has you fight a major psychic psycho and a fire blob thing.
Yep.
Those things are soul-consuming flame. That's what they're called. It's a scary fight, but if you deal with it properly, you can get past it too. Not too much problem.
Yep. That's why I went ahead and revived Pooh and Paula, because I do need them. This isn't just a runaway fest like everything else.
Yeah, that fight, if you try to run away from, the problem that can happen is you can lose all your party members. And unfortunately, there is a spell that the Major Psychic Psycho can use to paralyze Ness. One thing that can cause a run to die is if Ness is paralyzed and everybody else is dead. Ness will have the sea pendant, so he won't be able to die. But if he's paralyzed, he can't revive anybody. If you're paralyzed, you can't use items, so your life noodles are useless at that point. That's why I usually opt to go for putting it on a Pooh. That way, I can revive people if I need to. That way, good green swirl on his screen. Andy's starting the Fire Springs as well. The room he's at right now can be annoying just because it can take a while to despawn. You don't want to fight anything there, so you just walk in and out of the room until you don't have any spawns. You can lose a lot of time there. Phalix was on a world record pace run the other day, and that one room alone took 2 minutes to despawn?
2 minutes and 10 seconds walking back and forth because I had no revive items and couldn't risk the fight.
Ooh.
Yeah. Just to give you an idea of how bad despawning these rooms can be. It may not necessarily be a run killer. It won't cause you to die, but you can lose a lot of time unnecessarily. Nice smash with Jeff for 36 damage on an Andy screen.
Is Jeff still using his starting equipment, or?
Jeff pretty much has nothing in his inventory except for maybe
Auto rockets.
auto rockets and maybe a crystal charm.
So he doesn't even have a weapon equipped. It's just his punch.
Yeah, if Jeff's in a fight, you just defend with him at this point. You don't even bother bashing or attacking with him. Carbon Dog, Diamond Dog is actually a very easy boss fight. It takes about 2 to 3 big bottle or multi-bottle rockets to kill. The strat is you just heal Jeff every turn to keep the multi-bottle rocket knocked back from killing Jeff, because every time Jeff hits the dog, damage will be reflected back at him for fatal. Ness heals him for that purpose. And then Paula and Pooh will just freeze to try to get the 2 cycle.
Well, but this is an easy fight. Talk.
Did he use Flash?
Yeah, and I got a sub 2000 bottle rocket, and I can't Starstorm.
I completely forgot that he could even use Flash. I don't see it very often. Are you out of revive items?
Yep.
Ooh.
Oh gosh. Hopefully he should die in a couple freezes though. Maybe. But yeah, I guess even though I say it's an easy fight, that can change. And just like that, Andy just caught up with Phalix. They're both on the same fight right now, and with what's happening in Phalix's run, he very well could pass him right now.
This is an easy fight, he says.
My bad. And just like that, it was just to make the race more interesting. Now you and Andy are tied. That's exactly.
Diamond Dog used Flash on me too.
Yeah, I think Andy killed him a few seconds earlier, but it's basically tied.
My Diamond Dog killed Pooh, and then I'm Jeff.
And then Yeah, at this point, you're just going. Not too much interesting is going to happen. You're going to see them using the exit mouse. Pick up another exit mouse, and they're just going to clean up the last 2 sanctuaries. Like I said, Mondo Mole is pretty easy. The reason you go back so late and do it after the other dungeons is just so all the other enemies run away from you. And I was trying to wait for what happened.
I said he's in a cutscene. What's he groaning at?
No, I walked out of Fire Spring and had a dinosaur very eager to greet me.
Ooh.
On the plus side, we got to see another Ego Orb. Ego Orb's always nice. When you get in a fight with them, they have like big googly eyes. I love them. Yeah, it looks like Andy's just like a hair ahead, which doesn't really mean much in this run when it's this close.
He's still got Magic Hand and Ness's Nightmare and everything coming up.
Yeah, Magic Hand will be the next major section. Trailing this route, it's not too bad. It can be a little bit annoying because as I said earlier, the enemies, some of them will run away from you and some of them not. If you're lucky, you'll have more enemies run away from you. If you're unlucky, you'll get in more fights. What I'm predicting is Andy's going to get in one fight and it's going to cause Ness to get mushroomized because I'm just calling it.
Yeah, that's just what kind of a run.
Why would you say that?
Because I'm kind of hoping for it. I'm not going to lie. That would be hilarious.
Would that be like a new world record for the most number of times someone's gotten mushroomized in the same run?
No, at least that I can think of. And I just hope it's Ness too, because I think it's been Ness every time so far. And yeah, if they have extra skip sandwiches, you might see them use them now, just because there aren't too many places left to use them. So they'll just use the extra ones they had that they didn't need to just get a little bit of extra running room. Most of the time they get used before this point, just because like places like Starman Base and stuff, you'll use them to run past more enemies before you lose your invincibility frames. But they had pretty good Starman bases for the most part, so they didn't have to use as many. So they're just gonna run away instead. Aurelix is actually in a pretty rough fight right now. Hopefully it doesn't go too bad. Oh, I never even thought about using a Psychic Shield. That's really smart.
Yeah.
Using a Psychic Shield and then running. Why have I never thought of that? That's really good.
Because what is it? The next 3 psychic attacks?
Yeah, they just get completely absorbed. I guess the only reason you wouldn't go for that is just to try to get the first room run. Plus, you have to go through the animation of each of your characters getting the Psychic Shield, but it's definitely a lot safer, without a doubt.
Because is that all they do is cast fire spells on you?
Pretty much. I don't remember, does it protect against Flash 2 or not?
You know,
it might.
No one seems to be too sure on that one. Huh. I have no idea.
Yeah, I think it does, because whenever I fought the clumsy robot doing that achievement run, I think I tried to flash him and it got absorbed by his shield.
That might be it. Yeah, I could see that. But yeah, Mondo Mole fight, you just kind of bash him to death. I mean, I guess if you really wanted to and you had some extra multi-bottle rockets, you could just one-shot him. But usually you just see him get bashed to death.
I just like the visuals too of these giant bears just turning tail and running away from you.
The bears look so happy, don't they?
Yeah, and they're so happy going.
Oh my god.
Too.
Another enemy Andy has paid off. 3 cycle Mondo Mole.
Yeah, that's a lot of misses.
The second boss in the game.
That was a little bit of a slow fight.
So it's not worth using a bottle rocket on Mondo Mole or magic or anything.
If you have one, I used one to kill one of the conducting spirits and the horseshoe. If I had an extra one there, I could have used it, but that spirit is a little higher chance of ending the run than the Mondo Mole.
And he's about to get to the last section. This part will basically come down to how many of the enemies will try to run away from him. Ideally, at this point, they'll have 3 to 4 multi-bottle rockets left. They'll use 1 on Trillion Sprout and 2 to 3 of them on Armored Pokey later on. And usually it takes 2 for Armored Pokey, but every once in a while it can take 3. So 4 is the ideal number. If you don't have at least 2, you won't use 1 on Trillion Sprout. You'll just kill them using your strongest level psi attacks, and it ends up being like 3 turns instead of 1. So that's the backup in case that were to happen. I think all the runners are going to be fine with that anyway, to where they can just use the multi-bottle rocket. But Andy's getting pretty good spawns so far. Phalix looks like he's got a good first room so far. Yeah, all the enemies are running away, so that's good.
Not anymore.
Disappointingly, I was wrong. Andy didn't get mushroomized. Kind of sad about that. Andy, can you turn back, please? I'm such a good commentator, right? Hoping ill will on the runners. I'm so good. Anyway, Ollie Reliac's about to get to the third person to get to the Diamond Dog fight. Let's see if he gets some better luck than the other 2 did and not get flash killed on somebody. Andy, I think Pooh died, so it's not as big of a deal in his fight, but losing Jeff to flash is definitely the worst case scenario. And Temple's just finishing up Thunder and Storm, one of the easiest dungeons in the game by far. Because it's just running, shoot a rocket, run away. As Andy goes into the last place, you'll see that they're going to do a little bit of an inventory management. Phalix is doing it right now. What you want is to make sure that Ness has 2 bags of Dragonite, 2 Super Bombs, 2 Skip Sandwiches DXs, a Sea Pendant, and the Rabbit's Foot. He needs all those items. All of them are completely essential for Magic Hand. The 2 Skip Sandwiches are going to be used for juking enemies around. And the Rabbit's Foot is if he does get in a fight, or one of them gets in a fight, then they can run away pretty easily with the Rabbit's Foot. The Sea Pendant, they're going to switch to that when they get to the Sea of Eden part, because it's mostly used for the flash protection. The Krakens and Ness's Nightmare have flash beta, and worst case scenario is it's possible for Ness to die turn 1 to flash beta. So that's what the Sea Pendant's for.
Yeah, definitely done that
bombs,
before.
Yes, the Super Bombs are a backup strat in case the 3 Dragonites don't kill Ness's Nightmare. Technically, the Ness's Nightmare can still live after 3 Dragonites and 2 Super Bombs, but it's very unlikely. A lot of times even the 3 Dragonites are just enough, but the 2 Super Bombs are a safety in case those fail.
Do any of you guys put the Franklin badge on Ness for Magic Hand?
I keep it on him, I don't take it off.
I do.
Okay, yeah, I put mine. See, this is a strat that differs from runner to runner. I put the Franklin badge on Paula way back in the inventory management at the end of Mole Cave. Everyone else, I think, puts the Franklin badge on Ness for the department store, and I just leave it on Paula for the rest of the entire run.
Well, I also just kind of handed you a little bit bigger lead and put a handicap on myself.
What'd you forget?
When turning my mic off in Lumine Hall, I forgot to talk to the Tinda Chief.
Oh no!
Ooh.
So as I mentioned earlier, it's very easy to forget to pick up the second bag of Dragonite, because once you talk to the Tender Leader the first time, so much stuff happens. You have a photo that happens after you talk to him, and then you have to reconfirm your player name. And then after that, then you can move on. But you have to remember to talk to the Tender Leader again to get the next bag of Dragonite. So Phalix is going to have about 550 less potential damage.
That makes me nervous. I need to check mine. I don't even know if I grabbed it or not. I didn't look.
Please say you didn't. Please say you didn't.
Oh my gosh, that'd make this so close.
Maybe I'll get low damage rolls and he does a couple FF betas and I have to resort to the same strategy.
I'll grab I want to grab a Flying Man and see if it'll live, but it won't.
The very worst case scenario is if you can't kill Ness's Nightmare with all the items you have in your inventory, you have to do the very slow strat, which is basically what a lot of people have to do in the casual run. Wait for Ness's Nightmare to run out of psychic points and then try to bash him to death. So you'll be seeing a lot of defending and a lot of life ups if that's the case. I really hope we don't have to see that though, just because it's such a nightmare.
Yeah, if you don't kill him with those first few attacks and you have to drain his psychic points, it can lose about 6 or 7 minutes.
I mean, sometimes you can try to bash him for the last couple hits, but the thing about Ness's Nightmare is he has a life up beta, which will recover him for 300 HP. And it's really hard. Oh my gosh, just pop him! Pop him, where have you been? Oh, sorry, I got sidetracked, but this is the first time I've seen pop him in forever.
I mean, even though, because this is kind of sort of where the any percent and glitchless routes diverge, but also not really, just because like you still have your whole party here for any percent because you went out of bounds to get here instead of getting all of the songs.
Yeah, in the 80% run, you have Ness and Paula and a dead Jeff in Magicant.
Yeah, Magicant's a completely different beast in any percent.
And you can bring flying men into the real world in 90% too, or at least older routes did.
Yeah, if you don't manipulate, that used to be the strat.
Yeah, you don't see that anymore just because it takes more to manipulate, and I think the manipulation avoids all 3 Krakens. By having more people in your party, it becomes harder to avoid those Krakens, so you don't want to have more people. I don't know exactly how close it gets, but I'm guessing it's probably enough to where Flying Man could screw that up. And really, the Flying Man, it used to be they were there for the extra damage, I think. But now, damage isn't how you kill Ness's Nightmare, so you don't need them. You just use Paula to put him to sleep, and then you just have him kill himself with Flash Beta, or Flash Omega, or whatever. So the Flying Men are not used at all anymore. And the Glitchless run, you still don't want to get them because it's pretty much the same reason as it's harder to avoid enemies when you have more people in your party. You use the 2 skip sandwiches to skip through enemies through Magicant, and when it's just Ness, it's not too difficult to do on most of the enemies, but when you have a Flying Man with you, it becomes a lot harder to avoid those enemies. Plus, you have to go through the extra text of talking to them, so there's not really any reason to have them. The only benefit that might happen with having them is it lets you kill Kraken faster, I guess, but it's just not worth it. And Aurelix is doing the last couple cleanup, and he'll be in Magicant before too long, but there's still plenty of things that can happen in this run. Like I said, Phalix is in a bad spot because he's missing a bag of Dragonite. Andy may or may not be, we don't actually know. So anything can change with this Ness's Nightmare fight. It's a little bit of a scary fight. In Phalix's case, it's a really scary fight. And Temple's just about to get to the Diamond Dog fight. Let's hope he gets a good one. And what you're going to see right now is the Krakens, they're trying to get them in a place to where they can get these Krakens stuck. If they get caught on one of those pillars, they'll pretty easy to get them to leave you alone. You want to keep a decent amount of range from them because they'll aggro you from pretty far away. And you got them stuck on that last pillar pretty well. So they're actually starting this at the exact same time. That's interesting. So this fight, it's a nail biter right now for sure. Okay. And Phalix,
I actually want him to shield Beta.
Oh,
I mean, I have advantage. Andy doesn't. If it comes to that, there we go.
All right, Andy got the kill pretty easily, and oh yeah, Phalix is gonna have to do the slow strat. It looks like. Oh wait, no, he's got Omega. So yeah, he can try to kill him with using Rock and Omega. If the first couple turns, Ness Nightmare, I believe, usually has a Psychic Shield, but he can use a regular shield on later turns to get rid of that. Right now, Phalix is just waiting for his HP to roll up in case he gets critical damage. He'll have enough time to heal himself again. So that's why he's waiting still right now, waiting for that HP to go. If you were to just hit that rocket right away, that would put him in a lot of danger of just getting critical hit.
I am clinched quite thoroughly.
So that was a pretty clutch kill.
So everyone being dead for the Kraken fight actually ended up helping me for this, since I forgot the Dragonite. Ness was a higher level, and I had Rock and Gamma.
Oh, okay. I just caught up to the fight in that one. Wow, that was clutch.
That was a really good fight.
Nicely done.
I was really scared right there.
My little heart's beating really fast right now.
Yeah. Yeah, but just another thing about Mother 3, too, I really appreciated the final boss has the same battle background as Ness's Nightmare. Nice little shout out there. I
don't think I've ever noticed that, huh? But one thing that was risky about what Phalix did is while he had that Rocket Omega or Gamma, the downside would have been if it takes a lot of psychic points to use that. If Ness's Nightmare would have kept using Life Up Beta, for example, that would have put Phalix too low on psychic points to heal himself, but in this case it definitely paid off.
And he starts with the psychic shield, so if he didn't use shield beta there, I wouldn't have been able to do that.
Yeah. So is there any RNG with all these stat ups you're getting from Ness's Nightmare, or is it all scripted?
The ones that you get from the Soundstone that are like 10 or the ones that you get from the Sanctuaries, those are always scripted. But the exact numbers with like how much health you get, those vary from a little bit to a little bit. One thing is like every point of vitality you get will always give you like 10 extra HP, and every point of IQ gives you, I think, 5 psychic points, if I remember right. So you'll always get at least so much health from the vitality boost and so much psychic points from the IQ boost. But the individual numbers can vary here and there because you do get a big experience boost. So you do gain a couple just natural levels, and each natural level you gain does have a little bit of variability in it. But overall, it's enough to where Ness is really, really strong right now. So now Ness actually has the natural speed for like the first time in the game. So instead of having the Rabbit's Foot on Paula to run away from fights, you'll see them put it on Ness to run away from fights instead, because Ness has a much higher chance to run away than any other character. This section of the game is actually really entertaining. It's kind of like, I want to say, the closest example probably would have been Deep Darkness. We're going to see them using teleport a lot to avoid enemies. I think Winners would be a better example. You're going to see them using teleport alpha to avoid a lot of fights. These enemies are really fast, and you don't want to get in a fight with them. If you do get in a fight, the Rabbit's Foot will give you a decent chance to run away, but that doesn't mean the fights are safe. There are still some pretty scary fights that can happen. So you're going to see them using...
Yeah, because isn't this where you can get Ghost of Starman, which like always does Starstorm on the first turn?
Yeah, you can get Ghost of Starman. I think there's an enemy that can Diamondize in there too, and I think there's an enemy that can use Flash. So, all scary possibilities. Oh wow! Nice green swirl. I didn't even see that.
The Wild and Woolly Shambler. I remember that one having some nasty moves.
Yeah. So, luckily, there's a high chance to run if they go in a fight, and the teleport just allows them to get past them really bad. This split typically not too bad if you execute it properly. It's a lot of fun to run. Because teleporting to juke enemies is just great. But there is some risk in this area. For the most part, the next section that can really be a run killer is... I guess there is one enemy in the Sea of Eden that has kill runs, but it's moderately low chance.
You mean the Cave of the Past?
Cave of the Past, what did I say?
Sea of Eden again.
My bad. But yeah, in the Cave of the Past, there's one enemy that can use Flash Beta. Since Ness has the Rabbit's Foot, there is a chance of Ness dying to that attack, but those enemies don't appear as often as, say, the Ghost of Starman or the Final Starman. So the Cave of the Past ends up just being like a big Starstorm party because you get in a fight with a bunch of Ghosts of Starman and Final Starman. It's just Starstorms everywhere. It's wonderful.
Yeah, You thank your lucky stars for the whole rolling HP meter then, because this game would like be probably almost impossible to speedrun.
Yeah, those star storms use
That mechanic wasn't there.
Without the rolling HP meter, 2 star storms would just kill you every time. Irelix is now doing the Magic Hand section, getting some pretty good jukes. It's one of my favorite sections to run and to watch, just because juking the enemies there is just a ton of fun. And he's getting a lot of really good ones with the skip sandwiches. He had one too many enemies, so he ended up, or one too many items, so he had to use the other skip sandwich DX there in order to have room for the Magic Hand bat. And I didn't realize that he had the Mr. Baseball bat. He must have picked that up earlier as a safety for Clumsy Robot, I'm guessing, but I didn't notice he did that. And this race is really close between Phalix and Andy. This is really close.
Because all that's really left is Cave of the Past and Gigas now, right?
Yep. Cave of the Past, a lot of RNG. There's execution in RNG. You're trying to use skip sandwiches to skip a bunch of enemies, essentially, kind of how you did earlier. But the difference is you can't really juke the enemies because they're too fast. So what you end up doing is you get in a fight, run as far as you can with the skip sandwich before your invincibility frames run out, and then try to get a green swirl on one of the spinning enemies. So you'll be basically on top of the enemy as your invincibility runs out and hope it's a green swirl. Is essentially how that works. Best case scenario, you just get a bunch of green swirls and you can get through it pretty quickly, but if you don't get the green swirls, then you have to try to run away, and that could be anywhere from 1 turn to maybe 4 turns. So that's where the RNG comes into play, and a lot of kind of scary enemies. The Starman, the Ghost of Starman, and the Final Starman, they typically won't kill a run, but the Starstorms they do are really slow. Ness has so much HP that you don't really have to worry about him dying to anything except for maybe a flash beta from the Woolly Shambler or whatever they're called. I don't remember exactly. But overall, it's just running and skip sandwiches and hoping for green swirls. Aurelix now in the Sea of Eden. Trying to get the Kraken in a good spot to where he can just run around him. You want the Kraken to either spawn really far to the right or down low. You don't want him to spawn in that upper area. Now he's getting chased by little bits. Oh gosh.
How bad is getting caught by the Kraken again?
It's not too bad. It's just the fight just is slow. He's not really a danger.
Is it the exact same Kraken that you fought on the ship earlier?
I think the stats are the exact same. But with the Magic Hand bat, you do enough damage to where you can kill him within not too many turns. And your HP is usually pretty safe because you can just get the life up if you get close. It doesn't take too many turns to kill. They're not hard to kill, but they're just, you want to avoid them because they're slow.
And Star Party off the bat.
Ain't no party like a Starstorm party. And yeah, Andy's getting some good green swirls but yeah, this is what we mean. There's a lot of Starstorms. If one of his party members dies, he won't bother reviving them until he gets close to the Gygas fight, because otherwise you're just waiting on more characters to display text. It's just a lot more text if you revive them, because then you have to, if they get hit again, then you have to go through their entire hits phase and animation and all that. So if they die, tough. They're just going to have to wait until right before Gygas. As long as Ness is alive, you're good. Because at this point, right after you beat Ness's Nightmares, when you typically get healing Gamma on Ness, so he'll be able to revive people. Up until then, you have to revive on Pooh to revive people. But now, since Ness has it, this part is fairly safe. It just can take a while. And I'm watching Aurelix's screen, and he got the Ness's Nightmare. Very nice. And now Temple's about to start Magic Hand as well. So we actually have like 2 sets of really close races right now between Andy and Phalix, and then between Relix and Temple. There's not too much.
Over 4 hours in too. Nice.
Ooh, like it's really gonna come down to the wire on Andy and Phalix. I'm calling it. It's so close. And during a race like this, that's perfect.
Now remember, the Franklin badge goes on Paula.
Yeah, right before Gygas would do one last inventory check and moving inventory around. Forgetting the Franklin badge is one of the easiest to forget because it's not an equipable item. So the inventory ends up being... Ness will have the Knight Pendant, Paula will have the Franklin badge and the Sea Pendant, and Jeff will have the Rabbit's Foot. Pooh, just whatever. He's just kind of there.
He's the butler.
He's a sandwich butler. He's running out of sandwiches, so he's kind of losing his use. He does have his purpose, and he does have his like 5 seconds of glory during the Gygas fight, but that's about it. So yeah, Andy is just now getting ripe. Is just go for the bat. Go for the
amazing final cave. I know I wanted to say no, but
that was a Bionic Kraken we were talking about earlier. Has a 1 in 128 chance of dropping a gutsy bat. Phalix is a terrible person for not going for it. I'm highly disappointed for him. Any good runner would have went for it. Shots fired. But yeah, now you're just gonna see him do the inventory check right before.
Yeah, because they're basically making Paula invincible for the final battle.
Yeah, definitely. Paula's not completely safe. The first turn is the scariest turn. Paula has a very good chance to die on the first turn of Gygas. So the strat that you typically see on the first turn, you'll see Ness go for a Paralyze on Armored Pokey, who has a 50% chance of actually being paralyzed. Paula will do a Psychic Shield. I don't even know what that symbol means, the E. But she'll be using a Psychic Shield on the party. Sigma?
Yeah.
Okay. Sigma on the entire party. That will protect the party from psychic abilities and rocket attacks. Jeff will shoot big bottle rockets at Armored Pokey, and Pooh, what he does varies from people to people. I do what Phalix does, which is he'll have a couple of life noodles that he'll use on Paula, just in case Paula were to die to a healing beta. I'm not sure what Andy does with Pooh. So I'll be watching for that because I'm really not sure. He does the life up instead of a couple of life noodles. Ideal first turn with Gygas is he'll use Psychic Alpha and you'll be fine, which Andy got. Phalix got
rocket.
Okay, so neither of them are in danger of dying because they got the Psychic Shield off before Gygas could use a healing beta, but now it turns into Jeff or Ness will probably keep using a paralysis on Pokey until he's paralyzed. Or if he is paralyzed, keep Paula alive. Paula and Pooh will use freeze and the laughing. I'm guessing it was another low bottle rocket. And Jeff will just keep
360.
Does he have the rabbit's foot on? Those are like non-rabbit's
foot on.
I have never seen a multi-bottle rocket do 280 on Armored Pokey when you have the rabbit's foot equipped.
Oh my god, 501!
Alright, so now Andy's on the second phase. Second phase is just spamming all your strongest psychic abilities. So Rock and Gamma, Freeze, Jeff's kind of useless at this point, and then Starstorm. This is like the one point where Pooh's useful is he just uses Starstorm. And Phalix is just not getting a good phase 1.
Ooh.
Oh my god. 3 bottle rockets did a total of 1,200 damage.
Wow, that's horrible. But, oh well, you got through the phase, so could be worse, but yeah, Andy's got the advantage now for sure. The nice thing is, once you get past phase 2, you want everybody but Paula to be dead. Because that's just less menuing you have to do, and less text you have to see from kids getting hit. So, once you get past phase 2, that's game, so... And Andy's just now entering phase 3. Phase 3 is just you're going to see Ness defending and Paula using prayer until the end. That's all there is to that. Not much more to it, really. Hope that Gygus doesn't use freeze to paralyze people. Or not paralyze, but solidify. That can cause some time loss, but overall, Andy is in no danger of dying whatsoever. Because with the Franklin badge and C pendant combo, Paul is pretty much invincible. Nothing will do more than like 20.
I think the most damage she can ever take in a single round is like 10.
Yeah, it's like I think it can go to like 12 maybe, but it's not much. It's not enough to really be concerned about.
I was taking 20s, but that might have been a Gamma or Omega move.
I'm not completely sure. Looks like Falix is getting a pretty decent phase 2. Got 2 stars from
Nothing was decent about any of those rolls in this entire fight.
Hey, you got 2 stars from Omega's up. That's good. So now it's just basically a prayer race between Falix and Andy, who can get the prayers off fastest. It's not completely over. Andy can still get solidified by Gygus. A couple solidifies can lose a lot of time. Also, Gygus does have a chance to completely skip a turn and not use a spell. That is a possibility, and the worst case scenario is either a solidify, and then next would be lightning, because lightning is a slow attack.
And then we are going to end timing on the last prayer, right?
Very last prayer. As soon you want to get ready when you see the prayer that says the prayer was absorbed by the darkness. Right after that, it's going to be the final prayer. As soon as the text comes up on the screen, not the input for the prayer, but when it comes up on the screen, it'll say, Paula. What was the exact text? Like Paula prayed for the something.
Paula prayed from bottom of her heart.
Yeah, once that text starts coming up, that's when you split right there. That's the final time. So the one you want to look for to get ready is the prayer absorbed by the darkness.
Well, even though it's in small windows, I'm curious of what the stream quality is going to be when both Andy and I are in the final section of the fight.
I've been impressed so far.
Yeah, I mean this setup is able to handle the Zeromus background in FF4 on 4 different restreams too. I mean, it's definite shoutouts to Edinol for letting us use both this and the Swedish internet system, which is pretty nice.
Yeah, the Gygus, the final form of Gygus, where it just has so much stuff going on that it pretty much kills any stream's quality by a lot. I don't think I've ever seen someone have good quality during that part. Like, it gets to the point where you can't even read like the runner splits anymore to know what their time is when they split. It's like, what was their time? I know the time is over, but I can't actually read the time because the quality is so bad. Temple is doing his part of the Ness's Nightmare fight. We'll see how well he gets.
Nightmare life up beta 3 times.
Oh, so you're gonna have to do the slow strat probably? Yeah, it looks like, yeah. Temple stuck doing the slow strat. Oh no, he got him with just bashing. Nice. But yeah, when you run out of damage items on Ness's Nightmare, it's a nightmare. Literally. Right now.
Never gonna stay hydrated now. Octobot stole my bottle of water.
Yeah. During this last section of the run, let's just give everybody a friendly reminder to stay hydrated. And remember to support all the runners. If you like EarthBound, give all the runners a follow.
And even if you don't.
And actually, I'll use this time now, since there's not a whole lot going on besides prayers. If anybody is interested in running this game, there are a lot of resources available to helping a runner learn this game. There is a guide on the SDA that pretty much says how to run this game to a T. It's the best place to start, in my opinion, and it has everything you need to run this game. Andy also has a video. I think it's on your profile of a video, more or less tutorial, knowledge dump of everything he does to run the game. I usually start with the SDA guide and then use his video for more of refining more small things in the game you can use to improve your run. So between those two, anybody can learn to run this game.
Yeah, and if one of you wants to get me those links, I can put them in the VOD once I get it on YouTube.
Yeah, I can bring it up. Just give me a moment.
Yeah, if you just put them in the chat group, I'll pick them up. Feel free to put them in the Twitch chat too, for anybody watching that's interested.
Yeah, let me just find them. Oh gosh, why am I having so much trouble finding them? Andy, I went through your profile. Where's your video?
It's under my YouTube page.
Ah, okay. I'm also trying to watch the race at the same time while I'm looking for these.
Yeah, but we can deal with it after Andy and Felix finish.
Andy is very close to time right now. He has 2 prayers left: the prayer absorbed by the darkness, and the final prayer. This is the part where stream quality usually dies because of all the stuff going on Andy's stream. That is what causes streaming quality to just go down.
I mean, it's looking. I mean, I have the Twitch stream open on my laptop next to me, and it's still looking pretty good thanks to
Andy, you can just say when time
Edinal's servers.
And time.
All right, 4:31:15.
Solid. Definitely a solid race time.
GG's, Andy.
Congrats, Andy.
Relix is just about to do the fight himself. Believe it or not, there is still a chance for Temple to catch up. If Gygas uses a Rockin' Beta, things can go south really quick on this fight. I've seen this situation happen a lot where a race became close because someone died to Gygas, so...
Because if you die to Gygas, do you just go back to the start of the Cave of the Past?
Yep. Which can be really rough if you're out of escape sandwiches at that point. Alright. Do you want me to put the links in like the Skype chat, or do you want me to put them in
do
Twitch?
both. Yeah, just Twitch chat for anyone that wants them now, and then I'll put them in the VODs when I process them.
You're ready
Now
on
that
time.
I'm
I'm about to
menuing.
do the last input.
All right.
Good job, Andy.
And time.
All right. 4:32:26. So
we were like a minute apart. That was
minute
tight.
11 second spread in a 4.5 hour race. That is really good.
Really close. It's good. Alright, there's the YouTube. That's Andy's knowledge dump. I'm going to put them in the Skype one first, just so I have them both right there.
Got the good RNG so far.
Oh, I thought I had that saved in my favorites. Where'd I put it? Ah, there it is. Well, yeah, if anybody's interested in running this game, all the runners here, and even the ones that aren't here, pretty much everybody's willing to help you learn the game. Pretty much anytime we see somebody trying to learn the game, it's not uncommon for all of us to just swarm their chat and try to help out. It happens quite often, so we're definitely willing to help people learn this game. and I just linked the route notes.
This is all for glitchless, right?
Yeah, this is all the glitchless stuff.
Okay.
It's really hard to make notes that other people can use for any percent, since most everyone has to do their own route.
Yeah,
So
you could learn someone else's route, but it's a lot harder if you don't really learn it yourself to get it to stay consistent.
Oh, because it's just the timing for doing the like the menu cycles to manipulate the RNG and stuff.
On my any percent PB video, I put that on YouTube and annotated it with what I do, so that could be a starting place if you wanted to learn.
Harvey, I'm asleep deprived from right now. Yeah. There's been a runner that like runs really late at night that I've been helping learn this game, so I went to bed at like, what, 7 a.m. this morning?
Ooh.
Well, that's not too bad. That's when I got off work.
No, it wasn't too bad. I got about 6 hours of sleep. That's fine. At least I'm not running the game. Then that might cause problems, but for commentary, that's just fine. I definitely wasn't ready to brace myself anyway. I've been out of town for the last 3 weeks, so I'm definitely happy just doing commentary.
Yeah, and I've gotten really rave reviews on the commentary too, so good job.
And yeah, at this point, it looks like he's got Gygas in the bag at this point. I don't think anything can really stop him at this point.
Oh, so, yes, there is.
Did you forget something?
I don't think so. I didn't think so last time. I forgot something too.
Please tell me that you put the Franklin badge on Paula.
I did it a while ago, so I didn't check again.
Yeah, every time I see this part of the fight, well, actually the final phase of the fight, I always think about the first time I played this game after it first came out, and I don't remember the specifics, but I somehow got into phase 3 where Paula was dead and I had no means to revive her. So I kept bashing on Gigas for like 15-20 minutes or so before finally giving up and resetting.
Ouch.
Oh, by the way, I'm just gonna say nothing can possibly go wrong with odd releases, just to see what happens.
Yeah.
Here, let me say it too. Yeah, I'm just totally set. I can just take a nap now.
Watch, now you're gonna get solidified 20 turns in a row.
I've somewhat planned for it. Paula has a cup of life noodles.
I mean, it's pretty.
If
The
your
game
luck is
is
anything
kind of
like
vague
mine.
about what exactly you're supposed to do to win the fight, because I think if you don't have the guide, your only real cue that you need to use Prey is Pokey telling you to use your psychic powers to call for help.
Yeah, he's like, there's nobody that can possibly hear you or help you now, and that's basically the hint it gives. I think in Mother 2, it's a little bit more straightforward with the hint. It's kind of vague in the English one, but I've seen I like to watch a lot of casual people play this game, and I've seen quite a few people struggle in the last phase of Gygas. I've seen one person grind to like level 99, had like all of this equipment, and just did not know their prey. I watched him spend like an hour on that fight, and
But hey,
when he
you can't
finally
give him
died, I just couldn't take it anymore. At that point, I was just like, okay, I gotta help this guy. Normally, I don't like to give spoilers, but in that case, when you grind to level 99 and die to Gygas repeatedly, yeah, I might help you at that point.
I was gonna say you could get the kind of luck that I got, where you get a missed lightning 16 times in a row.
Alex, are you gonna do the
Kinda like getting
glitch?
solidified like 5 times in a row.
Alex, please tell me you're doing the glitch. Yay! Okay, so something interesting is going to happen on Phallux's is a little bit of a bonus. For anyone that's never seen the Shattered Man glitch, you're in for a treat. I don't know if I'll explain what happens afterwards. I'm just going to let Phallux do his thing.
Actually, I'm gonna let Temple finish, and then I'm gonna do it afterwards.
All right, that's fair.
Yeah, I mean, after everybody's finished, if there's any glitches or other silly things that any of you guys want to show off before we end the stream, that's definitely cool.
But I will be back in just a minute.
Sounds good. Yeah, Temple's getting pretty bad RNG, but it happens to everybody in a race. I mean, not everybody, but every race it happens to somebody. Somebody just gets horrible RNG. Unfortunately, I had to be Temple in this one.
Oh, it might help if I turned on edit scene mode.
Ness or Temple's almost at the end of the Cave of the Past, so hopefully he gets a good Gygus. I'm curious as to what music you have playing, because I haven't had the stream on the entire time.
Well, it's a playlist of the OST plus basically all the OC remix tracks I could find that didn't have vocals. When they got to Gygus, I skipped directly to Pokey Means Business, of course.
Nice. I love the music at the first phase of Gygus. How it starts as all 8-bit and awesome, and then just goes into like a hard rock metal theme go, and it's wonderful.
Probably one of my
definitely
favorite
sets
songs.
a great theme.
Yeah, very fitting for just kind of a 16-bit game that has very heavy 8-bit RPG influence.
It's always nice when you see like I don't know if it's like a reference back to the first Mother. I don't know if that was like part of a song in the first game or not, but it's always cool when you see like references from one game in the next. Even when the stories aren't really too much related.
Yeah, even if it's just like music or like in the I know there's some battle backgrounds that were reused in Mother 3.
Yeah, you see some enemies that are used a couple times too, which is always nice.
I think I do like the ending credits theme a little more than Pokey Means Business, though, if I had to pick a single favorite part of the OST. Smiles and tears.
Mine's definitely Skyrunner.
It's a little more meaningful when you actually like have all the pictures, though, because then you're listening to this really nostalgic music while watching the photos you took during your journey instead of just like 4 of them.
Yeah, there's gonna be an entire 4 photos out of. However, if you want to see
I think
category, I really actually started working on a category called Photo %, where you go around and collect all the photos. It sounds like it would just be like the same thing as Glitchless, but extra running. But it's actually a really interesting run because he uses glitches. So you have to get all the photos by any means necessary. So you still see like the same glitches you would in any %, but you see more of the game.
Oh, so he uses the stairs glitch to get to places that have photos faster.
Right.
Yeah.
Get ready for time.
Okay.
It's very interesting. I would like to see more of that because right now he's the only one that works on it, but I would like to see more of that because it's a very interesting run.
Trolling Gygus.
Did you get solidified?
I did.
Mention that. Oh, yep, there it is.
Alright, and time.
Alright. 4:42:33.
Well, what the 3 death could be worse.
Oh no! Oh no, Temple! Okay, Paula's alive. I saw the healing or the rockin' beta is like, no! That can't happen! But luckily Paula survived by 2 HP, so he's good. Hopefully good. Well, yeah, he should be good because he got the shield off in time. What problems happen when Paula dies before she can get the shield off? If the shield doesn't go off, then Gygus can easily just kill everybody else.
Yeah, raise your hand if like the first time you played you did Omega Psychic Shield too and then regretted it instantly.
Yeah, if you cast like Rock and Omega, you're dead.
Yeah, because anything you target Gigas with during phase 1 just automatically reflects back and bypasses any shields you have, and if you do like Omega Psychic Shield, which reflects like half damage, I think, of psychic attacks you take, it'll just hit Gigas and then bounce back on you again.
Mm-hmm.
which is why
so, unfortunately, Paul is dead on Temple stream, but it shouldn't be too much of a problem reviving her. Just if he has life noodles, he'll probably go for that. Also, he going for a healing gamma is fine too, because at this point, as long as she's revived, there's not too much problem. She won't have a lot of HP, but it's not hard to get a life up in time before she dies, because nothing can really kill her in one hit, even if she only has 39 HP. Yeah, another thing about the final form of Gygus is multi-bottle rockets don't hurt them like at all. There's a low chance of them hitting, and if they do hit, they won't do much damage. So
yeah, you'll get like 1 or 2 that actually hits because the speed's absurd.
I just did that to show that it doesn't work, of course.
Sometimes if it hits, it's just like, hey, it hit, but it only does like what, 20 damage. When's photo percent race? Right after this, right?
Of course.
The only
You've got a
percent
small
that's
advantage.
lose, but that's okay.
Like, what's the estimated time on a photo percent run?
It actually takes about 3.5 to 4 hours. Right now, it'll take 4 hours. I think with practice, you could get it down to 3. Even though I use Stared Glitch to basically run around the game and go do everything out of sequence, I still have to do a large amount of the game to get all of the photos, because some of them won't trigger until you've done certain events in the game.
Yeah, a good example of that is like the Mole Cave one. Doesn't trigger until you've beaten the Mole Cave, so he still has to do the Mole Cave. I don't know all of them off the top of my head, but yeah, there's definitely a lot that you have to do stuff beforehand. I love how the final boss isn't actually Gygus and photo percent in your route.
Wait, what?
I'm sure I could redo it, but okay. So, well, I don't want to really spoil it. Phalix will kind of show it off here in a little bit.
Yeah, I wish there was a little bit more to talk about now, but the prayers, is just so little that actually happens. So it's just like, pray, wait. If you're on like a really close PB pace, it just kind of gets clenching, because it's just like, I don't know if I'm going to get it or not. And if you get to solidify, you just like, no! It's like 10 seconds lost or something.
It's a chance to look at one of the other parts of this game that I really like. I mean, we're pretty much at the end of the game, right? And all you have to do is go back home and talk to your mom. But you can travel to pretty much everywhere you've been and talk to people.
I really like that about the game too.
One thing I didn't know until recently is you can actually go back to the Tenda village, get the library book you got from them, and return it back to the library.
Mm-hmm. And you can ride the bike again for the first time since
ride the bike in Deep Darkness.
Yes.
And if you use the free doctor in Deep Darkness, whenever you go and talk to Picky at the very end, you actually get a phone call there, and it's like, "Hey, I'm the doctor. Didn't get your payment, but your dad sent it. Just letting you know you didn't pay your bill."
That's nice.
It's wonderful. Just so many little things they put in the end of the game to let you enjoy the ending.
Yeah, and then that's another Dragon Quest thing too, because like Dragon Quest games never end when you kill the final boss. You have to go home and talk to your king in order to actually end the game. This time it's your mom, who is the king, I guess, of the house, since Dad's a phone. That was a disappointment too, was that you never actually got to see Dad, even in the credits. They just have a phone for Dad.
Is Temple still on the call?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. I just wasn't sure if you'd be able to... You haven't talked in a while, so I wasn't sure if you'd be here to say when time is or not.
When did Mother 3 come out again? Like 2006 or something like that? So
I'm
about
not
the
completely sure.
question mark after the end there. To
Some
wait a long
point
time to
Game Boy
find
Advance.
out about the resolution for Pokey.
The bicycle.
I actually didn't know that taxi comes all the way around if you manage to keep it loaded.
Drives around the world and comes back. Okay,
Follow
sounds
the
like
bike.
2006, and this was 95? Was that when EarthBound came out in the US?
Yep, 20 years ago.
To the person that can you collect Photo Man spots at the end of the game? Yes, you actually can. Not all of them, I don't think, but a good chunk of them you can still get at the end of the game.
I think it's like the Dungeon Man one, and whenever Jeff is alone there in Brick Road, I think you can't get those.
I think that's it that I can think of, but it's been so long since I actually tried to get photos that I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, anyone who's never played this game, please do so too. I mean, because a lot of the charm of this game you didn't really see too much of in the speedrun too, just because like talking to NPCs and messing around with stuff like the for sale sign and ordering pizza and stuff is kind of all part of the charm of the game for me.
Yeah, definitely, and like reading the signs and stuff is even entertaining. Like signs aren't boring and just say like shop and stuff. They'll have like a little bit of extra dialogue, and that's nice.
Like, I remember the help text for a lot of the items. I think is it just Jeff that can do that too, as far as like examining items. I know a lot of them have kind of silly labor tests.
Well, anybody can examine them, but Jeff has some items that, like the broken items, he can fix them in, like, if his IQ is high enough, he can fix them. So a lot of like the really good items that Jeff can get that you fix, you don't get in a speed run because it takes too long and takes up inventory space. But like the bazooka and stuff, he can get some pretty nice stuff. There's like a slime generator he can get, which is just silly.
The shield killer, I think, which is really nice.
Yeah, shield killer.
If you're fighting stuff in like Occupied Onet or Cave of the Past.
I'll be coming up on time in a moment.
Alrighty.
The sign text. I never knew this.
You just bought it.
Goodbye. I never knew about the
It's time.
help text for it either.
Okay, so 4:52:10, we'll call that.
Sub 5 hours.
I'm waiting for the bike in deep darkness. Oh, there it is. I'm waiting for it. Oh wow, you still go fast. That's nice. I love it. The bike just looks so silly when it's in the water. It's been so long since I've seen that.
And you can still, and you can ring the bell on the bike too with like the R button, I think, or it's one of the shoulder buttons.
Fun fact, if you ask anybody but Phalix, the bike music is amazing. Phalix
Bike
hates
music
it.
is terrible. The worst part of the game. I'm so glad we skipped it in the speedrun.
I honestly don't know how you can think that. It's so cheery sounding.
Hey, I'm gonna work
Too
the
cheery.
bike back into this somehow.
The bike used to be part of the route until it was proved that the bike takes like 10 seconds longer to get.
Oh, it's only a 10-second loss? Well then.
Well, then you might as well get it.
Just for
It's
what?
worth it.
Just for
That's
driving
what
around in Tucson before you get Paula?
It might be faster if you did Japanese RT. No, because you still have Paula. Never mind. I'm dumb.
That's another big question from viewers usually. It's like, oh, why don't you get the bike?
Yeah, it's slower.
Because you have about 35 seconds, or between 30 seconds and a minute total to be able to use it.
Oh, I completely missed what Falix was doing, but what he did was a Shattered Man glitch. The game doesn't expect you to get into any fights right here. So he got in a fight with a Shattered Man and died, which caused the screen to go black. When he left, well, what you see on the screen is
Oh, nice.
just runs around as Ghost. And some interesting things can happen when you're Ghost. Just wander around the world as Ghost. And now he's about to get a photo. And what happens when you get your picture taken when you're dead, I wonder.
And Ness pops back alive and it gives the fuzzy pickle sign, and then he goes back to being dead.
Spoiling it!
Oh, was I not supposed to say? Oh, I mean, I don't know. Let's find out.
But yeah, scripted enemies like that basically aren't removed from the game. So when you're doing photo percent, I actually wind up having to walk back to Threed, and I never beat Mini Barf.
Yeah, but this glitch that Falix is doing right now is actually the same glitch that happens when you die to Manny Manny statue after skipping the text. It's the same issue.
In my no out of bounds route, the same thing happens because I use the Runaway 5 show by teleporting away from it to despawn all the enemies in the overworld, and if anything actually kills me, it will black out the game.
The other photo. You know how great that would be if you could just get all the photos with the dead corpse and go through the credits with a bunch of deadness?
Yeah, because the game does remember if you had dead characters when you took certain photos, right?
I believe so, yeah. But Ness will always show up alive.
'Cause I know it remembers like who you had too, because it always seemed kind of strange to me that because it does like the picture of the house you can buy in Onett early in this set of photos. So you have a bunch of photos with just Ness, then you have one with all 4 characters, then you go back to like Ness and Paula for the next photo.
Did nobody got homesick the whole run?
Nope, no homesick. I'm really surprised.
Wow.
Yep, no homesick. That's nice. Yeah. Homesick
That's
is
good.
a nightmare.
I did die to Kraken twice, so that's kind of the same thing.
Not really, no. That's right.